VCT Pacific. The future of VALORANT starts here.
That's when I needed more. We both know it ain't getting old, and now what I'm looking for might just be supernatural, but best irrational. I need more. Fear of missing, I'm taking over. It's not enough, oh no. Addicted to the impractical breakthrough that's that it can go. Yeah, break through the static and go. Break through the static and go. And go. That's when I needed more. We both know it ain't getting old, and now what I'm looking for might just be supernatural, but best irrational. I need more. Fear of missing, I'm taking over. It's not enough, oh no. Addicted to the impractical breakthrough that's that it can go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What an exciting way to kick off 2025 for VCT Pacific.
All right, let's play, guys.
With these amazing players.
4 seconds is streaming Pacific match right now.
VCT has never looked better. What a shot! Cruz lets loose with a dart.
Guys, any recon shooters? Hello? Guys, what are you doing? Is your coach always like that?
아 어디야? 아니야. 아 하지 마. 아.
Cruz has stolen it. We're gonna get the texture tantrum. Unbelievable.
버스트는 더 빡세다 그랬던 것 같은데
What's going on in mid?
メイクそっちのチームどうおじさんいるけどまあいい感じだよ
Let's go, guys. One more map.
Let's run it back. Okay, guys, come on, play.
Dulu ngapain sih? Lu nggak jelas banget.
Wanted to play on stage for once.
Oh my God, the pressure is so intense right now.
He doesn't know where he is. He's going for the shot and he manages to nail it.
Nice! Let's go, guys.
Okay, bro. Go break that disc.
And there it goes. What? Absolutely. Blasted the beats.
Where's my jersey? Hello and welcome to VCT Pacific Night Market. I'm Achilles, that's Paper Thin, and if you're looking for some bargains here in Pacific, then boy, we have some great deals for you here today.
That's exactly right. We've got roster moves. Everybody wants them. People are going crazy over them, and they are usually sold out by the end of the offseason.
And we also have some new names entering the market with 25% more Ascension players than ever before.
And which of these are going to be the hottest teams coming into 2025? We've got something for everybody. But first, let's take a look at some of the in-game changes we're going to be seeing coming into the new year.
Hi there. Do you have a problem with insufferable neon plays? Are you sick and tired of all the sliding and RNG problems? Do you ever wonder when we'll be getting rid of Ascent? Well, we got just the right thing for you. Presenting the Neon Nerf. Say goodbye to double slides with Neon Nerf. Less of that high gear lifestyle, less into overdrive. So your ranked game can be safe once again. Users have said that since using Neon Nerf, they've been using Phoenix instead for better pushes and self-healing.
Yeah, I think Neon was super overpowered. But the good news is at least no more shotguns in my face, no more shotguns in my teammates' face, you know. But on the flip side, I can't watch Jason do it to other people, which was actually very hilarious.
If you like the Neon Nerf, you'll love some of our other products too. Check out the Regen Shield, a shield that's easy on the wallet with better results. And another awaited product by Ascent. Say goodbye to Ascent and Sunset and have some fun on Fracture and Lotus. Order the Neon Nerf, Regen Shield, and buy Ascent all together, and you'll get some free Colombian coffee.
Senora.
My games have changed for the better. Yours can too, with Neon Nerf. Remember to use the Neon Nerf in moderation. Side effects may include more vice gameplay and an inability to one-way smoke as you did before as Omen. Consult your coaches before playing.
Whew, what a product. I don't know about you, Paper Thin, though, but I am very much looking forward to Fracture being back in the map pool.
Oh, no doubt about it. Me too. And I am so excited for our new agent, Tejo. And also for you Execute Heavy fans, I think you're really going to like this new initiator.
Now, let's go ahead and get into this show. Throughout, we are going to be telling you guys what we recommend you might want to look at, what you should dabble through here with these products, which ones you could maybe leave on your wish list, but the ones as well that you must absolutely buy now. Let's get right into what's in store for you here in 2025.
Now, as you all know, we've got our fantastic Pacific collection here. We've got some of our fan favorites. We've got PRX, we've got Genji, we've got some of the more acquired tastes like RRQ and DFM. And this year, we've got two new exciting additions to our lineup. We've got Gnome Shim Red Force, and we have Boom Esports.
Now, I feel like a lot of people know what to expect with Boom. They've been around for a while, but for this specific collection, we've added a special ingredient from Kazakhstan.
Absolutely. I think we're all really excited about DOS 9.
You know, people who've been around for a while will remember them back at Champs, you know, for several years. Their run over at Istanbul, being able to take that map, the massive kills that we saw dropped on that game of Breeze versus the likes of Optic. This is a known quantity team, and it's great to finally see them getting their moment in the spotlight.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a staple of Indonesian Valorant. Obviously, at the Ascension Finals, they came up just short of winning it in one of the best matches you will ever see with that 3-2 scoreline. Yeah, so I think going into 2025 for me, Boom definitely on my wish list. A team that I can see doing well, but it is, I think, going to be a little bit of a learning process for them coming into the new year.
I agree. With everybody else seemingly leveling up their power levels, I think it's going to be still a bit of a struggle here for that Tier 2 squad coming into Tier 1 for the first time. But I think something that goes along with Boom maybe a little bit more is Nongshim, Red Force right here. I think that it's a spicy combination between the two of them. So hot that maybe you need to step into the shower.
Oh, you might say they're in a bit of a bind.
Anyway, speaking about Nongshim, I mean, this is a powerful variant. A team that started off in the Premier League, made their way through to Challengers, then into Ascension to be able to take it all. It's been an incredible journey for this squad, and I could not be happier to have them here in VCT Pacific.
Absolutely. They looked so dominant in Ascension up until that grand finals, right? They didn't drop a single map along the way. So many amazing moments throughout that series for them. I think a lot of people are going to be really excited about Persia, who's been playing out of his mind for that team for a long time.
Nongshim Red Force looking great, but I'm still going to leave them on my wish list. The nerfs to Neon coming through makes me a little bit curious. We know that Dambi can play other things at a high level, but I'm gonna need to see a little bit more of that before I'm gonna be a firm believer.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you. I mean, any team coming from Ascension is going to have a rough time. So I am also going to leave them there, but I have pretty high hopes for the squad.
That's why we have a special buy one, get one free promo. Buy the team of your choice, get the other one thrown in for free. Call 1-800-RISE Pacific right now to take advantage of this promotion. Well, if we're talking 2025, we of course have something new to put on display for you guys. New energy, new faces, as we have plenty of new players joining here in Pacific in 2025.
We saw some outstanding plays from our rookies in 2024, the likes of Primi, May, Flashback, Bane, and of course it goes without saying Karan, who is instrumental in helping Gen G lift their trophy last year.
Absolutely, and there's plenty more rookies to dive into. Now, something that I know excites you, Paper Thin, is the rookies coming out of Japan, specifically the ones here on DFM.
Oh, no doubt about it. This is a team that has brought in 4 new players to back up May, and they have looked outstanding during the offseason. There is a lot of hype around this Japanese squad now. So first, Gen, new player coming in, hasn't played as much in the offseason as some, but there's a lot of hope for him to be good. Next up, Art, the new IGL, and he has impressed the heck out of me. They have been making great play calls throughout the offseason.
Makes me not hate the Odin.
Jinbung, a player that you and I know and love for a long time.
Absolutely.
Korean superstar, absolutely could pop off at any given moment. Really, really hyped about him, but maybe even more so, Akame. Been fragging out of his mind during the offseason. This is one of the players to watch out for. Can pop off right alongside May.
And I think that maybe for the first time, DFM, I'm looking as a must-buy.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, actually. For me, must buy. I am so blown away with what we saw at the Asia Invitational in the offseason. I think this team could really do some damage. I'm expecting them to make an international.
Well, now that we're on the topic here of a Japanese squad, we of course have to talk about our other one who has also made some changes, and that's going to be Zeta Division.
A lot of hype coming in for this squad in the offseason because they're bringing in some new, really strong players from the Challengers League in Japan. Of course, XDL, an initiator, maybe a little bit of flex in there as well. Next up, Clues, the IGL superstar. Everybody in Japan is talking about him as the next big thing.
Big shoes to fill, replacing Laz in that position, but so far has been looking strong. But lastly,
Jota, the cracked aimer himself, absolutely the next depth potentially. A lot of people talk about him as a guy who could step up and be that fragger when you need him most. Clutch potential through the roof.
And the fact that they're right there alongside each other, Heat and Depp lead the charge for Zeta, does instill some big hope for the Japanese scene alongside DFM. Paper Thin, where are you leaning here on Zeta as far as purchase power?
I was a little bit disappointed with what I saw in the offseason, so I think I'm gonna have to go with recommend.
Maybe go for a purchase here in a little bit after seeing the opening at Kickoff, but for now, I am gonna be a little bit hesitant on it, but I think that there's an immense amount of potential here for this team. Now let's get everybody brushed up on some of our new Korean talent that's coming through, because we've seen changes across the board as well, as now we have PRX. Take a little zoom in on this squad.
Ooh, we've got 2 new players coming in for you this year. First up, Hyunmin, really exciting player here, a duelist, very, very strong.
That's right, Hyunmin, he's got some big shoes to fill, but he does have some guidance here from his new IGL, Freeing.
This is a player who's been around for a long time. OG Korea fans are gonna remember him on Ang Dark Horse, played for Rare Atom last year, an info initiator specialist, and as you mentioned, an IGL extraordinaire. So DRX, bringing in some young players again, having to rebuild a little bit. How you feeling about this one?
Oh, this is always a tough quandary for me. And overall, I think I really like the direction that DRX is going in. In the end, I think this is going to end up being a must-buy for me. I just kind of have to go for it no matter what, so there you go.
The DRX man himself says must buy. I'm gonna go with a recommend, but I'm really leaning towards must buy. I think the coaching staff for PRX always does such a good job. They seem to always have them ready to play. So I am like leaning really close to must buy, but I'll go with recommend.
Now, next up, of course, we have none other than Gen G, but just the one change, just the one rookie coming in this year.
However, this is one of the biggest, one of the hottest changes, one of the most desired players in all of Korea, Yeoman, an IGL previously. Now with Munchkin there, it seems like maybe there'll be some interesting decisions with how they balance those roles. However,
a side calling.
Absolutely, but a strong info initiator player and has proven himself throughout his career.
Gen G, must buy, recommend, or wish list for you?
Feeling must buy. I feel like this team still looks really strong.
Absolutely. I'm 100% right there with you. Must buy here for Gen G, still looking to be a dominant force in Pacific. Now, of course, we have one more Korean rookie player to talk about, but we have to go over to a different part of the world with global esports coming through.
Quite a rebuild coming through for global esports, but I'm pretty excited. So, Udotan, he's been playing some Sentinels. He's looking really, really powerful for this team.
Now we'll take a look here.
Patrick. Patrick is an interesting player because he is an up-and-coming talent from the Philippines. A lot of people talking about this guy. Can he step up into that duelist role and really pop off?
Pressure going to be on his shoulders, but he's got plenty of reinforcements.
Absolutely. Poppy, a player that we are very familiar with from Nous Esports, has been a tremendous force for them in our Ascension events. Now he's getting an opportunity with GE.
And has already shown during some of these off-season events that he can absolutely click on heads, much like this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Kelly S., another good player, came from Oasis Esports from the Philippines, another strong competitor from that region for global esports. Really looking to see what they can do with a lot of these new Filipino players.
Yeah, and also looking like a very strong IGL already, but of course has some very solid side calling from this guy right here.
Well, absolutely. Crystal is one of the best to play outside of Tier 1. He has won 2 different Ascensions in 2 different regions. He's been popping off every time, steps up when it matters the most. This is a player you have to be excited about.
But the ultimate question is, where are you falling here as far as a purchase?
It's tough. I mean, they're bringing in 2 new coaches in Juvenile and Elevated, you know, from Americas and EMEA respectively. But what are they going to be able to do? I think I'm putting them on my wish list for now.
I think I'm right there with you. I think I've become increasingly convinced as I've watched them a little bit more time after time in the off season. Some improvements there. But until it's fully untapped, I'm just going to leave them on the wish list for the moment. So we've already spoken ad nauseum about Boom and Nongshim and why we're so excited about them. But we have one last rookie player to go ahead and cover, and that's here on the side of RRQ.
Ooh, Cushy. Very excited for this player. Another info initiator. He has been so strong for Alter Ego in the past. This is a player that everyone in Indonesia had their eyes on, so really exciting for RRQ to pick him up.
Well, we'll have plenty of time to talk about Cushy and the rest of RRQ a little bit later on. For now, dial in and we may just send you the new 2025 Rookie Starter Pack for free. That's 1-800-RISE Pacific. Call in now.
But wait, there's more. We forgot about this rookie.
Oh, paper thin, you silly Billy. That's no rookie. That's part of our Roster Mania special.
All right, we've got 4 exclusive switcheroos, and I'm telling you all, this will change your life.
Take a look at this guy right here. Look at the before and after. Such incredible changes. Everyone is so hyped for this.
And what do we have here? This is Meteor, the Sentinel Extraordinaire player. Did phenomenal on Gen G, moving over to T1. What is he gonna be capable of? Can he outdo himself in 2025?
But we also have to talk about this one over here. Foxy9 making the change from DRX over to Gen G.
And Foxy has proven himself to be a tremendous, flexible player. But last but not least, we have the return of the Controller Extraordinaire, Sylvan. This guy's got a lot of clutch potential.
Absolutely does, and looking like a fantastic comeback story from this player that we did not get to see in the last season. But now with T1 all complete, it's time to assess. We have so many strong components here. How do you feel about T1 going into the 2025 season?
Has to be a must buy, right? This team is looking like they are world beaters. They are looking like they might lift a trophy themselves this year.
I'm absolutely right there with you. I think that it's going to be a big race to the top between them and Gen G. Of course, you also have Stax and Izu there on this roster. Tons of firepower, tons of veterancy. I think that you absolutely must buy. These are going to change the game here in 2025. So what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-RISE Pacific before you miss out on all of this roster mania. That's 1-800-RISE Pacific.
Okay, we are almost done, but how can we talk about Pacific without bringing back some of our favorites from last year?
What about those teams that have barely changed or not even changed at all? The teams, these are the classic sets.
When you talk about fan favorites, you have to talk about PRX. one of our best sellers in Pacific.
One of the longest running rosters here in VCT, but also a team that's now starting to innovate even more. W Gaming still there, but now we're starting to see PRX experimenting with some more standard compositions as well as flexing Jing over to some roles that we've not seen him on before.
We know what they're capable of. We've seen them get to so many international events. I kind of expect the same with them this year.
And one other thing that really makes me believe in PRX is the map pool coming through. It seems to very much suit them. Sunset, sure, a map that they're going to be very comfortable on. So with Fracture coming back into the mix, I think PRX is going to be a damn scary team. For me, this is absolutely a must-buy.
Must-buy. Period. End of story.
Well, next up, we have the only team that can sometimes counteract PRX, and that, of course, is going to be Team Secret. Haven't changed anything going into this season, but my God, when they do hit, they hit hard.
Yeah, this is a team that the fans are really hoping can step up. Will this be their year? Will they have that big moment? Can Jesse Vash lead another team to a Masters or a Champions? Those are the big questions we have with them.
Yeah, can they get over that hurdle? And there's going to be a little bit of additional pressure coming through now that Global has picked up a couple of Filipino players in their own right. So onus is on Team Secret to be the team that can dominate and can push that Pinoy pride out to the forefront here in VCT Pacific.
All right, so how you feeling about them? Are you buying Secret this year?
Never buying.
Never buying. I'm going to recommend Team Secret. They surprise us when we least expect it.
I'm not going to do that, but I am going to recommend that we move on to our next team, and that is, of course, going to be RRQ. Now, this set has kept its core, but they have had that one new addition in Cushy.
And with Cushy coming into the squad, you have to feel comfortable for RRQ fans, no doubt about it. You do have Warbirds coming in with this squad now to kind of help out. So I feel very confident in this team.
And one thing to touch on is they finally had gotten over that hurdle last year, made it into the playoffs. I'm right there with you. For me, RRQ, this is one of those ones that I am recommending. I think that there is so much potential. It's not quite at that must-buy level yet. I think that this is going to be a very strong year for them.
I'm right there with you. I'm going to go with recommend, so I'm going to continue to believe that they can push it to the next level.
Now, last but definitely not least, we have Talon. And after what they were able to accomplish last year, we had to bring this squad back. Primi here, all the same squad that we saw go over to Champions last year.
I think people should be feeling confident about Talon. Bringing in a rookie at the very last minute to get them over the line, to get to Champions. Now coming into this next year, you should have more time to prepare. You should have more time for Frost to work with these boys.
We've gotten to see them a decent amount here during the offseason, and I think we've seen some ups and downs, but a lot of experimentation. And I think that that's something that Talon has always been very good at, and I think that we're going to see a very solid foundation at the start of 2025. This is still very much a team to be feared. If Primi is firing on all cylinders, then he's just damn near unstoppable.
I'm still at the recommend stage for Talon. I'm not quite to the must buy, but I could definitely feel myself thinking by the halfway mark of the year, I could be there.
I'm absolutely right there with you. I think that with a deeper run at Champions and maybe a trophy here in the offseason, or at least a couple of accolades accrued there, I would be going for that must buy. I'm kind of teetering on that edge. And if they can find consistency, then my God, it's going to have to be a must buy. You're going to have to pull the trigger on that first.
So call in right now, folks, to secure these sets. We don't know how long these are going to be available for, so you don't want to miss out. Call 1-800-RISE-PACIFIC right now.
Well, before we go, let's take a look at our recommendations here so you guys can use this as a guide for VCT Pacific 2025.
And quite surprisingly this year, you and I are pretty much aligned on most of the teams.
Yeah, just a couple little outliers there. You know, me going for DRX, of course. Both of us surprisingly also having very heavy expectations for DFM.
I mean, how crazy is that? Last year, DFM, we were so excited they get their first win, and now we're looking at this team to maybe be making an international competition.
And that's the beauty about VCT Pacific. You never know who's going to be able to come out on top.
That's right. Kickoff is right upon us. We still have all kinds of time to figure out who the next Kings of Pacific are going to be.
So stay tuned.
It's all your favorite VCT Pacific action back once again.
More screams, more laughter, and more heart-stopping plays with Boom vs. T1, GE vs. Team Secret, DFM vs. RRQ, and Zeta vs. Nongxin.
All when VCT Pacific returns. New season begins January 18.
Well, that about wraps up all the products that we have for you guys today. And I don't know about you, Paper Thin, but I think I'm going to be taking these 4 home with me right here.
Oh, I can't blame you at all. I'm thinking maybe taking this one home to the family. Can't wait to see the looks on their faces when I walk in with this.
Once again, if you see something you like, call 1-800-RISE-PACIFIC right now.
And remember, it's free delivery for all Pacific regions. So if you order now, you can get these babies in your hands by January 18th, 2025.
Don't miss this opportunity to complete your Pacific collection. Get on the phone now.
Elevate your game. Witness VCT Pacific 2025.
Nothing, no one is killing my vibe. I got a plastic cup of cheap wine. We made a promise, my best friends and I. No crying on the dance floor tonight. When it's 5 a.m. and the street lights go, just so you know, that's when I think of you now. I miss you so.
This is VCT Pacific 2025.
Baby, it's a no-no, I can do it solo. Take me for a ride, make me feel alright. I'm the flavor you wish you could savor. We could take it slow or pedal to the floor.
Live at VCT Pacific 2025.
Nothing, no one is killing my vibe. I got a plastic cup of cheap wine. We made a promise, my best friends and I. No crying on the dance floor tonight. When it's 5 a.m. and the street lights go, just so you know, that's when I think of you now. I miss you so.
Feel the energy, own the moment.
Baby, it's a no-no, I can do it solo.
VCT Pacific 2025.
Take me for a ride, make me feel alright. I'm the flavor you wish you could savor. We could take it slow or pedal to the floor.
Nongshim Red Force. Hello, Dambi. Now facing DRX today. What is the mindset going into today's game? 오늘 DRX를 상대하게 됐잖아요. 각오 한마디 해주시죠.
농심의 매운맛을 보여드리겠습니다. 농심 투 핫 투 핸들.
Hello, DRX boys. Welcome back, Blaine, by the way. Now, delivery from Nongshim Red Force. Mako?
Yummy.
Oh, okay. Yummy. What about this one?
It's big yummy.
Big yummy. All right. Good luck today.
Welcome back to the VALORANT Champions Tour, where the top teams from around the globe compete to become the next world champion. New here, we've got you. Here is everything you need to know to get plugged into the 2025 season. With new teams earning promotions across EMEA, Pacific, CN, and Americas, this season brings our biggest year of competition ever. In 2025, teams will compete across a series of international league matches and global events to secure qualification for Champions Paris, where the next VALORANT World Champion will be crowned. To ensure that both long-term consistency and recent performance are awarded throughout the season, teams can now qualify for champions from their league in two ways. The first, by finishing in the top 2 at the final playoffs of the season, or by being among the top 2 teams with the most championship points who haven't already qualified through playoffs. Similar to last year, championship points will be distributed across every stage and competition, but now with some changes. Regular season matches will continue to give 1 point per regular season win, while major events like Kickoff, Playoffs, and Masters will now reward multiple teams. The IL Playoffs and Kickoff will grant points to the top 4 teams, while Masters Bangkok and Masters Toronto will recognize the top 4 teams and top 6 teams with points. Now, let's talk about the season. We'll get things started with kickoff tournaments in each league, taking place between January 11th and February 9th. The top 2 teams from each league advance directly to Masters Bangkok, where we'll establish the frontrunners for the 2025 season. Next, we head into the first of 2 international league stages. The top 3 finishers from each league's Stage 1 playoff will compete at Masters Toronto. Following Masters Toronto, it's time for International League Stage 2. Each league's top 2 teams in Stage 2 playoffs, plus 2 more teams based on championship points, will join the competition in Paris. 48 teams, 3 international events, 1 world champion. Get ready for VCT 2025.
It's another day here at VCT Pacific, day 3 of Kickoff, and we've already seen so many amazing plays. Every single match has surprised us so far, at least according to our top-tier analysts, Big Time and Pilsky, who are joining me, myself, Mika Fabs, on the desk. I mean, tell me I'm lying.
Yeah, I mean, these are the upper bracket games, so a lot of untested rosters going to be playing some very, very quality opposition, and a lot of new rosters that we haven't seen play certain maps or play very high-pressure officials. Although it's not elimination on the line, it's going to be some great games nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. This is where the tournaments are always at their most unpredictable. Both teams have had a long time to prep, and we don't know how they're able to kind of interact with each other yet. So I think this beginning stage of the bracket is always very exciting, and we're definitely seeing that play out in the matches.
Yeah, it's their opening matches, right? It's their statements, basically, of how they'll start the rest of the year. And so far, you know, we've seen, as I mentioned, amazing matches. Looking at our bracket, we got full 6 maps yesterday, by the way. Some overtimes as well. Every match so far has been delivering, and now we're diving even deeper into the upper bracket today, where the big 4 of yesteryear lie in wait. So for today, we're seeing PRX and DRX take on T1 and Nongshim respectively. This is definitely exciting.
Yeah, I think PRX T1 is one of the most hotly anticipated matches early on in the kickoff season here. A lot of people have got their eyes on this new T1 roster that actually were kind of on struggle street the other day against Boom. They'll feel a little bit better though, because PRX have looked a little shaky in some of these off-season matches.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really hard to know what to expect. Like you said, these were 2 juggernauts heading into this tournament. especially from an outside perspective. But I think I want to see both these teams be able to live up to their maximal potential. And if that happens, and this is a potential grand final happening very early on.
Oh yeah, this is spoiler territory already for Pacific, right? But that DRX versus Nongshim match is also very interesting because you're seeing like the OG Korean Valorant squad take on the newest squad to enter, right? So
I kind of think it's like two new generations, to be honest, because like DRX is completely transformed. They used to have those veterans that came through from the original roster. It was built through from Vision Strikers, obviously. Marco is one of the newer guys even to that squad, and he's the only one to remain, whereas it's mostly the kind of newer players that are filling out the roster now. Even someone like Hyunmin, who really doesn't have any Tier 1 experience at all.
Yeah, it's definitely new players, but it's a veteran structure. When we look at their coaching staff, when we look at the consistent organizational success, that tends to mean things in the back rooms are being done very well. The management are being, very organized in how they conduct things, and obviously they have deep roots here in esports for Korea.
Oh, definitely. You still say DRX, and a certain image, a certain standard comes to mind, right? Yeah. But since we have so much attention on the players, you guys are gonna talk about them in depth with your own team. So we're gonna bring back a segment that we introduced yesterday. These guys are gonna become coaches in their own right, and they are going to pick players who will be standing on that stage from today from all of our 4 teams to fill out the following slots. They're going to pick 1 duelist, 1 sentinel, 1 controller, and 1 initiator. The flex player, by the way, because there are only 4 teams, will be chosen by you guys on chat. So yes, you get to join in. You get to be a coach as well, which I know a lot of you really want to be, right? So we're going to get started. Let's start with our duelist once again. Does it sound good?
I'll let you take this first.
Okay.
I took it first yesterday.
You took it first yesterday. All right. I'm going to keep things simple here in the duelist role. And
I feel like there's a lot of duelists over here.
There is. Oh, you know what? You're right, actually.
There's so many duelists right here.
Which duelist should I pick? Should I pick from the PRX roster here? Should I pick any of these guys for duelists?
These are our choices, by the way, for duelists.
Except for maybe Mindfreak. Mindfreak is a little bit more like chill. He's a bit more of a chill guy.
Duelist,
I would say, chat. But all of these guys could probably play a duelist today. Maybe not Devi. He's a little bit more of a chill guy too, but it's always possible. I even remember back in the day, he was pretty aggressive in even before Valorant came out. Loved to go and hunt the frags. But for me, I'm going to pick Mr. Consistent from T1, and he was great to start things off. I'm going to take Buzz as my duelist, and I believe Buzz is going to get me numbers no matter what. Whether T1 lose or win today, this man's going to get me some points.
By the way, just to recap, what happened yesterday in this little matchup? We did have quite a close matchup,
My
right?
duelist carried me yesterday. Jemkin went huge.
Exactly. Because of Jemkin, you really got you were 5 points leading from big time, right?
What's that?
It was something like
that. It was like 5 points.
I think I might have been 8 behind before the second series started.
Right.
I was like, it's over for me.
Jemkin, I love you. You played fantastic, but we're going to have words. You can't be costing me the segment like that.
Well, I have to ask, does the gentleman's agreement still stand? Are
yes,
you guys...
we're not picking the same players.
We don't want
Okay.
We're not going to do that.
Pacific is too deep for us to be picking the same players all the time.
So Buzz has no twin, but you do. So who are you picking?
For my pick, I want to keep this very simple. It's a player who didn't necessarily play his best in the opening games, but I'm going to go for Danby. I'm going to hope he's settled in, settle those nerves, and we know he's going to keep seeing him on the Neon now as well, which is exciting.
Yeah.
I feel against his Korean friends for the most part, I think this is where he's going to really show up.
Interesting.
So put that on my team,
You know what,
Danby
Danby has been very good, so I support your pick, although I don't think you get as many points for just space creation. Yesterday, Danby was more of a space creator than getting the frags, but he was still doing very well.
Yeah, we saw some potential. A little bit of that was him just like enabling the other support players on his team, but we saw those glimpses of Danby from Ascension. And don't get me wrong, Neon's not the same agent anymore, but I think if there's a day he's going to pull it out the bag, it's today.
However, it's ACS that speaks for this particular game, so that's what Pilsky is saying.
Yeah, I believe in him. I believe in him.
All right.
Now.
What's next? Initiate.
Initiate.
Oh, this is an easy choice for me. I watched all of the Chinese Ascension. And there's one guy who stands out for me. It's Freeing.
Okay.
I remember, it wasn't on the same role necessarily when he was in Ascension. He was a little bit more flexible, played multiple things, but I remember specifically one game on Clove that sold me on this guy. And after that game, I knew we were going to be seeing him in Pacific. He showed true raw potential, especially if we're talking about ACS and match MVPs. He was drowning in ACS.
He was the highest rated player in the tournament outside of maybe Slowly, who is someone I'm very familiar with from even before Valorant came out. But he really was the best player of China Ascension, so I rate that pick, to be honest. For me, I'm going to go for a Nongshim player as well, who was fantastic yesterday, and I think a lot of people who are Nongshim enjoyers will know this man's actually pretty underrated, and he goes huge, and he went huge yesterday. I think it was on Split, on the Fade. He was really doing work. I think Ivy is a pretty good pick to go in the init role, although there's a lot of good picks going on.
I love these picks. You're absolutely right. Ivy is usually, you know, the player responsible for so many big plays that happen. And when he does get that chance, he delivers every single time. Now, okay, so you guys, so far you have T1, you have Nongshim, and you have Nongshim, and you have DRX.
You can only pick 2 from one team,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
And everyone else has to be from a different team.
Exactly. So we will move on. Who is your Sentinel?
My Sentinel? Ooh, I'm going to double up on... I was either going to double up on T1, or I could go for a DRX. I'm actually going to give you Meteor, because I bet you're going to pick Meteor after I pick this guy.
How did you know?
But, you know what? I actually think Flashback has been really, really consistent. And I think he's just going to get his numbers, whether DRX lose or win today. Even in the off-season, he's had very, very consistent stats. And I really rate this guy. He's got a lot of experience. He's going to be very comfortable on this stage, whereas some of the other DRX guys might be a little newer, like Hyunmin, for example. But I think Flashback is going to get his. So I'm going to pick him in the Senti role, even though I could take Meteor, and Meteor will probably give me good numbers. I don't know if I necessarily want to commit to doubling up on T1 this early.
Yeah, I'm lucky I've not picked a T1 player yet, so I'm going to go straight in for Meteor. I can't believe you left him on the table.
Yeah.
This guy is absolutely unbelievable.
You see the mind games he's playing on you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now he's like
veto chicken.
I tried my best. I said, I bet you're going to pick Meteor. I dare you to pick Meteor. He's like, all right, I'll do it.
You know what he just did? Now he's like, if you win, it's because I let you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you can look past this guy. For me, he's the real star of this lineup. Oh, one of the many stars on that lineup, we should say. And I think he's going to have a big day today. So
okay.
I'll happily take him for my team.
Can I change my mind? Hold on, wait. I just put him here. Is that right, Mika? Please?
Well, maybe you put him over here. No. We're going to leave that up to chat. All right. So both of you guys need to pick your PRX players.
Yeah, I mean, so we're looking at controller. I think there's a very natural fit.
Obviously. But, okay, so here's the thing. These PRX players can be as flexible as they want. So there is a very obvious pick in there. I'm just curious who else fits in your respective teams.
Yeah.
I mean,
you could pick a controller.
I'm a Mind Freak believer.
Oh, you're
this guy,
Mind Freak.
Okay, there's the obvious
This guy is so clutch when it matters. He's the rock. He's the anchor of this team. I don't mean anchor as in a site anchor. Well, he is a little bit. But I mean,
not anchor on the scoreboard, right? Is that what you're saying about Mind Freak? Can you believe this guy?
Absolutely not. Because he's going to be flying up there today. He's going to be towing the ACS, and I really believe in him to be consistent, pull it out of the bag. He might not be the one you immediately think of when you think of ACS, when you think of mad numbers, but he's definitely had those games, and I think we could see this today. I know I predicted PRX. It's hard not to just pick all PRX players when we get into it, but I think Mind Freak can have a very big day today.
Okay.
I'm just glimpsing over at the Korean side. It's like, oh, what are they picking over there? Oh, they're also struggling with their PRX. They're also struggling over there with what they're picking. Oh yeah, it is a tricky team. It is a tricky team. Yeah, we're comparing over there because if you look at the Korean broadcast, they also,
maybe,
you know,
maybe put it on both your monitors.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious. I'm gonna head over there and check it just a little bit. But
Mika, confirm if I'm wrong, but I can let the chat recommend me a PRX player, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes,
so I can't
you
pick Mind Freak I can pick Mind Freak due to the rules, but I don't want to pick the same players as you.
Yes,
so I can pick another player from one of these teams, right? Okay. Well, I can't go past my boy then. He was sick yesterday. He's been sick every game I've watched him. He's been sick since VCL KR Stage 2. He has just been so good. He's so clutch. Comes up huge every single time. And even yesterday when Danby, you know, was just more so creating space, playing his role, this man clutched out every round that was needed from him. So I'm going to pick Persia as my controller for sure.
That is such a good pick. These are actually really good teams. Now, though, we're going to head into our flex player, and we're going to leave it to chat this time. So, gentlemen, if you guys can just check chat. Who will be going first, by the way?
You can go first, Kelsey.
Really?
Who will be going first?
Thank you, man. Thank you. So, guys, please recommend me a PRX player, because I have to have a PRX player. Who am I putting in this flex spot today, guys?
Pilski is picking right now, so please drop your comments over there.
Okay. Interesting.
You can't recommend Jesse Vash, Nines.
Jesse Vash, best
no,
player
that was
Pacific.
yesterday. That was yesterday.
I saw that
Hey.
ace. That was crazy.
He represented for us, 30 plus.
All right, I'll go with Tightrope SM. He says Forsaken, and literally everyone is saying Forsaken. A few people are saying Divide. I respect the Divide enjoyers, but everyone is saying Forsaken. So I guess I've got to pick Forsaken.
You have to follow
Thanks, chat.
That makes a lot
And
of
Forsaken is, for me, the ultimate flex player. I mean, if you can put him right next to this flex spot, and that just makes this guy plays everything, and he gets his numbers.
Literally everything. And we have.
Okay, can't put him here. Apparently, I cannot put Forsaken.
We're getting this in. We're getting this in from
production.
We're getting this in from production.
So
A note
let's
from
go
production,
with-
by the way, is that Forsaken has put himself
How about
as
something?
duelist.
Can I pick something? Is that okay, production? Okay, Miles Claiborne. I'm gonna pick something. Thank you
Thanks,
for your
Miles.
recommendation.
It's an equally good choice.
I will
isn't
pick
it?
something instead of Forsaken. I've messed up the segment. I apologize. I've broken the rules. But
Or Forsaken, by the way, putting
I'll
himself
pick
as a
something.
duelist. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, that's interesting. That's
he's
gonna be interesting.
He's been listed as a duelist, but as I said before, you can list the entire PRX team pretty much as duelists, and
that's
they
true,
will
pretty
run
much.
it down.
Hey, and that's going to be interesting to talk about a little later. But who do you have? I believe you do have to pick somebody from. Oh no, you're all good. It's open.
I
It's
set
open.
this up deliberately, so chat, you can suggest anyone from any team, only non-duelist though. Who's the best non-duelist that's playing today? Let me know so I can add them to my team.
Someone say Izu. Izu is pretty goated. He was really good yesterday.
That's not bad.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of Divide.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Divide when in the recommendations for me as well.
Yeah, we're going to go with Path saying Divide here. It's one of many Divide spams. I am an absolute...
You have to say the way the way they typed it.
Divide!
Thanks, Path.
Absolutely.
All right.
For me personally, I'm a massive Divide enjoyer. I think he might be still one of the most underrated players that he is. And I mean, and that's crazy because he's still incredibly rated, right?
Yeah.
But I still think people sleep on him. I think he always brings value, similar to Mind Freak in that way, where I really believe that they are the rocks of this PRX team. So I want to see them both have very big days.
Oh yeah, the Divide has been, like you mentioned, that rock. He is that, he goes fishing. Uncle Divide goes fishing quite a lot. So how are you feeling about your teams?
It's quite good. I'm quite
Really
happy
good.
with mine.
I think it's hard to feel bad about your teams because all four of these teams in the upper bracket right now are so good that it's hard to make a bad team.
Yeah, because you have such amazing individual players as well. It's like, how could you possibly lose with this? But somebody will at the end of the day, so we'll see how that pans out, especially since, hey, yesterday was quite close, so interesting to see what's going to happen. We're going to keep this up for the rest of the show, so you guys we can also check back in and see how they're doing. Okay, so we have our analyst pick. We do have our casters as well. They wanted in on some of the action as well. Let's bring up their teams. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, you have,
Great
look,
teams.
Paperton picked Jing as flex.
Ah, that's clever.
Do you agree with that though? Jing as flex. We're going to talk about that in depth a little later. I feel that my eyebrow
We've
is
got to
raised
swap
a little
Meteor
bit.
and Marco there as well, but we get the sentiment. Marco for the controller is not someone that either of us put, but that's a very good pick.
I very nearly did. I think Mako is a solid choice.
Also, we got some Ivy enjoyers on the caster desk as well. That's I'm rating that too.
Definitely. That Jing flex is still making my eye twitch a little bit, but I think that's part of it.
I'm angry Jing can be a flex and Forsaken can't. That makes no sense, right?
I know! What universe are we living in? Hey, maybe it's 2025, maybe it's an all-new PRX.
I guess we'll see today when Jing insta-locks like Astra, something very slow.
Oh, yeah.
We see Forsaken play Neon only, I guess.
I think he'll run it down in Astral form, to be honest.
Only he can do that.
Yeah.
By the way, you guys can vote for either Big Time's team or Pilski's team after up until the end of match 1, I believe. So who do you guys think will win or and with the highest ACS for today collectively? Just another look at our teams over here, and we'll check back in and see who takes the lead later on. So for now, obviously, our first match of the day is very exciting, as we saw from our arrival interviews. By the way, it's a bit personal for these guys.
Yeah. it's like the new wave of Korean, you know, we're going to build some more Korean rivalries, I feel like. You know, the existing orgs, of course, have certain rivalries built up, but now we've kind of refreshed this one, not only with some new Korean talent over on the side of DRX, where we're moving away from that initial kind of foray into Valorant with the Vision Strikers roster. We've iterated, we've changed over many, many years at this point now that Valorant's been out, and we've really recycled a new generation of Korean players. And as for T1, they weren't even a full Korean roster last year. Now they've really doubled down on that Korean identity, and they want to show DRX that they are the better roster and the better org.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing we touched on before is how that swap back to all Korean can be very beneficial, an instant boost in terms of culture, in terms of communication. So we're still going to see that in play for T1 today. But one thing I love about how this kind of Korean Valorant has developed is it's since the rise of Gen G, now the rise of Nongshim, it's just got more and more aggressive, more and more head-taking with your shots. It's only growing and developing even more, which makes these Korean team versus Korean team matchups even more exciting to watch than they used to be.
See, that's why I'm very, very interested to see this new DRX, because out of all of the, you know, the Korean rosters that we have currently in Pacific, I would think DRX is maybe the least aggressive as of the standing of 2024. Now, looking at this new roster, though, I'm eager to see how the energy has changed, especially with Freeing in the IGL role.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect point to be picking up on. It's really down to Freeing, who's going to be taking that IGL role. He's someone that likes to play aggressive. He's got a lot of young, sharp players around him that are going to want to be getting into the action. So it really comes down to which direction they're going to lead. Are they going to trust that traditional style that the coaching staff has kind of tried and true and tested, and they've always lent on that tactical aspect of how to play TAC FPS, even before Valorant came out and going back to 1.6 for some of these players? Or are they going to embrace that new identity and go and get in the face of the opponent?
However, though, you know, you talk about DRX's energy levels being a little bit of a question mark as of now, because we haven't seen this roster completely just yet. Even in the off-season, you know, you didn't have Bane in just yet. But you have Nongshim here. Energy levels are what?
Oh, they're sky high. They're always sky high.
They're over 9,000.
You see it whenever these players are interviewed. They're so confident. They really, really believe that. I mean, they know for sure that they deserve to be here, and they just really think that they can take this the whole way. This is such an exciting lineup. I do think that against Zeta, it wasn't necessarily their best showing, but that could very easily just be put down to, you know, first-time jitters on a big stage like this. If they've managed to work those gremlins out of their system, we could see a very different and more prepared, more calm, well, not calm in playstyle, calm in emotion, Nongshim bring today.
Yeah, they do need to have that good decision-making in the chaos, and if you get yourself too worked up, it's not going to work out for you very well. For Nongshim, they're on some insane win streak right now. Something like 17 series in a row, including like 15 BO3s and the 2 BO5 finals between Challengers KR, as well as Ascension. This could be where that ends. Even taking on Zeta, adding to that win streak, I'm thinking a lot of these teams are a little easier to be taking on for a team like Nongshim. Now we're really starting to get into the meat and potatoes, and there you go. It's Marco hunting down Danby on the Neon. That's what you're going to be seeing. You're going to be seeing Marco playing whack-a-mole today.
It says Waka Danby.
Waka Nongshim.
Waka Nongshim.
There you go.
That looks like a fun game, but it also looks like a very frustrating game, which I think is what we're going to see.
If you can catch him, then go for it, honestly, because Danby, even though the Neon's nerfed, and a lot of people say that's a Danby nerf, as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of a little bit of a nerf to everyone else, because he plays the Neon that much better than other people, to where the Neon nerfed is a little harder to play, and I think he can Neon diff people even harder with the new Neon if they're going to be playing it against him.
Yeah, it's like trying to catch a greased up weasel. I mean, it's impossible. How are you supposed to get a hold of him when he's sliding back and forth?
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think the Neon nerf Danby in particular. They might have nerfed other Neons, but not Danby, and not in the way he plays.
He's just got such good movement. Like, he can circle jump instead of secondary slide, hit you with a relay bolt, and then he's always able to spray transfer so well and multi-frag to where he's able to refresh his slide with insane consistency most of the time. So sometimes it doesn't work out for him. I think it nerfs him a lot, it seems like, with the shotguns. He used to really abuse shotguns and sliding and multi-fragging. You've seen the clips on Twitter that he's famous for, where I think that's really where the devs were looking at that and thinking that needs a nerf. But I think in terms of just the rifle play and things like that, it has pretty much been the same from Danby.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see him back himself and just go, it doesn't really matter what this agent is. Like he said yesterday in his interview, unless they like practically remove Neon from the game, he will still keep playing it, which is nice. I like to see that kind of confidence. Player comfort is an absolute priority.
They back themselves. It's not even just Dambi, it's the whole style built around that Neon.
Hey, and I think that he can even turn, maybe he can turn other agents into Neon. I don't know. Maybe he's going to find that style. Right now, seeing our map veto up here, and this is a little bit interesting, as we're about to see, right? We're seeing the initial bans come in here. We're seeing Nongshim pick Lotus. That's pretty interesting. And we see the Abyss ban as well from Nongshim. They don't want to play that just yet. But coming up here, we do have a split ban. Which, Pilski, you pointed out, was, you know, was something like you raised your eyebrow at.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's second stage ban. You know, if it was first stage ban, they did opt to keep split in after they hadn't played it in a long time, and they were kind of playing an off-meta comp, you know, playing that Neon style on split. So I thought, you know, maybe this isn't really a map that they've got in the middle of their pool. It hasn't made it in through the veto. It's just been banned out in the second phase. So they have allowed DRX to pick it if they want, but DRX has opted to pick Pearl, which I'm a little surprised about. It's not a map that went so well for them against Genji or PRX in the off-season, for example. For Nongshim even, they lost Lotus against Boom in that Ascension Grand Final. I remember Berserk's swapping the Senti, and the Cypher was a big problem for Dambi's Neon in that particular game. So both of these teams backing themselves on maps that the data doesn't necessarily support them being amazing at, like, I'm going to back you, but at the same time, for DRX, a brand new team, there's just not much data in general, and for Fracture, that's a brand new map for pretty much everyone in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope this can go to a map 3. I'd be very excited for a Fracture between these two teams.
Especially for Nongshim. Like, I think Fracture has got Nongshim's style and Nongshim's, you know, energy, the way that they're so snappy. It's got them written all over it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I really hope it gets that way. When we talk about the split ban, I think it definitely seems to me a little bit like split might have not necessarily been their best map, but they felt comfortable enough to play it against Seta.
Yeah.
And then now they can show their real power by picking this Lotus today that I think they'll be very prepared for. And it might throw off what DRX thought was going to happen in the veto and that preparation, because obviously the DRX coaching staff will have had time to dissect the Nongshim play. So it'll be interesting to see how much their anti-strat is able to hold up with this slight change of map veto.
It is worth noting as well that, you know, Nongshim has never banned Fracture just yet. So they do have, like, you know, go ahead. Pick it.
I mean, it's just crazy that they would. Like, it just seems like it's a map that's made for them. So I'm sure they adopted it very early on, even if some of the players weren't super active when it was a popular map in terms of officials. For this one, it's been a very long time since they played Lotus. You know, we talk about it. Ascension Grand Final, I think, was their last official on Lotus. So if they want to flip things up and they want to change around their agent select as well heading into this game, then I really wouldn't be surprised to see it.
Yeah, well, you know what, let's look up our predictions right now. This is rather interesting, as we're about to see, because we are split here. Very split indeed, especially you guys. You have Nongshim and you have DRX.
Yeah, we're noodle enjoyers.
Yeah,
you know, we have.
Everybody is
culture.
at this point. As we saw from the Arrival interviews, we love noodles.
Yeah, for me, this one was a very close one to call. I really wasn't sure which way to go with my prediction. The big reason I've gone for DRX is that veterancy in the coaching staff, the kind of systems that they have, as well as that little bit more time. Like we say, it does mean you might come in cold and Nongshim might come in a little bit hot if you've not already played, but I think this rest, this chance to be able to watch Nongshim play first, might just give them the edge, but this is going to be a very close and a very exciting game.
Yeah, I think this will be a very close series. I totally agree. I back Nongshim because they have been a roster with that chemistry for a very long time. They should be very comfortable with each other. They should have a lot of adept. They've ironed out some of those nerves against Zeta yesterday and gotten used to playing at least on this stage. And for this DRX roster, I'm still not really sold. Like, we've seen Freeing have to change roles. He hasn't been the same beast that we saw in VCT CN. He's changing roles and going on to IGL, which is a big burden on him. Hyunmin, although he's very talented and we've seen his clips, we've seen his ability in the off-season, he's still very fresh to this stage as well, and I haven't seen Mako be the same beast that he was when he was at peak Mako, and I'm still waiting for him to return to form, so I'm not fully sold on DRX, but if they turn up and dominate today, I really wouldn't be that surprised to see it.
Yeah, that's a big question for me as well. I want to see why Mako had to shift off of the IGL and why it had to go to Freeing, right? Because I feel like, Mako was very vocal about him struggling in the IGL role, so maybe it's just not for him. But what does freeing bring here to DRX that he is now able to take on the roster of Nongshim?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to understate the effect IGLing has on you. Your brain has to work overtime.
I wouldn't want it.
You're looking at your mini-map so much more. You're trying to direct things happening around the map, and it does almost always take away from the individual firepower, the individual decision-making, because you're trying to make these big macro decisions. So it suits some players better than others, but if this frees up Mako, I'm really optimistic about it, because, like you say, if we can bring back peak Mako, DRX are going to be unstoppable.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And that's a good point to make, especially since, hey, maybe it's a different direction, but it probably enables Mako so much more, especially, him being part of that OG roster. So we're going to see, indeed, we have some amazing matches. We have DRX versus Nongshim and PRX versus T1 coming up in our second match. VCT Pacific starts right now. Let's send it to the stage.
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2025. DRX.
It's the old guard versus the newest Pacific kids on the block, DRX and Nongshim Red Force. DRX, forever a symbol of the standard that Korean VALORANT has set from even way back during the Vision Strikers days. But with an entirely new roster, can they still live up to those standards, or can Nongshim bring forth a new era of Korean VALORANT straight up from challengers and from Tier 2?
I mean, that's what they're here to prove, right? And they've said that Ascension was merely a stepping stone for them. They've been looking for their chance to prove themselves on this stage, and I don't think that Zeta Division necessarily gave them that satisfaction that they were looking for, not only because they weren't really happy with their own performance, their own standard of play, but also because they really want to be here to take on the big dogs.
Yeah, I think they'll really view this as the biggest test they've had to face so far. Absolutely, going against a Korean rival team. Because if they manage to beat DRX today, it really cements themselves as that top-level team that might be able to take it all the way to these international events.
And I remember actually an interview with Nongshim where I think one of the players said that, like, okay, we're ready for champions. They actually bypassed Pacific already. They already had their eyes on champions and a Masters.
Very cocky, but when you see them play, you'd believe it. When they play at their peak performance, they are unstoppable. They made some of those Ascension teams look silly in some of those games, just absolutely rolling over them. We'll see if they can bring that same level, because so far on this Pacific stage, it has not been peak Nongshim just yet.
Yeah, like I said before, I really hope they got their nerves out in that Zeta game and we see that peak Ascension Nongshim coming into today, because in my mind, they need that, otherwise this DRX hurdle might be a little bit too high for them.
Yeah, and I think that, it is not to understate, of course, the backbone of DRX, which is the coaching staff. But right now, we're seeing Teo coming out from DRX.
Didn't go so well for Na'Vi earlier. We talked about Teo's ability to be able to control the map, and that is something that's very important here. They are running the Fade, even though it's double inits. Usually Fade is a single init kind of vibe. Over on the side of Nongshim, they're going for that Cypher Viper, so a bit more of a traditional style, but a bit on the slower side.
Yeah, I think the big reason we see this Teo in Lotus is because it really helps you dominate that A fight, which is the real meat and potatoes of this map. we should say. And I also think Danby will be smiling. He's not playing against a traditional Sentinel at all in this matchup, so he should have a little bit more free reign.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to slide wherever he wants. No trips that he'll have to worry about, and it's going to be a little bit easier for him to dodge that Teo utility.
Yeah.
You already saw it be pretty easy for the team playing Na'Vi to dodge, just to be able to weave around those salvos, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, watch for that A main fight. Is the Neon able to get past the Teo util, and that will define this game.
Ooh, and Mako on the controller as well. It looks like this match is set to deliver, and we are here for it. First map of DRX versus Nongshim, and we are stepping into Lotus. We are going to be passing it on to your casters, Achilles and Paperthin, to tell the tale.
And what a mighty tale this looks to be. Hello and welcome to day 3. I'm Achilles, that's Paper Thin, and we will be the storytellers, the ones weaving this plot here as we get ready to jump into the action. 2 Korean squads going up against one another, but some very different looks here for DRX. It's not that old guard squad that Nongshim maybe would have been looking up to in these past several years. Mako's still there, Flashback rejoining alongside Bane, but still some very new faces.
Absolutely, it's a tale of 2 cities here in a way, right? Because you've got the old guard, even though it doesn't look like the old guard, you only have Mako left from that original DRX roster that everybody came to know and love over the years, versus this upstart team that smashed their way through Ascension, that smashed their way through Premier to get to this stage, and they are looking confident and they are looking hot.
Well, for DRX, will it be the best of times or will it be the worst of times?
Nice.
Because I think that they can cope, picking up on what you're putting down. I think they can cope with some of the losses in the past. Like, okay, you know what, PRX, sure, Genji, etc. But having a new squad come in, being another Korean representative, DRX, they certainly do not want to drop this series. Let's see what happens so as we jump onto Nongshim's map pick of Lotus to get this party started.
I am super excited here for DRX playing Taeho, because this is one of the teams that as soon as this agent came out, I'm like, DRX is going to pilot this.
But also feels like a bit of a speedrun record for DRX picking up an agent that has just been released.
True, but this is one I think initiators tend to fall into their wheelhouse because of their desire to have those set plays, to have those executes, to have those big retakes, things like that, that Termi really likes to drill into his team, to have those kind of things in their back pocket to work with. Now, to start out with, it is a bit of a feint here from DRX. They're setting up a lot of that fade utility over A, trying to draw some forces out. However, so you can see Nongshim is doing a 3-man push up mid.
Bane going to be the one taking first contact on this one. Couple shots going to be exchanged between he and Francis, but has not confirmed presence to the rest of the team. But Nongshim not looking to overstep. We'll just go ahead and pull back off the angle.
Yeah, and that's going to force Mako to come back and check to make sure he understands that there is going to be no more re-aggression. Good re-clearing of space here for DRX to make sure that their flanks are going to be secure. And Nongshim now regrouping for an A hit, but DRX not finding any other contact on the map. Kind of slow walking their way through. A lot of information utility being sent, the toxic screen as well, to try to keep Nongshim guessing, to keep these forces pinned down on the A side, and so far, so good here for DRX.
This is also just a lot of time buying the clock, starting to get run down. Spike is being brought forward over towards C, where we do see Margaret anchoring. Poking, prodding backhand, going to be cleared out. Cage comes up. Looking for the delay. Just a singular trap, however, still set here. Does anyone fall into it? Doesn't matter. Margaret is going to go for a timing shot.
30
just to
seconds
find
left.
Mako. One of the smokes now going to be taken down here. Nambi has since rotated across. Stacked up down to 70, but Spike will get planted here with 20 seconds to spare.
That's going to be a little bit tough here for them to get this retake when you still have the Paranoia available.
Sends it, slide forward. Nambi looking for that shot, but Bane is able to shut him down. Swing onto the corner, Breen going to be picking up one, but Ivy finds 2. Margaret getting a second as well. And suddenly it's all on Flashback, and he can't quite get it done. 3 players left standing with the defuse coming in. Nongshim will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, a great job here by Margaret to get that opening pick, just finding the timing as they were crossing through, finding a gap in that execute that DRX set up. The guided salvos were landing. They had used the bot from freeing to come through a little bit ahead of this. You can see their guided salvo right on his left, just holding the angle to his right. Able to find that big first pick. That gives them that extra numbers man advantage. Able to squeeze through towards the back of the site, knock a couple players down. A nice start here for Nongshim. Big pistol round win. A couple Guardians, a Bulldog, a couple Spectres. Let's see if they want to turn up the tempo a little bit. They love to get aggressive against Ecos. They absolutely love to.
Forward space taken over here by Rubble, but all of DRX just interested in slowly walking their way across towards that C site. Cam is out in front, so quick little tap. Yep, we'll go ahead and get that confirmation. Margaret spotting them all out. Cam gets cleared. Mako Maybe about to walk into the trip. Either way, just far too much chaos with the Prowler up in his face. Margaret ends up falling. Hyunmin able to find that kill as they pass that Spectre over into his hands.
Stealth drone into the Fade Prowler there. Very nice combo from DRX to find that pick. A lot of pressure here on the backside for Bane.
Which is the classic in hand. Getting encroached on here from multiple angles. So far dodging around the bullets. Persia pushing up over the top of Mount, however, will eventually be able to claim that kill. Jump up over the top. Damn, he sticks his feet, manages to find Hyunmin, takes that one little ounce of firepower they had out of their hands, but with Mako left standing, does manage to find 2 solid damage dealt here in the eco attempt from DRX, but it will still be Nongshim starting off 2-0.
Yeah, still though, that's good damage for DRX, no doubt about it. You're not going to walk away from that feeling too bad.
Spectre and a Bulldog, I believe, lost.
Exactly. 2 Guardians is all they're going to be able to carry over, so that's certainly a win, essentially. And it's a good start. Again, you're seeing the way that they're utilizing these Taeho utilities early in combination with the other initiator. It's going to take a lot of that, but again, Donby, very, very hard to slow down. The man is just cracked out of his mind on Neon. And we've talked about it a lot, you know, when we saw them the other day on day 1 and in the analyst desk as well, about how Donby may not always be lighting up the scoreboard as a duelist. He may not be putting up huge frag numbers, but what he does for this team is so impactful in terms of gaining space, gaining information, breaking angles, things like that that are so important for this squad.
A bit of a miss there on that haunt slide out though. Donby trying to take that space, but Hyunmin managed to shut him down. Francis Persia putting those Guardians to damn good use. Kill a pieces, Hyunmin and Mako both hit the floor, and suddenly DRX, as they try to scale forward towards this A site, they get absolutely stopped in their tracks.
Oh, what a read there through the toxic screen. Big kills with those Guardians. Able to carry those over and find some serious value out of it. Now for DRX here at a man disadvantage. Want to buy a little bit of time here. See if you can work your way either in towards A or towards B. Make sure these guns aren't recoverable as well for the side of Nongshim.
Salvo's out. Not finding any targets though. Slow approach, Persia on the line, spots out the elbow, gets the headshot just through the corner of the wall, tucks back in the backside, but Freeing counter swing on the opposite side, does manage to find the kill. Francis slides down into drop, Freeing wanting to try to flush this out, and is snappy with the headshot. One away now from having that Armageddon online. Plant, however, the credit ends up going over towards Flashback. Freeing holding on the corner, the toxic screen here just in front. The swing starting to come through, they line up for him! And he will collect them all, a 4K, to get DRX on board. And that is a much-needed closeout here. Only 2 weapons recovered, but DRX doing well to get the round win.
What a hot start for the IGL, for DRX. Persia, consistent as always. Always good for a few, it feels like. It's just a great lineup there for Freeing.
Well, you mentioned that. I did get a little bit of information when I was on my way back upstairs.
Oh, did you?
Floor. Freeing may not be IGLing today.
Oh, really?
We'll have to wait and get confirmation on that.
Huh.
But I was told by our own Jen Lee that it might be Mako once again.
Mako might be back in that role. I mean,
take it with a grain of salt. It's not confirmed yet.
Maybe. Makes sense. I mean, I think as far as we know from last year, Mako more of the macro IGL versus kind of some of the micro was more up to, you know, individual calls, kind of sort of a team effort in that regard. Paranoia to be sent through. Quick retake here for Nongshim.
Yeah, Tommy trying to just go ahead and flood forward, but doesn't know exactly where they're all at. Mako's able to collect the first one. Hyunmin now arriving here from upper. The Armageddon crashing across the site. As for the delaying, no one there to receive the damage, but now the few remaining players here on the side of Nongshim tried to take some space, but Margaret, the healthiest one, ends up falling. Francis down to 14, dead, as Persia will be the last one left, and the Prince cannot make it happen. A 3K for Hyunmin, and we are tied up at 2-2.
Yeah, this is just a really nice, solid read by DRX. Found the open space, get into post plants, and you know Termi's got this squad drilled in those moments, and just too many angles for Nongshim to clear here. DRX is going to fan out nicely, hiding in a couple different corners. Hyunmin going to get up in towards upper, creating that extra angle as well. So just so many things that Nongshim has to do to clear this. It is a very, very challenging retake, and good patience there as well by DRX to keep themselves hidden until they can really confirm kills.
Blast hiking forward, Hyunmin passing Donby there like a ship of the night, and he just gets barrel stuffed by Francis for the Sheriff. Flashback to the line, one of Persia comes up with 2, Bane starting to come online, but now it's just Mako left standing. 1v2, the Vandal in hand, the spray coming across, Mako down at 30 HP, but still alive, has the ultimate online. Margaret in a position to be able to recover a weapon. So we'll be able to go into this fight with not just a ghost in hand.
This is tough for Mako, because you'd normally assume that the Cypher is on the other side of the map holding down C site, so he has to be really cautious, really slow. That might give enough time here for Margaret to get the read with his utility over where it should be.
He's toggling the cam. Mako manages to get flush against the wall here. Might even be able to sneak past this. Yeah, it's not being retoggled. He does not clear it. Margaret has absolutely no idea, and he's successfully dodged it out. Tripwire set up. Looks like he's going to cut back over towards B. But I really love that Mako is just taking his time, playing down this clock, knows that time is on his side. Spots out the trip. Quick little hop over. Margaret, none the wiser still.
Really nice. This is going to be challenging regardless for Mako. Going to have to find an opportunity.
Yeah, just leave it.
Yeah, it's fine. He's not going to play over there anyway.
Surely this won't come back to bite you in the rear.
Yeah, but with Mako being on such low HP, it is just a bucky for Margaret.
But this is already just so much time bought, given the rotation. Margaret having no clue where he's at. It's just like you say, the bucky, the ghost. He knows that Mako's going to be low on health. But can he suss it out? The wraparound over here towards Waterfall. Mako playing this absolutely gorgeously. Still not out of the woods quite just yet. Cage comes up. Ooh, caught a glimpse there of the head. He's looking to just play this silently. Jumps up over the top. Is running out of time. Sprays it. Gets it done. And there's the Red Bull clutch. Mako coming up huge here for the squad. Giving DRX the lead. Losing the weapon, yes. But the victory still is all too sweet.
A classic Mako moment there. Such a smart player. You know, for so long considered one of the, not the best controllers on the planet. And he showed you right there why, folks. I mean, he's smart, he's got good gameplay, great game sense. We know his shooting can be pretty darn good as well. So great take there for DRX. That's going to give them the 1-round lead and some big ultimates to tool around with as well. Both teams have their Nightfalls, but you do have the showstopper for Hyunmin. Donbeat does have the lightning fingers, but a rifle in hand. Not opt to pull it out this round. We'll see, though. You never know. Still a little bit of mid-pressure created. The door going to be open. They're going to go for the push. Oh.
It's going to try to up the tempo here. Francis is able to trade it back. 1-for-1, some info gained. Jim does maintain control of this C side of the map.
It's a showstopper.
Theft gets the reveal.
It's a showstopper out of DRX's hands, though. Still have the Nightfall before an execute, so you still have a lot of tools to work with. Taeho utility got a few pieces of that as well, so options, but you're not going to be able to use those blast packs to really create that space early that you're looking for. Smokes are going to come down here from Persia, and it's going to be a check. Baits out the stealth drone. Just a check inside of it. Here comes that Nightfall.
Does get invested, I believe, dodged there by Persia, so should have full audio Ivy at the same time, though. Completely and utterly down, but still able to find the kill. Flashback going to be taken down as he re-swings to try to get the bite out. He'll get his head taken off. He and Persia now gone. Sight opened up. 2v3. Knowing that one player is going to be a little bit low on HP, Francis and Margaret. How far do they go to try to bring this round back?
You have a Nightfall, you have all the Fade utility. Make a go of this for sure.
Slow drift forward. Everybody cutting back now in towards screen. It looks like, yeah, he's going to pull the trigger on this. It connects on to everyone. Prowler going to be sent. Because that doesn't come close, okay, he's still able to find the shot there on a freeing. Bane dancing back here behind the tree, I should say. As Margaret will fall. Both players now from DRX getting stacked up at backside. Tuck around the corners, dodged out. Francis able to find the third. Still more work to be done, but time is just not going to be on his side here. Mako will swing out. Francis will be able to collect it. He gets 3 charges back towards the ultimate, but he cannot stop that spike from going off. 4-2, and he doesn't get away. Just a few inches from freedom there. The DRX will now take the lead by 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's, again, good adjustments, good recovery here by DRX. And the executes are so well drilled already for them. Yeah, Ivy able to win one, but then they're going to smother them with that Taeho utility. Mako's going to TP into the back during the Nightfall, trying to use that deafened state to his advantage. So even though it doesn't amount to a ton for Mako, it's still a really cool setup that DRX is showcasing early.
All right, well, that is going to be the first time out here of the series, called by Nongshim. Not going to be happy with where things are at. Lotus is their map pick. And so far, we've been seeing DRX successfully shutting down Dambi. He keeps trying to go for these aggressive plays that were very much, working for him in that opening series. This time, though, not so much. DRX pretty wise to it. Yes, there's been some trades off of Danby's entries like we just saw there, with Hyunmin also getting taken out. It hasn't led to that huge overflow of kills for the side of Nongshim like they're used to getting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a couple different things. First and foremost, just DRX's mental preparation for it is really, really good. They're not overcommitting to many areas where they're kind of expecting Danby to come in and just explode through some smokes or something like that, where there's going to be some of that utility to follow him up. That Faye Neon combo is something that this team really, really loves, something they've really been able to put to good effect on this map often. They were very, very good last year on Lotus up until the grand finals of Ascension, where they lost in an OT to Boom. They had destroyed them previously, 13-3 on this. However, DRX is very well prepared. And other than that, it's also about taking good angles, because with Neon, if you can catch them in a straight line, obviously it's going to make your shots easier. So in that previous round, Hyunmin just had a great read on that push through the door, had the perfect angle to take. Yes, it's traded, but shutting Danby down makes things a lot more difficult for Nongshim to kind of prepare, use their protocols the way that they practice, the way that they want to follow up off of that speed and that, sort of distraction that Danby is going to create.
Danby taking a very far forward position over towards that A lobby. Bucky in hand, waiting on the opposite side of the smoke. Another one does get cycled there by Persia, but now the strike gets ready to come through here on that C site. Up and over the top, the showstopper able to find Margaret. Hyunmin, the opening kill, the site broken open. France is now just dancing around this door. Flashback won't quite be able to nail it down. Is very wary about a flank from behind. Wisely read as Persia is on his way. Those footsteps may be canceled just in time to not be heard. Flashback, does he get timing? Here behind the box, he's not paying attention to this angle. Hyunmin in the meantime, pushing forward, able to find Ivy, sends out a paint shield to further stay them off, and Persia does manage to find that kill, so weapon's gonna be grabbed for him. Danby sliding forward, able to find one. Hyunmin taken down, but Bane sat now at water. Ends up one, and it all comes down to Persia. Pushes up out of the smoke, will be able to find one. A parting gift kill there, but freeing will be the final nail in the coffin. 5-2. DRX not allowing for any half-buy shenaniganry to come through.
Yeah, I mean, I like the awareness here from Flashback and DRX, even though it doesn't pay off just because of a timing issue. But this is something that really plagued Zeta during the opening match against Nongshim. It's not accounting for those quick flanks, those quick lurks. I mean, part of the thing that Nongshim is doing here, they're going to be potentially putting pressure on you with the Neon somewhere, and that's going to cause what they hope a reaction from the other squad, where they're going to overcommit forces to make sure that they're dealing with that, and that allows somebody, especially on these 3-site maps, to go push it.
It's worth mentioning that Danby did pop his ultimate there on that slide forward, where he got gunned down. Just the instant cancel, basically. Nothing much found there, but Mako spraying across, catches a headshot. Persia gets taken down. Mako saying, I know you're the new hotness here in Korea as far as controllers are concerned, but I'm the OG. Push up though, Danby finding a nice timing. Will eventually get caught. It's a quick trade back from Hyunmin. Just gets in ahead of that relay bolt.
He's been doing a great job on those duelist duels, breaking space open and going in.
Oh, and Hyunmin spotting him out. Can't quite set the game though, so Ivy does manage to stay alive. France at the same time fighting his way out of connector. As freeing on the corner, it's not ready for it. It's watching over towards sight. It's falling to the wayside. The Armageddon was committed here in this round as well. So it all comes down to Mako, and this time he will not be able to get it done. In a round that was looking like it was very much going to go the way of DRX, Nongshim managed to get a grip, close it out. So now 2 rounds separating once more.
Nongshim highlighting their individual firepower in that round. DRX not really able to get some of those combos that we're used to seeing from them sort of come into play. Just a phenomenal shot there. But Ivy so ready for that push from Hyunmin, just outside of the paint shell's range. Francis, a great reaction onto freeing, wins the duel against Flashback. So again, that comes down to a lot of individual moments, not something that DRX is going to want to allow themselves to have continue to happen, because Nongshim very happy to take those duels in this case. Another seemingly decently pacey C hit. I mean, DRX has been pushing the tempo somewhat. Again, that stealth drone just to clear water. It's going to be dodged by Ivy, I think. I'm pretty sure that...
Yeah, I think he was within the smoke.
Pretty sure, yeah, DRX didn't see that.
I don't think they know that this is quite as reinforced as it is. 3 positions as well coming through. Margaret up over the top of the cage, eventually is able to find the shot there. Flashback gets taken down. Free peaks, finds free. Hyunmin Mako fighting back. Hyunmin fighting a second. For a little bit more, but can't make it happen. Bane at the same time, though, still alive. 97 HP, 16 armor. The plant now coming through. Persia. That CT side.
Just needs to dodge his paranoia. Has a C's left to try to delay this plant.
It's out towards mound, spots, nothing. Persia, the slow creep forward, the crouch there. Head, oh, Pixel. out of place spotted, it would seem. Just dancing around the boxes, and Bane, welcome back, closes it out. 6-3 DRX. Not allowing for Nongshim to string together any round wins.
Yeah, you can see this time Nongshim reads that it's likely going to be a C hit and is pretty well prepared for it and comes out of it. Essentially even Stevens. Good pickup there, good change up where the util is going to be for the Cypher. Get a spot, make it an easy up and over, an easy double for Margaret. But then DRX so good to trade here, just storming through onto the site. Great confidence, great follow through on the play calls being made by whoever it may be. But Hyunmin just having a really solid start here as this new duelist for DRX. One away from another showstopper. Again, has been doing a great job keeping Dambi in check. He's been asked at a lot of times to be that point man to shut down that aggression that Nongshim loves. Let's see, we're gonna try to make another B hit go through here.
It's in right over top of the wire as well. The Prowler scouts it out as the rest of the players go pushing forward. Looking to try to set the nade here as the Bucky comes through, but Hyunmin with covering fire is able to find Dambi, shutting him down before real damage can be dealt. Margaret pushing up. Just managed to find one, but he's quickly traded out by Bane. And now, the two-player advantage. DRX looking like they are keeping their foot here on the accelerator.
Yeah, this is phenomenal for DRX. They're once again going to be able to fan out. 4 corners of B covered. Persia, Francis, I mean, we know they can be clutch as heck, but given this setup, given the spots, given the info that DRX has, this is very, very difficult.
The slow creep up. Persia pulling back for just a moment. Hyunmin, however, absolutely ready on the angle and is snappy to readjust for the third and final kill. 7-3, DRX looking dominant as ever here on Lotus.
DRX is doing a great job in doing something fairly simple, and that's being a little bit hard to predict exactly what site they're going to be going at, what speed they're going to be going at, because they've been upping the tempo a lot. They've been going for these open sites. If they don't meet any resistance at the front of the B, they're just going to accelerate, and that's, you know, a free site for them, a free plant. They're going to fan out. Yeah, it's against a weaker buy, but it's got to feel really nice right now for DRX, and you're able to hang on to a couple big ults. That Showstopper and the Viper's Pit going to be available. Tons of counter utility, though. Can use that Nightfall. Great to try to clear a Viper's Pit. Viper's Pit of their own as well for Ivy. Plus the Neural Theft for Margaret. So you do have ways to deal with your opponent's ultimates. It's just Hyunmin, can he find value with this Showstopper? Looks like they're not going to give him the opportunity.
Yeah, bounces his way forward. Everybody here from Nongshim just quickly backpedaling. Sends it out. Nothing going to be spotted there. Pit going to be used now. Invested here from Flashback. As the Nightfall will be used to try to go ahead and push forward into this one. And Bane's going to be caught in a smoke, so a solid opening kill, but Hyunmin up on top of the box, takes out 2! How does he get away with it? Persia, Francis, both on the floor, swings into the corner, looks for a little bit more there. Dambi, with that Judge in hand, is able to strike him down. A 3v3, the Judge still just absolutely tearing them to pieces, and Dambi now has an electric round as Nongshim managed to counter, push their way back into the C site and get up to 4.
Yeah, it's just a phenomenal read, phenomenal game plan from Nongshim and Francis, understanding their win conditions of their opponents so well, understanding exactly how and where those ults are going to be utilized and how they can counter it. The Nightfall there is going to get Bane. Yes, a great positioning here from Hyunmin and a couple great shots as well, but this Judge also so valuable in a Viper's Pit, something that could turn the tides against that big ultimate. Dambi puts it to perfect use.
I mean, you would have thought that they were in the enemy pit and getting, you know, decayed down, so the Judge just kills them instantly.
Yeah, right?
So much value from that one, but Nongshim now in a decent position to try to close out the 7-5 half. Things pretty neck and neck. 4 ultimates available here for them. The Pit already invested on that C site. If they can find a kill, Neural Theft will come through from Margaret.
Yeah, you know, with the Judge, it doesn't really matter if you have 1 HP or 100. It's still going to kill pretty quick, so I like the choice. Mako, got the spot. Couldn't connect on a Francis.
Francis is looking like he still wants a challenge for this one, though. He's swinging out wide.
Oh.
And, Brandis goes for the peek there, sends out the C's. Mako just TPs into the corner, but Francis absolutely takes the brunt of that one, down to 41.
He was playing with fire. I mean, he knew the whole time there might be another player there. Still try to test it. Might break the door. I mean, right around the corner. A couple players there.
Quick TP check in from Mako, and Francis trying to close the door on him. Somehow gets the shot there on the flashback. Now the Neural Theft invested. It's just Bane Mako left standing. Tries to drag it across, tries to find him, but Persia, he's just strafing to the right, crouching, strafing to the right. Comes up with the goods. Now Bane is all on his lonesome. Lightning Fingers here in play, finds the first one, does well. in the chaos to find the elimination there onto Ivy, but in the end, Nongshim will be able to close out the last 2 rounds of the half, making for a 7-5 scoreline.
Yeah, so they were finally able to kind of get a pretty good read on the timings of when they could shut things down. One round was just a really good counterplay to their opponent's ults.
Show me this again, because I didn't even... Yeah, he thought he killed Freeing.
Yeah,
I killed the guy behind Freeing that he didn't even know was there.
I thought he got Freeing for a second there too. That was a bit on the lucky side, we'll say. But you know what? Better lucky than good, I always say. Actually, that's not true at all. There's no truth to that statement. Man, that was fast.
Yeah, very much so. But a solid recovery here from Nongshim at the end.
Yeah.
Considering how things were going for the majority of that half, it was looking like DRX were going to be able to string together, 9-3, 10-2, something to that effect. But being able to get up to 5, as they themselves now get ready to go on the attack, where Dambi can, do the most of his Dambiing. There's still absolutely an opportunity here for them, especially if they can pick up that other pistol round win.
Yeah, you would expect that this is going to be prime Dambi time. And, again, this is the side of the map where generally teams are going to do a bit more damage. So, I think you're perfectly happy with 5 as Nongshim there on your defender's side. You should be feeling very confident coming into this half of the map. Big questions on DRX. How are you going to slow this down? Are you just going to try to maybe just play for retake more since you've got the Taeho, right? Like, you've got a lot more ability to sort of just backpedal, maybe, see if you can get an opening pick on their executes if you're in an off-angle position, and then just have a fallback position where you can wait for the reinforcements, wait for that initiator utility to come back you up to try to make the retakes happen, because the executes looked really good for DRX when they met resistance against Nongshim. So that's going to be something that I think they should be considering leaning into here in the second half.
Similarly to the conversation around Dambi moving to attack, this is maybe a half where we could see a bit more impact and agency from Flashback, who so far has been fairly absent. Util's been put in, but 1-9 on the scoreline at the moment. See how he fares. Currently is still anchoring over towards C, but Mako getting revealed out here, holding his ground. Sweary swinging and knows that they're going to be decayed. Cleans up 2. Francis Dambi both going to be struck down. Ivy fighting back, able to find 1. Catches a glimpse there onto Bane, but cannot find him. That smoke ends up getting bloomed. Mako just going to hightail it out.
Oh my god, I think Margaret slipped the defenses. Is anybody going to be able to read this? I don't think they have any clue. I don't think they have.
A very difficult one to try to get any kind of sense of here.
And this is going to be one of the big problems without a traditional Sentinel here for DRX. You don't have a Cypher or Killjoy of your own, so there's going to be open gaps in the space that you're going to have to be very diligent about making sure are thought about or taken care of. And I think that DRX is in big trouble.
Does this get red at all? Ivy is dangerously low. Mako plays it absolutely perfectly!
Down A.
The 4K, Margaret, yeah, he'll be able to kill him off. He'll deny the ace, but Mako has absolutely carried them through this round.
I have retrieved the spike.
How does he keep doing it? He's just unbelievable.
Planted.
Now it's all on Margaret. The cam cleared out, knows that they're already here within the site, needs to try to find every single headshot, and he can't find one. Mako, doing only as Mako can, hits DRX the pistol here in the second half and moves them up now 8-5.
I mean, you have to love it. Back to Pacific and back to Mako being a brilliant controller, just outsmarting his opponents. This is a great setup there with the C's. He used the paranoia early to set that up, waited for Dambi to try to accelerate, and that's when they let loose. That's when Bane lets loose with the C's. Mako's able to follow it up perfectly, hides in there, and I thought that Margaret flank was going to be devastating. Didn't even matter because Mako was there.
When you do everything right as the lurker, the rest of your team dies around you.
The story of the Sentinel's life.
Swing out here, slide forward. Dambi putting that bucket to use. Ends up getting gunned down here, though. Ivy doing well to trade it back. Weapons can be picked up as there's a Bulldog there out in front. For now, a 3v3. Guardian, Bulldog, Sheriff in hand.
Well, this is very concerning for DRX. Tried to challenge the early executes for Nongshim. That's something I don't think you want to be doing too often. You got to let them try to make them burn some of those abilities early, the relay bolt, some of the fade util, to try to make it so they have to rely on just the speed alone of Dambi to get into sites, to get plants down. And even though you have way better guns, I mean, again, we've seen this so many times that Dambi's going to grab a shotgun. It doesn't matter what gun you have in your hand. If he gets close enough, it can very easily win those fights. Something that has to be in the back of your mind.
Well, A site opened up. Nongshim feeling comfortable enough to start pushing forward. Plant will come through. Rotation still a ways away here from DRX, so Wiley just wait, play this patiently. Get fully clustered up.
Yeah, you got a little bit of util. Prowler sees. Got one of the tail mollies and the concuss, so could potentially make your way through, but man, Nongshim is playing so far back on this. They've got that camera as well. Give them some info if anybody were to come through stairs. Doesn't catch anybody.
Yeah, just a hair off on those. Bounces in the nade as well. That's dodged out by Ivy. Now the swing in. They all line up. And it is going to be another 4K for the umpteenth time here on this map. Nongshim winning out here in that eco.
Yeah, that's devastating. Just felt like maybe they were going to be able to catch players at Nongshim with that Taeho util. Doesn't get a single person. And again, you know, you got to be real careful with how and when you challenge Nongshim. They're so good at playing off the back of Dambi. They have so much experience at following up, no matter what the situation is. Those shotguns, once again, going to be in their hands. Dambi,
there's the judge.
Yep, grabbing a judge. Let's see what they want to do. This time they're actually just kind of fanning out a bit, looking for picks, leaving the spike all the way into spawn. I don't know if they're like worried about some kind of tricky Mako TP or something there initially.
Seems like they're concerned about some kind of aggression coming through, maybe.
Sure, for sure. He was tucked all the way in the back corner.
I'm out of here.
Was Francis. Just flashback to Shorty. See if he can outduel the shotgun.
Heavy reinforcement here. Shorty online, and oh, well, there goes the first pump. Tries to get the snake bite down, but just can't make it happen. Dambi just a little bit faster. Swings onto the corner. One shot, one kill. Freeing taken down. Dambi looking for more. Just barely is denied getting it. Gets shut down. Mako will go ahead and scoop up that judge, but now the A site has been completely opened up, and you have Persia perched forward here in the B site, just tucked in alongside the boxes.
Yeah, another thing that Persia loves to do. Saw it against Zeta.
They seemingly read this decently well. Can they read this one, though? Ivy pushed out of upper, the approach coming through from stairs. And okay, Mako will be able to find one. Francis now making his position known as Francis trying to just ignore Hyunmin, saying, okay, I'll give my life to be able to go ahead and get this extra kill. Doesn't manage to make it happen. Now Hyunmin in a position to do some additional damage. 6 shots remaining. One there. Right to the stomach will put Hyunmin down, but that is such significant damage out here from DRX.
Now DRX does at times have a really good read on some of the things that Nongshim wants to do. Checking those corners nicely, able to fire back, you know, at range. Very, very well with weaker weaponry. This is the normal Dambi stuff. Try to slow him down, try to use that fade utility. Doesn't matter. A bit of an up and over there. I get the play there to just ignore the raise and try to go for the kill.
Yeah.
Rely on, you know, getting that numbers advantage that you're going to have behind you anyway, even if you get traded. But didn't quite pan out. Still, Nongshim gets the round. Again, another judge for Dambi here on this attacker side. Just Bane left alone with the fade to watch B. And again, I think you really got to think about trying to just play for, you know, maybe you get a quick pick, then just back out, play for retakes. It's going to be so tricky to try to contest this team at the point of attack. Other than what we saw in the pistol round with Mako, but this time around right now doesn't have the fade for the backup at Rebel. So might have to cede some of this control over.
Mako here on his lonesome effectively. Spots up Francis. Here's the rush coming through. He's going to actually TP up on top, and they do not read this at all. Drags across, finds the shot, but eventually, no! Gets bailed out for a period of time. Hyunmin coming up with 3! Absolutely massacres them! Mako falls, but suddenly it's just Margaret left on the opposite side. Mako playing that gorgeously, and Hyunmin coming to the rescue.
30 seconds left.
Jump peek should have been spotted there. I believe Bane head should have been noted. Margaret though, swinging forward. Knows exactly where they are, but is struggling to try to isolate, and he cannot. Hyunmin with the 4K.
But that was all set up by Mako.
Yes.
That is, he is just outthinking his opponents. I mean, this is that veteran presence that he brings to you. To have the wherewithal to TP up on top of Rubble there, unbelievable. And he's got that plan probably from the get-go there. He's like, oh, I'm going to throw the paranoia, and then while they're blind, I'm going to jump up top. They're going to have no idea. Hyunmin, come over. These kills are for you. It's selfless, unbelievable play. It's like duelist-esque plays on the Omen there. Just, he is such a stalwart, tremendous player. There's lack of superlatives that I can think of because he's so good. He's literally single-handedly won 3-4 rounds for DRX in this game.
To that effect, MB, Kate down low, still pushing forward, dodging out nades.
Face your fear.
As there's going to be the Nightfall crashing across from short. Margaret able to find one free and going to be taken down. Gunman need to push forward, trying to maintain control here at upper, but Ivy's going to be able to find that kill, gets another one across onto Bane. The reveal now coming out as Flashback arrives, cleans up 2 kills right before the pop of the Nero. It's reping, but Mako now getting swung on. Persia approaching. Slowly and steadily here from behind. Notes him, but Mako not before he's able to find that kill. Gives Flashback maybe an opportunity. But the paranoia will hold him at bay.
Toxin screen down.
Flashback slowly making his way forward, poking and prodding. Checks out over towards Spike. Nothing going to be noted there. Rotation now from Persia. Making his way across through that A connector door.
He has no idea. This is impossible to read.
Doesn't have a bite. Tap the hold. Can get it up to half here. Does he just hold it the whole way through? Persia's going to start sweeping forward, but it was so damn close. Flashback nearly just chucks egg on their face, but they will be able to get away from that. 8-9, 1 round separating. This continues to be a hell of a brawl.
Yeah, and it's, again, another round where it's so difficult to deal with Nongshim. Just some really nice shots on the entry here. Good understanding of space by Ivy, where his opponents are likely to be set up, and then it's these Persia lurks. It's going to be all over the map. Again, especially without a Sentinel, they're going to be trying to push towards your spawn, push angles. It's going to be a timeout for DRX. A lot of back and forth here. Nongshim took one very early on when DRX started stringing rounds together. What does Termi want to have to say? I guess part of your methodology here for DRX is seemingly to try to contest some of these plants because you don't have a Sentinel, because you're kind of forced into these positions where you can't rely on the info game in the traditional sense. You kind of have to use your bodies a little bit more. Yes, you have the Teho abilities. Yes, you have some of the Fade abilities. But you're not going to have the ability to kind of keep track of some of those flanks, and so maybe just trying to square up with them at times. And look, when you've got players like Mako who can just bamboozle the heck out of your opponents, that does work. Kind of curious, after this timeout, should have been enough money, I believe, for DRX. Come through with most of a buy.
You got a showstopper on Hyunmin, so he'll go for a stinger for now, but it's going to be half armors aside from Flashback, who does opt to go for the regen.
He's got that showstopper. Let's see if they're a little bit more patient with it. It's just going to be Flashback on his own at sea. I mean, I think this is something Nongshim was talking about.
His hair there.
Yeah. But I think this is something Nongshim was talking about during the timeout. Flashback's going to challenge this.
Looks like he's going to try to do that. Goes for the ADS, but an 8 HP surviving. Freeing, snapping upon the headshot, even though it wasn't necessary, but Margaret will put him down, so it's still going to be a trade up, and now the pit invested here from Nongshim on the C site. TP from Mako. Went in over towards back site. Showstopper, decent tool to try to flush people out of a pit, but at least want one more kill, perhaps, before you go ahead and hit the go button on this.
The angle he's coming at could be difficult. If he's going to even pop the ultimate, gonna grab a gun first.
Has the blast packs for it, but except the weapon, the call to save might just be made here. He ends up getting ping revealed here from the Haunt. And yeah, it looks like the call to just drift away, hold on to the weaponry will be made. Not something that DRX is going to be wanting to see here, especially the coaching staff off the back of the timeout. But that's going to bring us to parity now, 9-9.
Yeah, I think Flashback there tries to use some of that utility against Nongshim. Tries to use the smokes and the chaos to see if he can find a few freebies. But not going to be the case. Nongshim's Danbi just playing with a sensitivity through the roof with a judge in hand. He's just going to be scanning every angle as he's zooming around.
I mean,
here he's just checking everything. Sees one, says, I missed flashback. Where'd he go?
His play, you know, it's unique. It's not something that we're used to seeing. It's a little kitschy, but it's smooth.
Danbi?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you going for here? Did you have an analogy lined up for that?
No, it's just amazing how he looks and just how everything just connects so well.
I know. He is. It's like watching an ice skater, like a figure skater. He's just so graceful in his own way.
Or just like he's like freestyling.
Yeah.
On the street.
Yeah. That's a good. Yeah.
Okay. Well, looks like slide forward. Mako will be able to shut him down.
Good paranoia.
Spots at the gun barrel there for a brief little moment.
Poison's off.
Well.
Oh, there we go. Childish Dambino. We can call him that.
Ooh. Nice.
Very.
I approve. That's a good one.
Lock it in.
I'm a big Donald Glover fan as well. So.
Okay, well, a couple shots to the rear there.
Ow.
Margaret getting gumped.
I wonder how many people actually get that reference.
He got shot in the buttocks.
Gonna go show it to the president.
Flashback.
Oh, this is so scary for him.
Everybody lined up, the cam coming through, and he's snapping with the first to the third! Looking for the fourth, and he nearly gets it! Unreal.
That's your dream as a Viper.
30 seconds left.
You just walk through your orb. You're able to just mow him down. The Guardian as well. Gonna drop it over to Freeing, but absolutely crazy stuff. Spike down, round over. Margaret, nothing left to do but save this gun. See if there's anybody who's gonna come moving your way, but I kind of doubt it. That gives flashback the Viper's Pit as well.
Ain't no way in hell. PRX. A flawless shutdown to reestablish the lead. Flashback clearly not happy with this, you know, moderate lack of involvement in some of the previous rounds, as well as having Nongshim get tied up against them. Fantastic shutdown from Mako to start it all off.
Yeah, it'd be hard to imagine that Flashback isn't going to come alive at some point during this match. He was too darn good last year in his rookie season. Just a cracked aimer. It's only a matter of time before he starts showing up. Do have that showstopper still. Again, the Viper's Pit available, so let's see if DRX just wants to pop the Viper's Pit off the rip. Mako sitting there with Flashback, so both of your controllers on the other side of the map. So if there's any kind of A pressure here, it would be pretty tricky to navigate for DRX potentially. You're just leaving Hyunbin on his own. Try to lock down Rebel. However, Nongshim going to be stalled up by the stealth drone towards B. See if they want to pull the trigger on that, if they're going to try a different angle. They do get a little bit of confirmation from the Raze. The Prowler there kind of show a little bit of extra force towards Rebel to keep that position locked down. So DRX has great map control, great understanding of what's going on here. Just so much pressure on Hyunmin if anything goes his direction. But it looks like this is a setup for B. Oh, timing on that.
Yeah, sees, and that's going to be the tap on the door. I mean, Flashback, he does have that pit available. Does he invest it? For now, it's just going to be the Bite that tries to go ahead and stave them off. The Haunt reveal coming through. Bite had his feet, and it looks like maybe a quick peek back in from Dampi. They'll ultimately see sight where they want to go. Paranoia going to be popped, sent through, slide into the back, and Flashback annihilated as Ivy gets taken down. Mako eating some damage, trying to TP away. Ends up falling with 3 and comes up with 2. Persia, Dampi, both going to be eliminated now into the 3v3. Now the 3v2. Probably getting called in across the top. 3 repeats, and he gets them both! Ivy and Margaret both knocked down, and Freeing has been freed up to frag.
Fantastic from Freeing. Absolutely fantastic. This looked like it was going to be pretty solid for a Nongshim. This is a good start. This is just, you know, Dambi just sliding through. Lightning Fingers available. Goodness gracious. That is filthy. Whew. Oh,
unreal. Yeah, put your hands up. Go for it. Unreal. Wow, final timeout call here from Nongshim. Still in with a shout, but these last 2 rounds from DRX have been just brutal.
Freeing just swimming swimming right now. Just unbelievable. I love this. I mean, DRX is very confident to take these fights, and in this case, it's kind of mid-execute. They've got the information the whole round. Like, this all starts with the way they're controlling space in the beginning of that, and they're able to kind of keep track of what's going on, and they're using their util to constantly thwart the initial ideas, right? The B hit, thwarted. You throw down the snake bite, thwarted at C. You're forcing them to kind of rethink, and that's allowing you to shift all your other forces back towards C, get those players into positionings where they can contest that execute. Yeah, there might be some rounds where Donby just does Donby things and runs you over, but in this case, Freeing wasn't having any of it. Shut it all right down. So it's going to be a weaker buy for Nongshim, but they're very dangerous regardless.
For sure.
That shotgun in Donby's hands is always concerning.
2 rounds to go to try to tie it up here for Nongshim. 2 rounds to go for DRX to close this out. And map losses are not something that Nongshim / Simprissa have been very familiar with across the last year of play. Something that DRX in their own right likely unhappy about, as I'm catching a glimpse, but as he read that Donby actually didn't make his exit. No, that Prowler, I believe, ends up skirting right past him. Will start sliding out as TP in from behind. Flashback noting that and clearing it. Denies the join in, but cannot deny the plan.
This is a great call from Nongshim, dialing up a fake from Donby. Sold. Oh, and a great push out from Francis with the Sheriff.
So they agreed for a weapon, though. Launch over the top will get cleared, and now they know they can't safely try to pick that up. Paranoia sent out here from Mako over at Waterfall. Tuck into the corner. Margaret eating some spam as Francis is going to try to take the fight to them. Pushing forward. Hyunmin now arriving on the site, but Francis is able to find one. Freeing going to be taken down. Mako answering that back. Margaret here pushing right alongside the outskirt here of the wall. Eventually falls, but is able to find one. 2v2 with Hyunmin down to 30. Time not on their side. Ivy missing the timing. The swing around the back. The Bucky comes through, and simultaneously, Donby and Ivy will find the final blows, and Nongshim will once again bring this deficit down to 1.
A great play call here from Francis. Send Donby over towards A. Just the whole goal there is to buy time. Just be annoying. You don't necessarily need to get kills. Just don't die. Buy us enough time to take C for free. Let us set up for these post plants. And then we can swing out, catch DRX off guard. Francis with that big opener. Ivy and Donby all over that C site. Just left DRX guessing the whole time. And look, that's a lot of teams when you're going up against this Nongshim squad. It's hard to keep track of them once they get their heads on straight.
Might just be a hard push up in here to the B side. Here they bolt out across the
corner.
He's passed. Slide through, yeah. Does end up missing Freeing. But now he's going to double back. Now he's reading this. But Freeing did a little bit better. Specs him there on that corner. Does shut him down. And Nongshim unable to scale forward into the site means they don't gain much for that sacrifice there from Donby. Nightfall now is looking to save them off. Ivy pushes forward. Does manage to get a very nice hit there onto Mako. But it's immediately traded back.
Slip past.
Yep. And now the plan coming through here onto C site. DRX still just got to stay clustered. This gives an opportunity for Nongshim to get themselves into it as good of a post-plant setup as they can find.
A little bit of util to work with for the side of DRX. You have the Haunt, you have a Snake Bite, you have the Guided Salvo. So could at least clear the site proper, but Nongshim seemingly okay with that. We're going to set up for the long-range corner plant.
2-2 split here, Waterfalling back. Launch over the top, spotting nothing. Just a quick little hop up from Hyunmin. Gets the tap. Nightfall now going to be sent through, and that's going to connect onto everybody. The pin once again going to be play. Decays across the board. Splashback. Reveal. Drops down. Stays safe. Flashback out. Hyunmin trying to take some space, but it's just a shooting gallery. There's the reveals. There's the kills. And there's us tied up 11-11. Make a wish.
Yeah, DRX knows they have to try to push out. They know if they're going to get that defuse secured, their higher percentage option is to make a go of an execute towards the mound. And it just gets shut right down. Phenomenal shooting from Nongshim. It's a great lurk from Ivy. Mako had no idea anybody could get through there. And we're seeing that cause DRX problems from time to time. Even though they're able to keep Donby in check, pretty loud when he goes scooting by towards gravel. But that allows Ivy, again, to get through. This is kind of something that's got to be concerning for DRX. Something you have to talk about is what do you do now that Nongshim is starting to dig deeper into the playbook. They're starting to show you that what Donby is doing isn't necessarily what the rest of Nongshim is doing.
Well, now Nothing left on the table. All timeouts expended. See who is going to be able to take that first step towards map point. And whether or not this just ends up going to overtime.
Sure feels like it.
Even the back and forth, yeah, it feels like damn near an inevitability. We shall see. Coaches muted the players, left to their own devices from now on. Let's see what unfurls as we jump into round number 23. Judge, of course, still here in the hands of the challenge Bambino.
Haha.
We're gonna make that stick.
I like that one. I'm on board.
Wants out. Cleared. Mako just going for a little bit of spray there over to the top of Mount. No real damage going to be found down the back up. Maybe slightly for Hyunmin. Oh, goes for the jump peek, and Margaret is able to collect that one. Solid trade back. One for one of the ends. The cam gets cleared out. Knows that there's going to be somebody over towards that baby door. Bane now just drifting back over towards the site itself. Seems like Nongshim faking back for a moment, at least passing the spike over to Persia's hands. May look to try to explore this side of the map a little bit more thoroughly.
They're setting up for another fake. The pings are coming down that they're going to let loose with some util to clear Mako out of waterfall. And then try to just see what they can do. Then you have the backup option over towards A.
Might try to delay, but Dambi gets forward. Judge hit, not connecting, immediately slides back away from his own relay. Bolt tries to go up and over the top, and Mako catches enough of a glimpse, finds the headshot, and now it's going to be a man advantage here for the side of the RX.
This is good awareness from Bane. Kept himself hidden. Nongshim actually going to make a double move here. They're going to try to completely fake out DRX. It's been a fake and then a go towards another site. So DRX biting a little bit. Mako already over towards spawn. Has to be so well aware that Margaret could be deep here.
Very wise to it, and he's going to find the timing. The rewards reaped here. Mako coming up huge. Paranoia cross, flashback, just dancing around, but the spike is now dropped here on the floor, and there's just no shot, no time. Francis not going to be given the opportunity. Fring swings the corner, cuts him down the size, and DRX will be able to get up to map point.
Yeah, a great timeout here by Termi to talk his team how they can deal with some of these fakes, with some of the counter ideas that Nongshim is trying to do. So step one, keep your feet planted. Wait until you know where that spike is. Wait until you know where the execute truly is. Give Donby a little bit of room to run around. That's fine. He's a free-range chicken. Let him go. You can collect him later. Okay? And then Mako, great awareness there. Make sure you're finding that lurk, because you know that somebody, Ivy or Margaret's going to be out there. This looks pacey, but DRX isn't contesting it initially.
Salvo out, looking for a seized nade. Not be able to get away from it.
It's going to stall him up for a moment, but maybe Nongshim just going to pull the trigger on a fast execute towards A. You've got four here.
They're storming their way up in towards 3 right now. 3 players through this. Hyunmin, however, able to find one. The bite from beyond the grave will be able to take him down, but Mako now getting involved. Catches Margaret on that lurk once again. Bane finding Dambi, Persia, and France is the last one standing.
Spike
So
planted.
tough. You do have Mako's TP potentially. Create a little confusion.
2v3 to try to take this into overtime. Mako just on the opposite side to swing out and flashback, plants his feet, finds the kills. Salvo sent, but now it all falls down to Francis. He finds the first, catches a glimpse there onto Mako. Should know the approach, but gets concussed. No one pressing him though, they're taking their time. Could yet fight them, but never mind. Freeing will be able to get it done. Final shot comes through, that spike will get defused, and DRX 13-11 will take out Nongshim here on Lotus.
And that is Nongshim's map pick. One of the maps they have been so comfortable on throughout their history as a team. And DRX with a new squad, with a new look. A few players from last year stay the same. Hyunmin, Freeing come in and have tremendous impact. Obviously, Mako is Mako. Had some just jaw-dropping plays during that map, but some great showings from some of the new players that have made it to this DRX squad.
A fantastic roaring start here for DRX. Trying to keep the new young blood here in check, it would seem. As they come in hot off that opening victory. But Nongshim now maybe catching one in the face. Maybe going to be reeling from that right hook. We'll see. how they bounce back, however, because if nothing else, what we have seen a hell of a lot in these first 3 days of Pacific, it's a lot of trading back and forth on each other's map picks, so.
Oh, that's been very much the case, yes. And Pearl is a map that, frankly, PRX struggled with during the offseason, so pretty curious to see what they have cooked up, why they're leaning into this. Maybe you're going to see some more Tejo, because really, freeing, it may not have shown a lot of impact on what you could see in terms of like visually, but on the map, it was clearing a lot of space and being fairly effective, especially that stealth drone. Super useful for them on this map in terms of getting info, clearing a little bit of space on their attacker side.
Yeah, for sure. But for Freeing, I mean, what a performance from him. Off-season certainly had some moments, but this was way more explosive than we could have anticipated, just based on what we had been observing. But Hyunmin as well, looking right as rain on that raise.
Dude,
Fortunate performance with him in conjunction with Mako. Really setting the pace in that first half.
Crispy, man. Unbelievable.
Alrighty, well, hell of a way to start things off, but I believe we're going to pass things over to the analyst desk here in a moment as they guide us through all this action from Lotus and we get prepped for Pearl.
Definitely is. I feel like there was enough plays, executions, everything in that first map to keep us satisfied for like the rest of the day. There's just so much going on.
Yeah, everyone was anticipating this game and looking at what these rosters are going to be performing here in the Pacific upper bracket, and we definitely got a game that delivered, particularly as was mentioned on the desk, some of the new pickups for DRX really impressing. Hyunmin was fantastic on the raise, and then Freeing even picking up a Tejo and finding a lot of different kinds of impact with it, as well as some of his patented impact rounds with just the gun in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Freeing was incredibly fun to watch in this game. I felt like his util had a lot of impact, and his rifle also had a lot of impact.
So sharp, man. The multi-frags are unreal. Mako was right there with him. I think the only player who really struggled on DRX was Flashback, and partially just because he has to play that pseudo-sentinel role, and Nongshim are that team that are incredibly hard to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw them come to Flashback time and time again, really trying to bully him, but I think the rest of DRX really rallied around him and were able to help him when they needed to pull off the win.
Yeah, it took a little bit of rounds, right? There were a lot of rounds early on where, you had Flashback and he's like, guys, help, oh my god! And Dambi suddenly in there and the rest of Nongshim as well. But towards the end, as we saw, they were able to rally back, and you really do have to hand it to Hyunmin.
Yeah.
We were talking a lot about Mako and Freeing at the start, and it's like Hyunmin coming out swinging.
There you go, Hyunmin, welcome to Pacific. What a hell of a first map you've just had. 300 ACS on the raise, especially going up against a team like Nongshim, which, if you're going aggressive on the duelist, you can find yourself a little out of position, getting comboed by the utility. Dambi has definitely run circles around a lot of the duelists of that tier 2 level over in Ascension, but Hyunmin stepping onto the tier 1 stage here did not look like he skipped a beat at all.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't seem nervous at all, settled straight in. No gremlins to shake off for this guy. It was just straight to the point, round after round after round. An incredibly consistent game from him, incredibly sharp game, and I'm excited to see more of him in Map 2.
And you mentioned it earlier, Big Time, right? This is a testament to the coaching staff of DRX on how well they're able to integrate Hyunmin in here, as if like nothing changed. We've been playing with Hyunmin since the very beginning, It's not at this point, it's not news because of how well he's able to perform, how well he's able to set up just with the rest of his team.
Yeah, DRX are an incredibly young team across the board. I think Mako is the oldest on that team, and he's still really quite young, especially by the rest of the league standards. So the experience that comes from that coaching staff is how they prepare these players and get them used to the stage and the lights and get them settled in to be able to perform like that. Because being able to play Valorant to that level is one thing, to be able to do it when it really matters is another. So it's a great sign that he was able to show up Map 1 his very first day.
I just want to point out as well, neither of you picked Hyunmin.
Yeah.
I believe the Korean
broadcast, though.
Hyunmin,
Korean broadcast, peek on over there, they did pick Hyunmin.
They know ball, you gotta respect it.
Absolutely. But, you mentioned as well earlier, Big Time, about how, the Tejo was very, very interesting to watch. You were talking a lot about how much impact Freeing had on this one because of this agent.
Yeah, absolutely. Tejo was great to watch in this game. It's really nice to be able to see how teams are interpreting this Tejo. There was a couple of key moments that we want to show. So this is the first one. Look at how this stealth drone is able to just go and bully this Cypher.
Yeah.
Ready? Pops, traps are down. He's exposed and insta-killed. It's very, very hard for Margaret to be playing this Sentinel into the Tejo.
And for DRX, I mean, this is almost just running the same kind of strats that you would run on a Sky comp, right? It's just a stealth drone instead of a dog.
Absolutely, and now this is something I mentioned before the game, but the power of Teo to be able to establish this A main fight. So they win it at the start of the round, Nongshim have to come and try and take it back, and DRX are in stable enough positions to be able to hold the ground, and Nongshim Hyunmin shoots everybody in the face, which helps a lot. But that's that macro control that Teo is able to give you, and we saw how DRX really understood that and brought that to this map.
Yeah, you can bully that map control, you force Nongshim to have to, you know, wrap through front B, go and take C mount, and then when they try to re-clear A, with the space that, you know, DRX has taken earlier on, it's just an absolute nightmare for them.
So how many of these setups do you think Americas and EMEA are going to start poaching from us, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think...
TN as well, maybe?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of Teo and Lotus. I think it looks very natural for the map, and I feel like there's even more we can do with it than what this map showed. So I'm excited to see how this develops with the rest of Kickoff.
And, you know, leave it to DRX to be able to, you know, kind of be the pioneers of this, right? They've always been those meta setters. And again, testament to the coaching staff behind DRX. Now, though, we are heading into Pearl, and there are more questions on this map here, Plisky.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, DRX have picked a map that was not particularly successful in the off-season for them. I mean, they beat Billy on Pearl, if I remember correctly, but I don't think they had too good of a chance against some of the other teams that are in Pacific. So picking a map that has not been particularly successful in the off-season for you into Nongshim, who you probably don't have much data on. Maybe they've scrimmed them and they do have kind of an idea of what the comp might be from Nongshim. You definitely would expect to see a Neon in there. Usually that's paired with a Yoru. I don't actually think Nongshim has the personnel to be playing a Yoru. We've seen them try to pull out the Yoru in Ascension in the past on Margaret, and it really didn't work out for them in terms of Margaret's performance. They won the map, but that was against a team, I think it was Riddle maybe, that they were able to pull that out. I don't think you're going to be able to play those kind of games in Pacific where you're picking an agent that someone's not particularly comfortable on. They just have too many passive players for me to be running that double duelist, but I'd expect more kind of controllers and Sentis with the Neon being the ultimate space taker like Danby always does.
Margaret not on Cypher?
I mean,
what are you talking about?
It was a shocking moment when he went from, I think, 19 games of Cypher in VCLKR and then pulled a Yoru out. I mean, you'd expect, okay, Killjoy, that's a little closer, another Senti and Astra, something like that. No, Yoru.
Yeah.
And I think with DRX, I would generally say if you're having bad performances in the off-season, then the meta changes, and now they're bringing it as a pick into the Pacific. I'm kind of expecting a comp change from them, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more Teo here.
That's what I was going to say, man. Like, when I saw Teo, I was like, Abyss and Pearl post plans. We're in Abyss and Pearl meta. It's nice open post plans that you can play. The thing is, you have to have a system to get into those post plans. So you either need space creating duelists that can pop execute onto the site. You probably need to play double initiator because you can't just rely on the stealth drone to be able to take Art or Link and be that very flexible attack map control that you need to take.
Well, you know, they're due for a composition change, especially since, you know, since we've seen DRX, you know, they have had that roster change bring Bane back in, right? So it feels like the time is ripe for us to see something like that coming out of DRX. And for Nongshim, well, obviously, Neon, Cypher, already in there, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams that aren't afraid to play slower comps, to play multiple Sentinels or to play double controller on Pearl at the moment. It feels like that's kind of a flavor of the month, and you've been really enjoying the Vice. I think we might have even seen DRX play a little bit of that in the off-season, so that might be something that comes up again.
Yeah, Vice is a very natural fit on the map. I think, you know, we saw it yesterday. We saw how much impact it is able to have, so I am curious if these teams will be adapting to that, but I do think it's very individual based upon every team's own flavors.
Something else to touch on as well, just before we go into the agent selectors, we didn't talk about it, but you talked about it on the first day. Teo's ability to counter something like Cypher that Margaret loves to play is something that DRX will definitely be thinking about picking that on freeing in the last map.
And it looks as though we are seeing a Vice, but on Nongshim instead of DRX, and we're seeing the Teo once again.
Yeah, so Danby, singular duelist, the solo in it is going to be the Sky. I think I would probably prefer the Fade because of the multiple prowlers, but they're going to back themselves on the Sky for DRX. They are going once again for the Teo there, and like I said, double in it to give them the flexibility to find that info and just be able to push and pull around the map on attack.
Yeah, you want to use your Teo to kind of help give you that power when you're taking the sites, and then obviously it's very strong again in the post plant. Pairing that with the Sova, you have a lot of information to know how to pair up your abilities. Sorry, I should say.
Yeah.
So I think this is a nice composition. We're still seeing down beyond that neon, so it's going to be good no matter what.
Yeah, but hold your horses. Margaret's on Killjoy. Gas! As we wait with bated breath and step into Pearl, we're going to toss it to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go ahead and get underway here on Pearl. As we see Freeing very much liking the look of this tail. Let's see how they fare here on Pearl. Nongshim going to be starting off on this attacking side. Let's see how much oomph they can have behind this with this little duelist here in the hands of Dambi.
I love the way that Esk is setting this up for us, talking about the double initiator setup for DRX. A little bit of a change up here for Nongshim with the Vice, and I think a big thing that could come, really be a difference maker in some of these rounds if this is going to be another really close affair is you have a couple ways to deal with the lockdown from Nongshim. PRX doesn't have that as well. However, Danbi just doing a little info gathering there. The flashback takes a smidge of damage, but should be a-okay as that's just a bit of a feint. Nongshim gonna use that speed, try to go to the other side of the map. Gonna group up with Ivy. He's going to be piloting that Vice. So the double Sentinel setup, we saw this the other day, really, really annoying on this map. Really powerful on both sides as well because the Vice has a little bit of extra ability to create space with her util.
Trailblazer out there for a moment. Catching a glimpse there. Stays tucked inside of dugout here for the moment. Looks like he's going to be sending Ivy, doubles back in towards main. I feel like he was going to be wrapping around the join in over towards Art.
Somebody's got to watch water. Margaret's
I get a full pivot.
Thinking about it. Oh boy.
It's a call might be made here from Persia. He's saying, yeah, I think I might have gotten them to rotate out, but Mako's still here. Flashback still tucked away behind screens. Goes into that ass for Foreman. Okay. They gain sight over one another. Now it's a little bit of a fake here. As the approach starts coming back through, but there's a headshot through the corner. Hyunmin able to find the finisher now. Persia going to be struck down. Slide forward. Dambi able to find one. Margaret now striking out of Seward. Freeing, drawing down that ghost so very quickly. Gets the headshot. Dambi now scales forward here in secret. Tries to finish them off, but can't quite get it done. 32 HP across Flashback and Freeing, but Mako's still at full. Just Ivy to try to hold the line.
So difficult as an arc rose, but gets the first kill.
One of the lobies. Mako continuing to slowly creep up. Time ticking.
Good hit.
Flash coming through, finds it. Mako going to be taken down, and my God, has he made it happen? He absolutely has! A Red Bull clutch here in the first round on Pearl. Nongshim, they take another pistol.
Good.
And it looked like that was going to be DRX's pistol. They were just going to be continuing on where they left off on Lotus. They hold this down so well. Persia has no idea someone's tucked in behind screens. Nice trading there for Flashback and Freeing. Freeing doing a phenomenal job covering for the loss of Bane. Again, gotta be real careful with this Nongshim team. They're going to put pressure on you on every part of the map that they can. They're going to constantly be prodding to see where that open space is. But DRX, to their credit, handles it relatively well. It's just, you give Ivy those 1v1s and he doesn't miss. He has been so, so good for this squad. Now, do have an outlaw for Dambi. That's not a shotgun. I mean, you could use it as one, I guess. If you
get close enough.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And we'll just go ahead and swap over to the Guardian. Mako eating a bit of damage there through the corner of the wall. Shots down towards Hyunmin as well, as Bane just trying to clear out that Trailblazer, but he's not able to do so. Margaret hip firing, takes out Freeing. Once again, just playing out of the sewer. Meantime, wall set up over on short as Bane trying to get the intercept, but will get stunned up by the relay bolt. He puts Dambi down to 52 HP.
That wall gave it away there. That's why Dambi was so prepared with that relay bolt. 3 players left. Can they do any damage?
Legs him. Doesn't manage to re-steady the aim for a follow-up shot, so can't confirm the kill. Hyunmin spotted. Ivy eventually able to find the headshot there. 4-0-1 on that Vice, now just 3 charges away from having the ult online, and it looks like Mako and Flashback content. Just try to die to the spike here.
Yeah, absolutely. there's not much left that you can do at this point, so post up, see if anyone's gonna challenge you around these tight angles. Get that right click classic to go for Mako, but certainly Ivy not gonna consider it. The right play for sure, and yeah, Nongshim, the back of a incredible pistol clutch, going to be able to sneak through with their own anti-eco. As we move on, now we get to see what the real ideas are going to be for DRX on this defender side. Certainly challenging going up against this Nongshim team with how aggressive they can be for anybody in the world. Try to defend. There you go. Nice peek out, nice kill. I'm very curious about how you're going to position the KJ util. It's going to be really clutch here. You don't have a Cypher to kind of the traditional agent that a lot of people look to for a Sentinel to slow down the Neon. You have to rely on your own info gathering and the success that they were finding with kind of shutting Dumby down. That's some info.
Yeah, would have been an instant kill and a loss of that regen armor. I'll be still just watching out here on Halls. Spike being brought a little bit closer. Shots out.
Really doing a nice job in the early part of this, trying to work the map. Showing a lot of different looks. Margaret, though, able to clear out some of that KJ utility. That's a great find for him, honestly. See if he gets picked off, but doesn't seem like Flashback wants to challenge him towards mid. So they've got a great read on this map right now. They have a ton of space. Pretty well kept DRX from being able to kind of overstack towards one side or the other.
Do they read this? Trailblazer certainly could. Yep, Nebula. Mako trying to just dance around and dodge, but Bring! He sends out the salvo, finds two! Persia Francis somehow taken down by that. In the meantime, finds a follow-up third shot. Dambi dead.
I think he grabbed Weld.
Might have been the combo. Either way, Mako couldn't see a damn thing.
No, Mako just sacrificed, well, almost.
Strafing through walls and smokes.
I thought he was going to sacrifice himself for something.
Well, right now, TRX looking for the flawless bonus and freeing. Looking for an ace, but I doubt Margaret's going to be able to give it to him. He's going to go ahead, bounce back into club. Freeing with another 4K round. And there you have it, DRX, flawless fashion, playing out the anti-bonus.
That was absolute madness. Again, these combos, something I'm going to be looking for here. I can't tell.
Yeah, you know? Either way, he did well.
Yes, it was very, very good.
He did a damn good job.
I didn't see the grab well. I can't tell for sure. I don't know, man. It was whatever.
I don't know.
Maybe they just kind of got confused with all the chaos of the smokes and just kind of took a little too long to get out of there.
Did he find, like, Francis was using the Trailblazer, and then Persia, was he caught in his, like, astral form, and they just both were indisposed and died?
Could be.
I don't know. Either way, it's going to be another hit here onto the B side, it would seem. Quick reinforcement, but Mako finding another stray through that smoke. Armageddon shoving them back here for the moment, buying some time.
But you lose your Astra. That's really challenging now for DRX. You're going to have to rely so much on those initiators to get good info. You're even going to have to use the stealth drone here just to make sure that Long B has been cleared. Now, that does give you a ton of info, though, only seeing that one player. That allows you to shift back towards the other side of the map. A little bit more diligence being shown by Flashback that I can see, checking water, at least being aware of that position. They don't have any info gathering utility, though. Turret's not there. Obviously, the Astra Stars aren't going to come into play. So the Nano Swarm going to have to be pretty timely from Flashback, and Hyunmin trying to use that tight angle from dugout. Trying to get a little bit of info. Just going to have to use it to try to clear the dog. See what Hyunmin's
going to go for the peek and instantly is rewarded. Snappy kill. Ivy on the floor. Plant now getting ready to come through. Flashback reinforcing here from Secret, but early delayed. Salvo's coming back in, cycles it down. Now 10 seconds remaining. The plant coming in, spray through the wall. Get a little bit of additional damage there. Flashback able to find one, but then gets taken down. Freeing similarly. Dropped at the same time. Francis and Margaret Gonna push their way forward. That alarm bot absolutely nullified, as is Hyunmin. Francis finding the shot. Doesn't even eat much damage, and Bane now completely unaware about the flank from behind. Margaret will strike him down, and that's gonna be Nongshim getting up 3-1.
Oh, man. Nice effort by Hyunmin off the rip. He's been so good on those opening kills on the executes, whether they're first kills or not. So clean on there. I don't know, Mako. That's just challenges that Vandal. Thinking, oh, I have a Phantom. Surely you won't be able to guess where these bullets are coming from. They do. Francis, though, this one right there, that's huge. Get that kill. That breaks it open for Margaret to keep going for that lurk. That's going to be an early timeout from Termi. I don't blame him. I think you're seeing some of those problems that we saw in Lotus on the defender side for DRX rear their ugly heads again. You're going to need to make sure you're on point. Again, you got to be real careful there. Don't want to lose Mako. I mean, to Mako's credit, you expect in that moment you've got a Phantom. It's going to be harder for them to find that angle. You can see those bullet tracers coming through, but still, a little bit more awareness. I think maybe don't give up the map space quite as easily in Art in particular. That's going to be a real pain point. Keep giving up that extra angle towards A. See it being pinged out on the map right now by Nongshim. Kind of curious what they're going to be considering for this next round. This one, you know, again, a bit of a head scratcher for me with DRX taking this map. Again, wasn't super stellar for them, but the Tejo, we've seen some value out of it on both maps. And this seems to be kind of what they're leaning into. Maybe they feel like they've got a bit of a better read.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought that DRX, just given their history, would have leaned into picking Ascent.
But there's no Ascent.
Oh, yeah.
What about Haven? That used to be the old standard.
Yeah.
Remember the days where we played Haven just about every day?
Yep.
Yep.
Never saw Icebox?
That map didn't exist, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that map came out in 2023, Achilleos.
Icebox?
I'm joking.
Yeah. I'm saying I mean, I have to clarify sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You are quite old.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Look, sometimes the old memory ain't so good, but today it's, I'm actually feeling pretty good today.
Oh, God! Well, he just does it again. Didn't lead to a round win last time. We'll see if it does this time. Flashback holding things down over here at B Link. Finds Margaret to decide, okay, let's just take the weapon out of Mako's hands. Maybe then it won't be quite as deadly, but he still finds Persia, tries to go for the reload. Francis swinging into the corner, will be able to find him. Flashback taken out at the same time as Freeing, trying to hold things, backpedaling. Ooh, gets along the corner. I think he may have just seen a pixel out of place.
Didn't want to challenge that, wanted to wait for some backup.
Bane playing this patiently, but Ivy winning the fight.
Goodness.
Given that how Freeing has been performing today, that is a hell of a fight to win. Hyunmin now, last one standing.
Spike down B.
He and Ivy very well aware of each other's positions. Hyunmin tries to go for the fight, and Ivy, he is prepared for it. And yeah, playing for time, certainly something that I think the rest of DRX and Termi and Glow watching from the coaching booth are going to have wished that they had gone for.
Yeah, I think Hyunmin's going to get a bit of a talking to after that one. Mako plays this so darn well off the rip. Even with the steel guard in there, take him down to a pistol, still finds one. Able to keep himself tucked in that corner. You know, I don't know if there are any nanos available to try to clear him out there or not.
I mean, you hit that instant headshot so cleanly on that first peek.
Yeah.
I understand why Hyunmin went for the second one.
I get it. You know, it's that confidence, and I respect it. I really do, but probably the mathematical play there to play for time.
Oh, for sure.
He's young, you know.
Call that an overheat.
Indeed.
Camping, sliding forward, setting up the relay bolts. Takes an immense amount of damage, but Mako this time unable to find the kills. I believe all the knives, maybe try but one there. Dumped from Hyunmin. So basically need to get a headshot. Okay, well now he certainly is out of them. He's gonna try to maybe caterpillar forward. He's hunting here with that shorty. And only take Persia down to 20 HP, but can't quite confirm the kill. Margaret in the meantime, finding the shot. Heal comes across from Francis, and suddenly Dampy right back up to 100 HP.
Like this new flavor we're seeing from Nongshim, pulling out these outlaws on this map.
Which one? Red? Shin black?
Well done. I like both, actually.
Well, flawless round. Nongshim very much starting to run away with this one. Curious how far down this rabbit hole do we have to go for Termi to feel pressure to pop that second time out?
Oh, you might give him a few more rounds. Got to be balding a little bit in that coaching booth, I'm sure. But no, I mean, I like the outlaw choices. I think, you know, on this map, of course, it's much longer range fights that you're going to be finding yourself at. So taking a shotgun, not going to be nearly as effective as on most of the other maps in the map pool. So certainly cool to see that they have the ability to kind of flex out with some of those different guns, show us some new looks. Dambi, this time around, they're going to be trying to push Art free. There's so much pressure.
Yeah, Dambi just looking to hound him down. Does get held off. Gunman, however, out in main, just tucked away behind the box, completely unscouted, unnoted, and unpunished. 2 quick kills into that orb tank. Halfway to the next set of blades, and the rest of Nongshim going to be left scratching their heads. Margaret out into the open, just getting steadily whittled away out there by the KJ turret. This drone will get dropped here. Dambi just desperately trying to find something through the box.
This is really challenging now for Nongshim. Yeah, you've got a lockdown, but where are you going to find a place to use it? It's just a complete containment for DRX. The only thing they don't have control of is mid. Freeing's watching. He's ready. And Margaret's in trouble if he tries to come through there.
So many rounds.
Yep.
Freeing very much anticipating it. And there you go. Gets rewarded for his patience. Youngmin in the meantime still trying to poke a prod in
30 seconds left.
from main. Dambi and Francis very much held back. 25 seconds remaining. Looks like the call to save being executed here.
Great delay, great stall in this round for DRX. Really is what wins them the day. Obviously, Hyunmin with a great double on the edges, but the fact that they prevented the Dambi execute through Art, just gumming it up with a ton of different util, made it so that Nongshim just really couldn't get that pressure that they wanted to. Tried to set up for like a 3-2 split, tried to make a fast hit towards A, and it got shut down on both sides. So that one's got to feel good for DRX. Get the confidence going again. Especially for Hyunmin. Missed out on that clutch and earlier, and this time around, good for 2 big kills. Now you're starting to see those adjustments come through. Now you're starting to see DRX read the map quite a bit better. Keep Taeho, maybe an alarm bot, a little bit extra util to help them out in Art. You know, let Flashback man that double door out, be Link. Just use the turret to play off of that. See if they want to try to put some more pressure on Mako. He's been real annoying to deal with. Now they have an op, though. It's going to make things a little bit more challenging for Mako. He was just spraying through smokes, but...
I mean... Challenging for Mako is impossible for most others.
True. That's fair.
Wise to it. Hang back. Still drone sent out, trying to get a ping reveal. Gets a suppression here onto the sky.
Mako's out there solving Rubik's Cubes while the rest of us are playing Connect 4. Trying to get ahead of him, because he's usually just so far. But this, I mean, he's still got the stars. Still has some smokes. Has the Cosmic Divide. Do have a lockdown.
Flashback. Really into the corner, and nope, now it's going to be spotted with Freeing! He's down here at the bottom of the connector. Comes up with the kills and then a flashback protected. Swings out to find Ivy, and once again with 2 players left standing and an op in play, Nongshim are going to have to just make the call to save here.
30 seconds left.
Francis is still committing forward, however, maybe seemingly thinking, okay, if I can get 1, we fancy our chances in a 2v3. Mako eats a decent amount, swings out, Francis shuts it down, but Bane is right there on top and get a lockdown out. So a little consolation prize here perhaps for Nongshim, but this round is absolutely DRX's.
That's actually pretty huge. A few small mistakes here from DRX, to be honest. You got to rely on that trade there. So Flashback just a little bit antsy. And they are going to drop the op at least. So that's big.
Trades back a little bit there.
Yeah, that's... okay. You're able to right the wrongs
Call
somewhat.
it even.
Let's call it even.
Yeah. It's like one of those times you go out with your friend and like you've overpaid the bill by maybe like $5 or something. You're like, we'll just call it square.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. That's fair.
Even though like you're technically in debt to me for a little bit more than that, you know, like, you know.
What's a few extra dollars a month, friends?
Just brush it under the rug and move on.
Yeah, yeah. Because, man, that ult would be so nice to have because there's no super obvious counter that Nongshim has to that lockdown. That's the biggest problem.
Storming their way up through Art. Bane spotting this out. Judge in hand here for Dambi. Shots coming through. Dambi just cuts back the opposite way. Bane is not ready for it at all. Freeing now. Concerned about being a bit surrounded. Ooh, sends up the salvo, and Hyunmin gets the collect! Finds the third of the follow-up. Ivy gonna be taken down. And suddenly this round may have just gotten away from Nongshim. The spike's still not planted. Seekers have to be sent. Mako, flashback already here. Mako, though, does get taken down. Persia with the op, able to find one. Flashback, however, sends him down. Dips to the opposite side of the wall. Looks to reposition. Now the 1v1.
I thought Freeing was dead to rights there for a second.
How in the hell did he do that?
Just found the perfect timing, dude, to bail him out.
Stars set to try to continue to bait this. Persia just slowly cutting a crossover towards B.
Now Flashback is gonna figure it out real quick there. Has to assume this has gone all the way over to B.
He's drifting back over now. We'll have this confirmation here in a moment. Question is Persia, how does he try to play this here on the post plant? Flashback making his way through that link. Nano Swarm popped. It's quite a bit of damage there. That also goes to show that Flashback might have a decent idea that he's trying to get into that disconnected position all the way down long, rather than playing this up close.
Absolutely. You know that he's going to have that gravel available.
Pushing forward, looking to play the time. Would love to get the kill before the gravel can even become a factor in this one. Persia not hearing the tap, seemingly a bit ready. Oh, spotting each other out now for sure. Turret going to be set up. Flashback sprinting over, but now time is very much working against him. There's the pull, takes him off the half, and he can't get it done. Persia's patience pays off, as that is going to be Nongshim, keeping themselves separated once again, up by 3 rounds.
Some of these rounds have just been absolute madness. I mean, just when you think like one team's got this in the bag, the other one pulls out a miraculous play, and then Persia comes through with just a very nice clutch. So annoying for Bane there, unbelievable. Right through the head of Margaret, into the body of Dambi. Persia, though, able to scoop up an operator, find a kill of his own, and then work the spike over to the other side, and that Gravwell was really, really annoying for Flashback to deal with, just as one person had to push that angle, try to find that kill, but didn't have the gun out when he needed to. Pacey hit, but there's so much util at the front of this A site. The Stars, you got the Nano. Gonna use that lockdown. There's no Hunter's Fury though. Bane won away from it, so they've actually got a great opportunity. Could clear it yet with failure.
Salva's come out, freeing. Able to shut down Dambi. He was just trying to encroach on that gap there. Get in on top of that player. Meantime though, plenty of players taking an immense amount of damage. Ivy's still down to 25. Francis, a tad bit of healing left. Only put him up to 51. Mako swinging dead. Francis able to find it. Margaret getting banned. Suddenly, it's all down to freeing, and he can't quite line up the shots. Despite the early advantage, destruction on that lockdown. This round might just be getting away from DRX once more, but very narrow margins.
It's got to be so frustrating.
Uh-oh. Ooh, that would have been a hell of a flick. Pushes on the corner, does manage to find it. Right click connecting, push in over towards dugout, and Margaret able to find that kill. Swing out, Hyunmin, the op shot. Flies straight and true. Once again, the star setup. Persia sending it, Hyunmin getting out in front of the Gravwell. For anything else, but no one gives him the angle, no one gives him the shot, and he has no idea that they're both over in main.
So tough.
Has to just run away. 7 rounds now achieved here for Nongshim.
This one's gotta sting a little bit as DRX, because you nullify the lockdown, you take down Donby. It's like so much of their execute util is gone, and instead they just walk down the ramp and gun you down. Just take you apart one by one. The spacings there just a little bit off for DRX to really trade off of each other effectively and back each other up. Something that'll have to be worked on in the VOD review, I'm sure. You know, Mako challenges, loses. Bane challenges, loses. Freeing challenges, loses. That's basically the round over. Yeah, Hyunmin has looked spectacular on that duelist role. Another quick R hit, Bane calling for backup.
Yeah, I think he was looking to try to go for a drone there, but it immediately knows that he's going to have to try to backpedal, and he just cannot plant his feet. Dambi gets in on top of that flick, not quite going to connect. Dueling shorties here within the smokes, and Nanoswarm trying to save them off. Hyunmin dashing forward, missing everything but Bring. It doesn't matter. He's still here, he's still alive, and he is still finding impact. 2 kills picked up. Spike with the arc stairs. Attempted a quick shot, that shorty, not reloaded. Slows him up. It's a double push up coming through, but flashback covering fire, able to find one. Mako guns down the other 2. Chaos incarnate here on round number 11, but DRX managed to persevere. A chance at their own 7-5 half.
I mean, Hyunmin there, just phenomenal movement. Dambi storms through, gets the kill, and then Hyunmin's just like, help me out, bro. And Bring's like, yeah, I got you. No problem. Ah, that time the coordination is so good. I mean, Hyunmin there, he's not even a Neon, and he's breaking ankles. Phenomenal stuff.
Well, if you're just tuning in for the first time, welcome to APAC. Yes, it's like this every day.
And we wouldn't have it any other way.
No, we would not. We get our regularly scheduled, high-octane breaks when Zeta plays.
Yeah, exactly.
Every now and then, they've been stepping up the aggression as well.
Yeah.
Hyunbin, oh boy, backing away, sensing the pressure coming in from the flank, has to just go ahead and evacuate back towards Secret. Little check there on the corner, then slide in the dugout, and that would have been a hell of a flick, but once again, can't make it happen. Bane, however, finding a nice timing. As Freeing does get a ping reveal into multiple players, but Ivy just bouncing around the corner. Has managed to shut him down. Mako now on his lonesome. Cosmic Divide in the back pocket.
Spike planted.
Altless here. Are Nongshim, but Ivy has a full set of utility, but Mako just continues to get away with murder in broad daylight.
That's huge. Just can he read Ivy's reposition? This is unexpected. To move out into the cubby. Still has a lot of his util to work with. Could clear something with the Nova Pulse. See if he can read this.
Nebula set up. Ivy right here alongside it. His back is turned. Mako this time cannot make it happen, cannot get the clutch. Nongshim will have a 4-round lead as we close out the half.
It's scrappy. That's often somewhat playing into the hands of Nongshim. However, few of these rounds have come down to 1v1s that DRX hasn't been able to convert. I mean, you think back to that Hyunmin one. That was a painful one to take. That might have swung a round or two. Besides that one, into Nongshim's favor. And just some of these fast executes, DRX trying to backpedal, still getting caught by deep utility from the Astra at times. As they're trying to get out of there, and they're able to use that Neon wall to isolate Hyunmin, take him down in that previous round. That's really nice stuff there. Kind of take DRX apart piece by piece. The execute so well thought out, so well done by Nongshim on that attacker side. But attacker side of this map, pretty strong. See if DRX can match. Was 4 enough? Smile on Mako's face. See what Termi wants to talk about. I mean, really, now it's your turn to set the tempo, your turn to set the pace. See if you can knock Nongshim out in 2, or if we're going to be going all the way to Fracture for a 3rd, which I'm fine with because that is a great map.
This, the 2 series that we have today.
Yes.
No
breaks.
I am good with a 6-mapper.
Yeah.
Both series sound and look absolutely stacked. There's a couple chill guys here in the audience hanging out. But yeah, I'm all good to go to 6. Plat chat can wait. I'm on that at midnight.
Oh, are you?
But they'll have to just hold off.
Yeah, they can definitely wait. I mean, we're usually waiting for Sideshow anyway. So.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bold Eggman, never on time.
Eggs just don't have, great senses of timing.
Nope.
What can we say? This is kind of the classic setup that we've been seeing a lot with the Vice. Set up the wall, right from the screens, over to the corner. And as DRX, you're just gonna have to bait this out, kind of deal with it after, try to work the map a little bit, but that gives so much space to Nongshim. They just get ahead of it.
Yep, they're in. All not cutting off too much here.
Okay. That's one way to do it.
Yeah, plant coming through, and now just going to have to be a full 5-man attempt here from Nongshim. Still Persia on a big walkabout.
Nongshim was playing for DRX to have to try to, rotate after baiting that through. They were already trying to get into mid, but couldn't even get there.
Push into halls. Ivy able to find one. Hyunmin going to be flushed out. It's a low HP member here on the side of DRX. Smattering of damage taken here. Shock darts at the ready. First one sent. Connecting.
Oh.
3 players. Their HP bar broken down. Second volley goes out. Bane able to find one. Ring with another. And now running out of util. The defuse being held. And the spray will come through. DRX will keep things tied up as far as the pistols are concerned. They will take that first step. We're trying to run back this Pearl.
That's a great play call here from Termi and company. Getting them ready for this round. Just saying, here's what they usually do. Their default there is to put that wall between screens and B. Let's just get ahead of it. They're not going to be quite mentally prepared for it. Now, just watching the map, watching Nongshim try to figure out, do we try to go for the continued flank? Do we try to get into their spawn? Do we regroup and just go for the retake? Ended up going for the regroup, and it was not quite enough. Break through those post plants. That's going to be something that's going to be really difficult to deal with DRX. They can get that plant down. Whoop.
Well, Mako able to clear the Trailblazer. Tucks back.
Run, Mako, run.
Oh, yeah. Long distance covering fire, though, with this Guardian. Gets quite a bit of damage across, but still, Mako going to be overwhelmed. Given that the corpse is somewhat out into the open, they're just going to have to back away. Weapon not going to be scooped up, I believe so. An opportunity for somebody on Nongshim to take this into their own hands as Hyunmin trying desperately to get that shot across. But like so many before him, inevitably will just give up trying to track Tappy.
I'm out of here.
Who surely
he's like a Looney Tunes character. Just bouncing around all over the place.
Well, swing in, and almost gets the collat there. Francis Tappy both going to be taken down. Hyunmin slowed up. Does end up falling. A 3v3. Ivy pushing out this B connector, turret up over the top. Nano set up as well to play off the opening tap. Freeing, sending out his bouncing nade. Stave off any pressure coming forward. Spot out onto one. The salvo now coming through, and the time is just not going to be there here for them. Gonna push into the top. Bane will be able to go ahead, take out Ivy. Persia finding one, making this a little bit more costly here for the side of DRX. 2 players surviving. They will be able to close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, I mean, this is okay in a way for DRX, but I think this is really nice for Nongshim. Just a aggressive push that, Mako's doing his damnedest, but it's so hard when Dombi's creating that extra angle that you have to worry about, and Bane was there to try to help him, but just really couldn't get there in time. The timings are so awkward with a good Neon because you're not used to it. You kind of just get that sort of comfort of understanding the speed of, this is the fastest a character can move in this game, usually, except for this one. It makes it really hard to kind of be ready for it. Backpedaling is even more difficult. And that's going to be something that Nongshim is going to make teams suffer through all of Kickoff for sure. A little bit of an idea of where some of that util is. This time around, the wall's a little bit further back. It's actually in the hallway itself. Kind of keep Ivy a little bit more safe back there.
Big down the salvos, they force him off the corner. And now out in towards the site, but Hyunmin is there and completely unaware, so he ends up falling. Tappy with that judgment hand sliding forward, behind Bane, freeing, trades it back, finding one. It's a pretty big disadvantage here for the side of DRX now, and everybody within Persia from Nongshim has gotten clustered up here on this B site. Persia, very good position to potentially catch some rotates here. As we can see, DRX, they were back through club.
Teho looked so cool there, just like sidestepping with that frenzy, just driving by. I love that. Well, this is tough. If you go all the way through spawn. Well, Persia did poke a few shots out, so he's going to peel all the way back. It's going to open up enough time for DRX potentially to try and go, if they press it, go for the attack, but can't really save here, so they're just going to try to go back to B, but Persia is still holding that angle. I don't think this should fool Nongshim too much.
They're running out of time. They need to just absolutely run this thing into the site. Mako is going to have to try to open something up.
Oh, and grab
that judge in hand, but okay, Margaret going to be taken down. That's going to be, well, the spike getting ready to be on the floor. As freeing as the last man standing, won't be able to get anything else done. So, no flawless, but still, damn clean round. Nongshim not allowing for a bonus conversion. Wanting to slam the door here in the face of these DRX players and take us over to that fracture.
They're so good about taking any free space that you give them and using that against you. But this round, they just challenge this execute. I mean, granted, obviously the guns are a bit weaker, but a few little micro mistakes in there. Hyunmin in a position where he gave up a freebie. Now we're going to see that. We saw that judge from Dombi. Just rifles, though, this time. Flashback does have that regen armor. Let's see what Nongshim wants to do. Thought about, you know, they'll do this a lot where they'll use the Neon to see, okay, are you going to make a fast hit somewhere? Is you going to give us the opportunity to try to combo the flash into the relay bolt with the Astra and see if we can just kind of tear you apart and end the round before it really starts? But Eric's playing very, very smart. They're looking for that push out. They're looking for that angle that Nongshim is trying to find against them. They're taking their time. Got all their bases covered. Turret can watch mid. Everybody else has a job.
Those footsteps, I believe, from Margaret going to be noted. Persia spraying over in towards main. It's a bit of damage and just has to backpedal.
Get a little bit of healing there.
Yeah, Francis can take care of that. A little bit of triage.
Patch up the boo-boo.
Margaret, though. How many can he catch? Swing out. It's going to be done. Hyunmin, holy.
Goodness.
Swift on it. Dombi now. Running around the corner, sends out a bit of a warning shot. Relay bolt. Locking up two. Bouncing Nate over towards his feet, forces him back. And still manages to go ahead. Reaggress finds Hyunmin. Ivy will pick off freeing. Bit on the one, but Persia still just absolutely massacring. Comes over two, and now suddenly it's all on Mako. He can't make it happen. Nongshim get up to 10. 4-round lead for them. Fracture on the horizon.
And this is just all on Dombi and the way that he stalls this execute. He just completely nullifies the momentum that DRX has in terms of just slow pushing towards this site. Yeah, it's a great shot. Cool story, but he uses that relay bolt and just kind of keeps working that corner. That allows for the rotations to come through. That allows for them to get prepped for those angles, to set up the crossfires and make mincemeat of DRX there.
All missiles away.
So you have to be so impressed. Again, he doesn't light up the scoreboard. It's like 8 and 13 or something right now. But it's things like that that make these rounds so much more winnable for Nongshim. Despite DRX getting a big first kill. Bladestorm pop for Hyunmin. Stealth drone out to Jack and a nice blade to the head.
Yeah, up and over the top, and now Ivy taken down. This whole setup here for the Vice nullified. Just need an entry kill here for DRX, but still a lot more to make happen before they're out of the woods. Pushing forward here is Downbeat. Manages to draw out the weapon. Finds two as Mako stunned up here on the site. Ends up getting taken down. Bane whittled away at down to 47. Flash going forward. Wow. Bane, however, shot forward into the smoke. Is able to find one. Salvo's out, looking to delay. Hunter's Fury is here for them. DRX, how much do they try to delay this one? Looks like it's going to be a hell of a lot. The Armageddon going to be sent. Nongshim pushing forward, multiple players and a fuse coming through. The Nanoswarm is there, interrupts, but they've held it up to half. Freeing now going to be taken down. The Hunter's Fury coming across. They still, I do believe, have some time. And in the end, they throw everything in the kitchen sink at it. But it's just Bane picked off at the end, needing to die as Nongshim get up to 11.
There's kind of the big picture idea of this comp. But against, you know, an eco there, it's quite a bit easier for Nongshim, but it's everything in the kitchen sink. It's multiple ults, it's nano swarms. You know, you're just trying to get this plant down as quick as possible and see if you can just buy time, but Mako gets caught out there. That's a huge piece of the puzzle taken away. If you have that Astra alive still, this could be a very different story.
Yeah, a grab well in there.
Yep.
And it very well could have been the difference maker, but yep, that is going to be that second timeout called here from DRX. And I think given what we just saw invested, makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you need to kind of right the ship a little bit. You're getting really just cut down in so many different ways. I mean, you try a lot of different kind of tactics. You try to work different parts of the map, and Nongshim has an answer every time. And they're so good about getting info and using it against you so quickly on this map. Whether it be Dombi, whether it be the Sky, whether it be your multiple Sentinels, this is a really tough comp to try to break through. Seen it a couple different ways, across a couple different regions. This double Sentinel on Pearl is so annoying. And you think you might have some answers, but DRX made a few mistakes in that first half. Lost him on that side of the map, and now you're in trouble.
This might just be a brutal crunch over here at A. Dombi sliding forward, looking for Hyunmin. Hyunmin managing to win that one out, finds the second kill, looks for the third. Can't quite make it happen. Will get dropped by Persia, but freeing quickly. Trades it up. 4-2. Both teams having very similar ideas, but DRX coming out on top.
Yeah, those couple of guided salvos open up just a little bit of extra space for Hyunmin. Still, Dombi had a chance. Hyunmin was able to get the aim under control quicker. Margaret gets the kill. Flashback dead.
To it. Lockdown now available. Says, well, you guys used everything in that previous round.
Coming back.
And all that Freeing's got at the moment here is just a stealth drone, which isn't going to do jack to try to get rid of that lockdown here. Margaret holding the line, and that's just going to be defused coming in. A fantastic start, but it all comes tumbling down. Nongshim
Match point.
just working their way through. That last kill from Margaret meaning absolutely everything to get the lockdown available. They are now at map point.
Absolutely. And the guided salvos were just coming off cooldown there. That defuse was being stuck, and DRX just trying to figure out, wait a minute, we don't have any answers for this. And Flashback gets vested in the 1v1 against Margaret. That could be the map. Done and dusted. Cosmic Divide. Another challenge here at Long A. Wow, that is so much.
And it is. I mean, we're just repeating the previous round, but this time it starts off well here for the side of Nongshim is Francis. He's the one we need to be watching. He comes down 3. Cammy pushing forward, and now suddenly Flashback. Just left here wondering what in the hell went wrong. Pitched in from both sides, snaps back to be able to go ahead and find that kill. Gets himself a second, but far too much work to be done for one player. 13-6. Dominance here from Nongshim as we continue to have this back and forth on teams map picks. That means that we do get map 3. We do get Fracture.
Yeah, DRX having some confidence with Taeho on this map, but really could never find the right stability. Just didn't feel polished enough just yet. It didn't feel like the protocols were well built into this team just yet for that composition. Nongshim, steady as she goes. Just classic stuff from them. They're all over the map. They're running at you. They're happy to take those scrappy fights. They'll win them more often than not. And they had great answers for just about everything DRX threw at them.
Very solidly dealt with here. Nongshim coming alive here in this second map. I mean, granted, they were coming alive for a bit there on Lotus, made that one very contentious. But for DRX, seemingly Pearl still going to continue to be a little bit of a pain point for them. Fracture, they used to be kings of this map. That was a long time ago. That was RB, rolling with the Neon, Buzz, playing Killjoy, Chamber, etc. It's only Mako that remains on that map. Can that consistency and that firepower, can that still yet remain?
It's a good question. It's going to be real interesting to see exactly what DRX wants to run with. Are we going to see yet another Taeho? Are we going to see 3 maps of Taeho from DRX? And can they find a little bit more success on Fracture with it than we saw here on Pearl? Lotus look pretty strong. Now teams are starting to get a read on how to pilot Taeho. Saw with Sentinels over in America. Now we're going to see what exactly this one's going to look like for Fracture.
All right, well, still a map that we're getting more and more data on as we go through these first couple days here of Pacific. But Fracture to close things out here between DRX and Nongshim. We'll see what happens, but first we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
Nongshim really prepared for what DRX has to offer here on Pearl. We did see that DRX had some very interesting ideas, especially around the Taeho, but mean, it's just Danby running in once again. It's that Nongshim strategy that just works so well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that DRX went to this map with how much trouble they've had in the off-season. It really doesn't seem like it's been working out for them in recent times, and they picked it into this series. It really hasn't worked out against Nongshim. And look, Danby was one thing, and he was once again creating chaos, but what I was more impressed by for Nongshim was the power of just those lurking, slower-paced players that were able to create so much value, be able to win so many of those duels on the attacking side. When you're playing a comp this slow, and you still get this much value out of the attacking side, you know, either utilizing those players lurking through the map, because as we all know from playing our ranked games, attacking side Pearl is a snooze fest where you're just walking around the map trying to find those lurk timings, and all of the Nongshim boys are very good at that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to run double Sentinel and you see your 2 Sentinels at the top of the scoreboard, it tends to mean you guys have...
on attack as well, and then you move over the defense and it's like, oh, easy game.
I think one thing that was really the story of this game for me was, as we just saw in one of the previous graphics, is DRX had 10 First Bloods and only 6 rounds. And it definitely, you felt that watching the game. I kept feeling like DRX got into good positions and somehow Nongshim just dragged it back away from them.
Yeah, like they can be able to isolate the lurk, they can pick these players in the early round, but on attack it felt like half the rounds they would get an opening pick and then Nongshim would just dry contact, walk into a site, win a couple of aim duels, we'd end up in a post plant that they would win.
It was, you know, really heart-stopping to watch, especially since, you know, you had so many clashes that you thought that DRX really had those moments. But again, it's this unpredictability factor that Nongshim has, right? Especially, like, again, with players like Danby, right? And we're seeing that here in this replay.
Yeah, I mean, Danby has done a pretty good job of dodging a lot of the Teo utility. You can see he's able to make it actually into backhaul, but Freeing is still ready for him. They can segment Danby off from the rest of the team, and as you can see from Freeing's reaction, he's even surprised by how good the salvos were. They were great at taking A main as well as denying some of the plant opportunities, and here, you predicted this actually in the green room, Morgan. You said, I can't wait for the salvos to kill a lockdown like that.
Yeah, I felt like you could very clearly see DRX's planned this game with the Teo, and I see why they went for it. We saw post-plant ideas, we saw disrupting that Killjoy, and we saw a very powerful stall. But I think ultimately the rest of their comp wasn't really supporting the Teo enough to give themselves enough pace to break through this double Sentinel, especially when they're trying to attack.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised at the pairing with the Sova. You know, I think you could get a little bit more value out of maybe a different second in it, and I agree with you. It is a lot when you're playing that slower comp on Hyunmin to create a lot of space on the Jet, and I wasn't getting that same feel as I was getting from Danby, and even I didn't feel like DRX were having as much success as Nongshim were when the entry didn't go well of just being able to create opportunities, either dry lurking through the map, finding timings, or just winning aim duels going out onto the site a little bit more dry once the util had elapsed.
Yeah,
do you think this is more of like a comfort thing for Bane also because he just got back in the roster?
It definitely could be. To me, the Sova pick shows kind of 2 things. It shows how much they value information on this map, because Sova is able to gather a lot more information than most other initiators. And it also shows how much they wanted this to be post-plant heavy.
Yeah.
With the 2 shock darts to kind of delay that post-plant a little
In
bit
the
more.
pistol it worked.
Yeah, we definitely saw it, and the same with the Hunter's Fury. Later on, it was definitely part of their game plan, was this heavy post-plant style, but Nongshim managed to disrupt it well. They kept getting the half, they kept taking the fight to them. So I understand the ideas from DRX, but I don't think the execution was polished enough.
And how do you think, like, you know, you mentioned that Nongshim was just like ready for the post plants. I feel like they almost were just like, just keep going. It's okay. It's just a shock dart. It's okay. It's just a Teho. It's fine.
I mean, it comes down to these are the situations that you practice time and time again. You got to recognize the comp from what it is. I think it definitely helps Nongshim that they have a lot of players that are very comfortable in the late round, that are used to playing those post plants, and you just got to work through the utility. It comes down to communication as well, counting the util. You know, someone uses a nano or someone uses a salvo, something like that, or the shockies are used. Those are things that are not usually communicated as much, but there are some bigger pieces of utility like counting the stars and things like that you can be on top of and know how strong the post plan is of the team that you're playing against. And that's the difference between a challengers team and a team that plays at the absolute highest level.
Well, you must be happy, because Ivy is doing wonderfully over here.
Yeah.
And he's on your team. But meanwhile, as we mentioned, this was the case that Danby isn't exactly high up in the scoreboard, right?
Yeah.
He is delivering. He's, you know, still attention on him. But, you know, points-wise, your team may be suffering there. The audience agrees with you as well. The results of our poll earlier, you got 53% versus Big Time's 47%.
That's close.
That's close.
Chat.
And you know what? I'm even so nice. I gave Big Time a vote on the laptop here, and yet you still couldn't stop me.
You did! Aw, look at you.
I like your team. I like how you think, Morgan. You know, your big brain is very valued here on the desk.
It's a long day. We got another big match. I got me or my pick of mine in that
He still
second
has
match,
like
so
three of his players that are...
I'm not even worried.
Good. I mean, Freeing's doing quite well, honestly. He's abusing the Teo, and he's getting himself a lot of kills. Half the time, he doesn't even see anyone. You just send the missiles off, you kill people, you kill lockdowns, you know, none of that lining up your shock darts, lining up, you know, the fragments sitting in the server. You just click on the map. It's easy as you like.
How likely do you think it is we're going to see a Teo heading into Fracture now?
Fracture, it's actually seen a lot of popularity, especially in Americas. I feel like I'm seeing it almost every time on Fracture at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm very, very excited to be stepping into Fracture. We were waiting for this. We were waiting for Nongshim on Fracture, and we've been talking about it the whole day that this was a possibility. And I gotta say, I did have DRX as the Teho team on my 2025 scoreboard.
We saw it in the T1 Boom game as well, didn't we? There was definitely a Teo in that game. There was the Armageddon across tower and a lot of those rounds coming in on the retake. So even in this league, it's seen play on Fracture.
Oh yeah, but like, I feel like DRX, and we were talking about this behind the scenes, right? They're I guess like, not exactly the team that would bring out a new agent right off the bat.
Well, they've done it twice today, and this seems to be
going.
It seems like a lot of teams are agreeing this is a strong peak on Fracture.
Yeah, I think one thing DRX have always been known, even when they were, Vision Strikers. Think about the old school Ascent flash dash play. They were this kind of micro stuff with the utility. I think they've always enjoyed playing around with, and they've always been quite good at. So I think it makes sense that they're able to integrate Teo if they think he's strong, because if they're a kind of a utility-focused team, not necessarily a run-and-gun, spray-everything-down type team, I think Teo can fit that really nicely, because Teo brings a lot of different options with your util. So I'm really hoping we see it again for map 3, and if we do, I want to see Freeing stay on it, because he's actually delivering on this Teo. I do think he looked good. Even if they didn't manage to take that map, we saw lots of good ideas.
Definitely, and I'm very, very excited to see Nongshim on Fracture. We were talking about how this team's playstyle matches perfectly into this map. Do we think that this is favoring Nongshim in this case?
It's going to be impossible to predict because they've never played an
Zero
official
data.
in the map. Zero data. DRX as well, I don't think has played this map in the off-season either. So this is kind of just a wait-and-see thing. I hate to be a fence-sitter. I do think that this map naturally kind of fits Nongshim's style, though. The Neon gets a lot of value on this map, creating chaos and diving on into the sites. The fast lane is fantastic at segmenting both of the sites on attack, and you do need some strong lurkers on Fracture. It's a push-and-pull map. You need to be active on defense, walking up and taking those dry contacts, especially when there's contact on the other side of the map from the attacking team. And you also definitely need on attack to have that main pack that's doing something, and then maybe, Margaret with a camera on the other side that's finding a lurk timing somewhere, or one of the other guys as well.
What about you, Big Time? You think you're favoring Nongshim in this map?
Well, like the caster said, DRX used to be an absolute juggernaut on this map. So I think they might have
team,
stuff.
though.
Hey,
True,
we
but
are
no
seeing
different coaching
Teo.
staff.
Coaches, yeah, double Teo.
Teo.
Okay, so how close are these comps actually? You do have the difference in the duelist, but Breach, Brim, Killjoy is just core on this map. Even going back to when Fracture went out of the pool, this was the staple core 3 on this map. So this is a mirror match with just a change of duelists. We have a lot of agreement at the moment on what the meta comp is on Fracture, and it does seem to contain a Teo.
Yeah, I think the Breach pairing with the Teo is probably the strongest initiator partner you can bring with Teo. The amount of combination with, you have that kind of double stun, you have the stun into the damage, the way that ults are able to cover so much of the space of the map. So I think I'm happy both teams are trying this.
Oh, that Breach Teo, that's going to be so annoying, but oh so fun to watch. So let's step into Fracture. We're going to toss it back to Paperthin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Here we go, map 3 in our first series of the day. The last day to round out the first week of VCT Pacific 2025 kickoff. Nongshim on the attack. DRX here on the defense desk was just talking about it. Mirrored compositions aside from just that one little duelist diff.
Yeah, and that could make a big difference. And, we've seen what Domby can do. We all know we're on day number 3 of Pacific, and he's definitely one of the talks of the town for sure. But, the Rays and the Jet have both been pretty good for Hyunmin.
They have been. Domby already out towards Sand, already going to be taken down, Freeing.
Locating target.
Here That rope, able to go ahead and find that opening kill. Stealth drone gets a quick little glimpse on the opposing tail. Much more going to be spotted there as Hyunmin tries to hold things off. Turns his sights back over towards drop, gets a kill there, but Persia pushing in, is able to find one. Mako now arriving, but cut down from the flank. Freeing, similarly going to be doing the same thing. Suddenly, as the dust settles, Francis is going to be the last one standing with 35 health to his name.
Don't want to give up another 1vx pistol, but Francis wisely dips. Knows that he's in trouble.
A little bit longer before he's in the clear. Once he gets fully to the north side, yep, can now start running, hightailing it over towards that B site. Nanos are set up here from flashbacks. If he gets an inkling, 35 HP, things could get even worse here for Francis.
There's that turret as well, just to confirm. First nano pop, just on a timing by flashback. Now you got Freeing sliding over to help. Francis goes all the way up and over.
Turret's fairly shallow. He could avoid it here.
Yeah, the other nano nowhere to clear this.
They're already close enough. This is going to prove to be so very difficult. Catches a glimpse now.
Oh boy.
Middle of the way down to 13. Flashback just continues to swing out. Finds the shot. Francis taken down. DRX with yet another pistol win.
Yeah, now you're seeing some good protocols from DRX there. On the execute, just a great hold from Freeing to shut down Dombi. Let's see this again. That is so good. Got the first shot, repeat for the second. Hyunmin holding the line at the door. Yeah, Persia breaks through, but you've got backup there. You've got coordination. This is something that you expect with DRX. Didn't get to see it as much on Pearl. Looked a little sloppier, but as we were talking about, as the desk was talking about, this is an old favorite.
And it is. Flashback, forced all the way out of tower, does successfully avoid that damage and puts Dombi back down. Takes a little bit of fall damage, I believe.
Already got the reinforcements rushing over.
Now we can refill this space here with the judge.
That's a great counter to Dombi in that spot if they continue to aggress that direction, but wise by Nongshim here. So much resistance. They don't lose anybody. Only take a little bit of damage to Dombi. A few sheriffs invested, so could still certainly do some damage. Hyunmin gonna be under pressure here. Has a little bit of help from the Taeho potentially, but has to be real careful with how long he sticks around.
Fault line to force him off the angle. Solid anticipation here. Paint Shell's still going to be held. Relay bolt as they go on the hunt here, but Hyunmin turning over to the flank. We'll go ahead, shut down Dombi, force that into the open, and Ivy will be able to collect that kill, but Paint Shell gets rid of Persia. Freeing looking for a little bit more, runs out of bullets, has to tuck back here at bottom sight. Gets in behind the pillar as the molly comes across to go ahead and further gum things up, slow them
30
down.
seconds left.
Mako just playing Peel, and realistically for Francis and Margaret, it's a difficult spot to be in. Look for any kind of opener they can get, but Bane shuts down the first. Freeing, despite his HP deficit, will go ahead and find the final. DRX fairly cleanly will go ahead and close out the anti-eco.
That's a huge moral victory for DRX, coming out with 4 guns this time on their anti-eco. Looking really clean. Exactly what you want to see out of Hyunmin. Ducks out right away with the blast packs. Obviously the stun connected. Didn't really have much choice, but puts himself in a good spot to use that paint shells to buy more time. Freeing there. Breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, I think, because he knew when he ran out of bullets there was a chance. Maybe he gets taken down in that moment.
4-0 start for him. No orbs collected, just all on kills. As Ivy immediately sending out the salvo. Making sure that this part of the halls is open for business. Relay bolt's gonna be sent, Hyunmin. Oh, here above, but oh, Dombi getting caught, getting stunned, getting taken down. Bane with a headshot. To go ahead and find that one, scoops up the weapon. As Freeing will get dropped, Francis out of door over towards Sands, able to find one. Pleasing the player count, now trading it up. Hyunmin taken out. Well, damage suffered as well as Francis. Snapping by Bane, finds Mako. Is now going to be looking to maybe find an ace. He's going to get the spike planted, and that's already rolling Thunder online. Not that he should need it in this round.
No, but not much. Flashback can do it just a judge. Not sure what got dropped along the way. Nothing too spectacular. Guardian was all the way up on top of site, and yeah, I think it's Flashback. Just have to consider looking for those exits. At every angle.
How much of a homie does he want to be?
Yeah, right?
Do you give over the ace? You know that he's already got the ult. Well, in all likelihood, has the ult.
Do you go fishing for the ace? Do you dare risk it?
It seems like the call is to play this one out safely. Cue your texture screaming emotes and gifs in chat. Flashback will just go down to the spike here. He's not going to be found, but Nongshim very clean in this anti-bonus.
That was crazy good stuff. It looked like it might go pretty backwards pretty fast. Great snappy shot from Bane, but it's Francis the rest of the way. Challenge here with the Guardian, trying to see if he could get those long-range one-taps to go. Bane not able to do so. Francis just, yeah, okay. Got a lot of work to do here. Let's get back to business. Another judge for Flashback. He's been leaning into that every round. Really wants to make sure that Donby is going to not be able to put pressure on the tower. They're really expecting that B site could be where a lot of that damage comes.
Well, trying to just blast pack out here. Is Hyunmin does manage to escape out towards safety. Ultimately, not much space going to be garnered here from Nongshim off the back of a pretty heavy investment on the ult.
Yeah, and DRX here is using a lot of util early to make sure that that A main control isn't firmly established by Nongshim easily. And they would like to have them forced to the other side of the map. You don't mind pushing them into this judge. You don't mind pushing them into the Sentinel utility a little bit. You've already got a rotate coming through from Freeing as well. So they're doing a good job of being a bit all over the map, just doing a check, but Freeing actually going back to the other side.
Shots going out. There's going to be the molly thrown in. Stealth drone as well sent. It's Mako. Yep, and we'll just be able to find 2 players through the smoke this time. It's leveled up since Pearl. And it's Freeing, noting Francis on the deep flank. Called out over towards Bane. As Flashback cuts Persia in half. Ivy now out here in the open. Nearly a couple players lined up here for him, but cannot find him. Bane will get the final 2. DRX will flawlessly move up 3-1.
This is exactly what DRX was looking for. Don't let them take A easily. And even if they do kind of get through all that util that you're going to use off the rip, you know, you're able to kind of separate their forces. We saw it 2 rounds ago where Donby got cut down, but this round they get the desired result. Now that helps. That helps.
Just a bit.
But you're gonna walk into that judge that Flashback had, get some serious value out of that. And then great recognition of these lurks. I mean, you've already got 1 or 2 players from DRX constantly going up towards bridge just to make sure that there isn't anybody else down there. Because so far, it's just been the southern half of the map that Nongshim has been playing with. Run away, Donby.
Quick fault line out. No entry allowed. Stealth drone will check forward. Might have caught a brief little glimpse there of Francis, but otherwise, everybody here from Nongshim taking the rope across.
This time, no judge in the hands of Flashback, 1 in the hands of Donby. So they're going to try to make use of that towards the tower. This time, you kind of expect more of a fallback from Flashback.
Oh, down. Yeah, I mean,
walk through that.
Respect on Flashback, just going ahead, just trying to whittle off that damage from his own nanos, but eventually does fall. Mako going to be taken down, Freeing, able to find 2. Keeps things close. 2v2, the tap of the plant, trying to maybe bait out some of this util. Hasn't been sent yet, and Bane now knows that they're not planting. In the meantime, Hyunmin moving forward, swing out, he can take it down to 32 HP. Bane needing to be the one to open things up here for his raise. He's able to do so. Margaret on the floor.
Just need to wait.
30 seconds left.
Force Francis to make a move.
For a different angle of approach here. Spotting out Bane, but he just can't nail that shot. Proves that he absolutely needed that to try to secure the round. Becomes that much more difficult here for him. The tap of the spike, Hyunmin not biting on the bait.
10 seconds
the retap, they know that he's running out of time. The fault line, they know that he's stunned. Looking to try to go ahead, hold for the plant. Hyunmin swings the corner, strikes him down. They'll get the money, but they cannot get the win. DRX now up 4-1.
Yeah, beautiful patience at the end of the round. Little surprised that Flashback opted to try to regress that angle through his own nanos. Maybe just not expecting that they'd send that many players up there that he could catch somebody off guard. Fair play. And then Freeing got 2 insanely quick kills.
Yep.
Not exactly sure.
Maybe a timeout? Nongshim down by 3.
Please, the regular kind?
Team timeout?
Please, the regular kind?
Team timeout?
Team timeout? We beg of you.
Take a look at the replay.
I know Jake Shin's real proud of his Tech Pause graphics, but
the stage looks nice with the kind of like soft purple.
Look at this. That freeing double was absolutely nasty. He's been so good at times today.
Electric today.
Yeah. Him and Hyunmin.
But there we go. Confirmed. I think we're just waiting to send the highlights before bumping into the timeout. So it is in fact Nongshim calling one here. Can't really blame them. Shades of what we were seeing on that opening map.
Yep. It's
all the way back on Lotus.
It's just really good trading and good protocols for the most part for DRX. You know, I can see their game plan a lot from the big picture, and sometimes it's based on the weaponry they're using or the way their util is set up. In that case, you know, the only thing that left me scratching my head a little bit was the way Flashback played tower. Other than that, I mean, they're just doing a good job of finding good timings, being patient now. Some of the things that left them on Pearl are back into their wheelhouse. And that, to me, signals that they're just a little bit more prepared on this map. Even though they picked Pearl, you know, maybe they felt like with the Taeho comp, they were going to be able to catch their opponents off guard. They felt like they had great post-plant setups. They're probably things that are working out really well for them. They have great executes in their scrims. Things like that. Now you have a couple big ults as well. Both Armageddons there for the teams. Showstopper, 1 away from a Rolling Thunder for Bane, 1 away from the Orbital Strike for Persia, Mako 2 away from his. So alt cycles starting to come into play. And this would be a great opportunity for either squad to kind of maybe be able to string a few rounds together if you can get these alt cycles to roll.
Yep.
You know, if you can get this as DRX, you know, you're going to have maybe 1 in the next round if you can use your Showstopper and Armageddon effectively. Same thing goes for Nongshim.
Feels like it's all going to have to start here with Downbeat. So far, not on the board, 0 and 5. A lot of these first deaths suffered by Nongshim are him. Hyunmin just staying tucked, staying quiet. Bane there trying to feel some pressure. In the meantime, though, slow creep up from Margaret, working his way over towards Dish. Freeing, ready to send it. Oh, rolls out the red carpet for him. That completely staves them off. Hyunmin tries to push forward, fill some space, but ends up getting taken down. Downbeat able to find one. Margaret getting the other. And suddenly this round is getting away from DRX. Freeing, however, still standing for a little bit longer. Comes up with 2. But weapons will be recovered. Spike will be planted, and Flashback will have his work cut out for him. Looks for the first, finds it, down to 30. Cannot find that instant headshot that he so desperately needed. Off the back of the timeout call, it's going to be a thrifty win for Nongshim to get their second round.
I like the idea of the trap play. I'm not so sure how I feel about it in that scenario. Not so sure how I feel about it against the Eco. You don't want to really give them the opportunity up close and personal. Goodness, Persia. They're just walking through these smokes with these stingers and these sheriffs. They're popping you. Freeing, okay. You get a couple. But you're trying to keep Hyunmin hidden, and it just falls apart.
So emotional.
Francis is just,
he's dialed in.
He is, man. I like to see it. A little bit of a map spread. Look at Hyunmin. He's way out there. Might be able to check that turret.
The social network. He's wired in. Oh, is he? Smash the laptop. Now coming through here onto the A site. Be able to gain access. Spike now being brought across. Bane sending the Rolling Thunder, waiting for the tap on that Spike plan, but how can they retake? The Armageddon now is coming through. Showstopper out. Has managed to find 1, puts Persia down to dangerously low HP. Hyunmin will be flushed out. Persia still fighting back. Comes up with 2. Mako dead. Flashback noted here on the late lurk. And suddenly, it's just 1 round separating.
A little bit of disjointedness there. Love the idea from DRX. Rolling Thunder into the Showstopper. Showstopper got a kill and a ton of damage, but there was no backup in time for Hyunmin here. He's going to catch 1. He also catches the Brim. Persia just steps out, 20 HP, knocks down 2. Need to be a little bit more in sync with your Wraiths there. Try to clear that space. So you can see a little bit of weakness being shown there from DRX. What looked so good with their coordination early on starts to crumble just a little bit after losing that eco. Now you're gonna have to, and you use some big ults there. So talking about those ult swings, talking about the way that things could change, it's a double whammy. It's the economy and the ults that are gonna be going out of favor for DRX. They're gonna have to start digging deep to win some of these rounds.
Only 2 rounds separating the timeouts here between both squads. These last few rounds very much not going to be making Termi and Glow very happy. It's similar to what we were kind of seeing towards the end of Pearl. Those heavy investments on these ultimates, but not being able to get those round wins. Things certainly need to be tightened up. You know that you start allowing for Nongshim to really come online. It's not all just about Dambi. He's the one who gets in there, he takes space. Yeah, he can frag out of control, but you've got Francis and Persia putting up numbers. That's when things get even more terrifying.
It's a lot of the rest of that team that follows up off of him. That is so clean. Their aim. Speaking of,
yeah, he just pushed out the north side, finds Persia.
Off your feet!
Just hanging out. Rolling Thunder goes across, only connects onto one.
Oh,
as I think, okay, flashback somehow not being able to win out a fight there, but Mako pushing up in the tower. Massacres 2, draws out the weapon, tries to get that Bucky in line, but cannot. Dambi will be able to find the kill, the spike in his hands. Plant now coming down. Wow. Blast pack around the side there. Dambi tries to hold it back, and the lockdown is going to be committed. No paint shell, but bomb sent, freeing with the salvo, able to find it, takes the fight, and gets them over the line. Shows to rally the crowd and get the defuse. PRX coming up with that round win, maintaining the lead by 2 rounds with a Thrifty of their own.
This is the most APAC stuff. Just like everybody's just going hard. It's like go big or go home. Oh, Ivy. This is just Mako, classic Mako. Freeing there with the guidance.
He's using a ghost, actually.
Yeah, thanks. But like the play there from Freeing, just so timely with that guided salvos, expecting that lockdown. Not only does it clear the lockdown, but it also gets the kill. Then he just steps out, finds the next. I mean, Freeing he is smashing right now. Oh, Mako.
Freeing with the free ability, coming up with the impact.
That's right.
And speaking with impact, there's the Armageddon once again, just cutting its way across the site, looking to slow them up.
It's buying time.
Cut back towards main, just going to be leaving Persia on his lonesome. I believe the stealth drone may be detecting.
Just don't know about Bridge, Sands. Like, oh God, Dambi.
Dambi sliding forward. Mako turns the sights over towards main. He's able to find one. Dambi turning back with the shorty, finds him. Freeing. It's off Margaret. Persia now striking out from Arcade.
Spike planted.
And Min still working his way across as Bane just tries to buy some time.
This is very, very difficult. That doesn't help.
Nope. Pressed for the moment. Shock to clear that back box side here. Bit of Gen. There's Dambi now. He's making some noise, threatening his pinch in from behind. This Hyunmin, yep, similar situation. Have to try to wait it out, but time is ticking, working against them. Bane, a peek in towards tower, nothing spotted. Dambi trying to draw them off. Bane finds the headshot, but Hyunmin does get taken down. Spike diffuser has been killed, and it is not held to half. Ivy in the push out, finds a headshot, just like that. It's only 1 round separating once more.
Yeah, this is just, oh, both are gonna go down, couldn't get out in time. But really just, the ideas from DRX are pretty good actually. I like the way that they're covering the map. They have kind of a pretty good idea that this is likely to be B, but they have to second guess it because they don't know what's going on in the north half. It's the only part of the map they haven't really cleared. And that ends up costing them enough with Persia finding a free kill onto the backside of Freeing. Picked up a nice one. Nongshim there just kind of slowly making their way in. Ends up finding a good timing and a good opportunity to get their way through. Now they're going to explore.
Oh, flashback.
Yep.
He got trapped up in one of the salvos there. Well, Freeing on a quick peek, needs to try to sprint his way out. He cannot. Francis will get him back in the skull there through the dish. A site, for the most part, wide open. Bane to try to delay. Looks like Nongshim more than happy. Just go ahead and sway back and forth across the map. In fact, you're going to rope across.
Yep. They're going to try to set up for a bit of a pinch. Got Ivy on the north side. The rest of the team going to be coming through. I think somebody heard that because the ping came down. At the very least, just suspects it.
Stealth drone out to try to check. Won't be able to make it up top, so Nothing noted there. Fault line from Bane. They try to slow them up. Mako winning a fight over at Sansa's. Persia will fall, but Margaret pushing forward is able to find one in exchange. Youngman. The kill here is Bane giving his life to try to get rid of Tambi. And now Francis Margaret, last one standing, a flashback, previously chunked out to 44 HP.
30 seconds left.
Not much firepower behind here.
He's got a classic.
He can maybe get a gun here.
I think it's just a
corpse at the top of the ramp here. Yeah, no.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Gets himself a Phantom. Basically a fully loaded mag. Drop down, looking for the shot with Francis. How many 4Ks here today, I do not know, but he continues to deliver. He's one away from his next Rolling Thunder. And we are tied at 5-5.
He's been electric. Him and Freeing. These initiators just going back and forth with the big round. Now DRX. Yeah, that was an eco. Have that lockdown available, but not as valuable, frankly, with Teo in play. You have to be much more adaptive with your timings on it.
Find the leverage.
Waiting for those guided salvos to come out. Let's see what they want to do this go around. Yeah, a little bit of congestion. I mean, giving up a lot of space. They're making a push. Where's the bottom of the map?
Oh, Hyunmin going for the Jing play. And on top of the box, takes out Francis. Snappy and quick. Managing the strike, getting rid of that ever problematic initiator on the opposite side. Mako spawning out one. Margaret dancing back and forth. Mako able to just tuck back in towards spawn. Gets away from a sticky situation. Bring at the same time though, Molly just in front of his feet. Feeling the heat, but not getting burned. Stays tucked back, and you can see right now, DRX in position, getting poised and ready to strike. They get ready to try to unleash some blood, freeing able to find one, but now take it down. Hyunmin dead in tow. Bane and flashback at risk, needing to find this kill, and they do. Persia eliminated. Mako's position still known. The lockdown now coming through. A minute amount of space into the back of sight, either under or below, or under or above, whichever they so choose. Never mind, we'll just get cleared out.
Last player standing.
Ivy, wall bang down. Margaret, all now falling on his shoulders. Finds the first, finds the second, and nearly gets them all. Oh, flashback, last one standing. We'll find the defuse and get TRX the lead once again, at least for a brief little while, but my God. They just cannot rack up anything as far as the cash is concerned.
That's brutal. That's absolutely brutal. I mean, a good round for them, but coming into the last round of the half,
Can I get this?
you
Thanks.
are trying to scrape together some kind of buy. So you're going to be able to get one rifle because you buy down to a judge for flashback. You do have the orbital strike. You're one away from a showstopper. You're one away from a rolling thunder for DRX. On the other side of the coin, Nongshim
rolling away from everything.
Everything. And they're not exactly flush with cash either.
They're not. They're trying to go on the push, and he does! Hyunmin gonna be taken down, slides back in style, and Freeing is destroyed. Zaps him down, the rolling thunder crashing across. Mako not gonna get caught by that one. Still here. Sat on the side, Mako pushing forward, able to find one, but then gets taken down. Margaret on the approach, drops out of dish, and Bane has fallen. Flashback. Sprinting over as fast as he can, but there's a lockdown in play. The tempo has been set, and TRX are lagging behind. Nongshim even things up 6-6 at the half.
Just madness. It's just so scrappy. I mean, both teams doing a great job of getting their players in the right position sometimes and then executing, and then other times, you know, the other team answers right back with a little bit better counterplay of their own. That time around, DRX just caught a little bit out in the open by Dambi, and he breaks things open through A main. It's so challenging to play against that Neon, because if you're just not quite prepared for it, it is punishing. That round right there is a great example. Gets the ult online, puts it to good use. Things just kind of crumble off the back of it. But if you're a DRX fan here, you can look at this and say, okay, well, you know, we did pretty good on that defender side. 6 rounds on Fracture? You usually take that.
Sure, but with the caveat that you won the pistol.
That's true.
So having Nongshim be able to catch up, tie things up after that early advantage, things are We're still very much up in the air. This is anyone's map, anyone's series. As we get ready to jump into this here. The tale of these two initiators, though, between Freeing and Francis, may very well continue, both at 13 kills.
Few ghosts, a Sheriff for Margaret. He's not going to be over on B tower, going to be over towards A. Didn't see much change up from DRX in terms of where they were placing their Killjoy. There's already some different methodologies in play, and it's a crunch towards the top of the map. I mean, Flashback's just got to get out.
Just taking the rope across. It's going to be the turret here as the casualty. Double cut back now from Dish. And this turret will end up falling. Paint shells up over the top. You can tell, though, top site very much empty. So plant can come through here from DRX. Flashback watching the flank here from behind. 3 players getting ready to come his way. Is he going to be able to stave them off? Ducking behind the box. Here's the footsteps. Decides to go for the fight. Finds the first, nearly gets the second, but Francis will be kept alive.
Rocco's so busy watching above him. Turns his attention. Gets a little bit of damage.
Just a tad bit there. Turns back. Does get team flashed. Ultimately, the pressure's not coming through. Some time buying coming in as he pushes up, catching Ivy over at drop.
Huge.
Margaret gone. The rush back. Mako just playing elusively here where possible. Damby and Francis now storm their way over toward the side, but both dangerously low here on HP. Damby now just down to 2. Nothing more that he can do. 2 kills here for Freeing. DRX, another pistol. And that is going to be them gaining the lead once more.
That's big. And it's kind of a gamble from the side of Nongshim. They go way to the other side of the map, and Flashback, wise to it, just gets out of there so quickly. Watching that back line as best as he can. Mako playing his life oh so well. And then on site, a couple big kills before those final 2 from Freeing. That made it a much easier affair for the DRX players to just cover that attempted retake. It's okay, a couple bulldogs, a couple rifles, a couple sheriffs and one sheriff and a ghost.
Turrets destroyed.
Flashback again. Nope, not gonna mess with that. So trying to cut off the top side of the map. This time Nongshim's gonna leave a couple players closer on site at A. It's not the full committal towards that space. But to DRX's credit, very diligent about clearing that last time, and still again, a lot of damaging util here.
Yep, sliding forward here. Donovan trying to win in the fight, but Margaret is right-clicking in his face. Finds the kill. Mako does peel one back. Shoulder here alongside the smoke. Persia, does he push for it? Oh, it dissipates. It goes right out in front of the crosshair. Mako, easy collection here for him. Avoids the fault line. The smoke's now getting ready to fall. Flashback watching over towards rope. Francis noted here by Bane. Flash goes through, turn from it. Double face up into rope. Kill is collected. Snappy trying to slide out. Is able to escape here for a moment. Now it's down to 6. Quick little turn back. Bane is backing away from the fight. Bane, Flashback will happily collect. 3K for him. 2 casualties. But an anti-eco closeout here for DRX, now up by 2.
Yeah, that's exactly what you needed here as DRX. Keep those 3 rifles, and you can buy up for this next one. Regen armor's going to be coming into play. Mako, just great patience. Maybe thought for a minute there he might get caught trying to push out of that smoke, but the plan all along was just wait this out a little bit. Got to be ultra careful with Dambi running around. Let's see what the setup looks like. It's like a B crunch. They are able to buy up to all rifles if you include the bulldogs. Gunmin coming over, waiting out the nanos. This gives enough info here. Nongshim going to be rotating behind. A good kill for Margaret.
Just kind of steadily walking in by himself. Margaret able to find one, finds the second as well. Solid damage dealt from him. Site taken for now. Plant getting ready to come through. Gotta be pushing forward, just clears out that alarm bot. Get held back for the moment. Salvo sent. Aftershocks about to be exchanged, and that forces them all the way back over towards that rope side of tower. The site now effectively grabbed here for the side of Nongshim.
No util.
There's not. Freeing able to just go ahead, drop out towards safety, but Flashback gets caught. Bane now needing to find something as the salvos go in. Just get them off that defuse for the time being. Still a decent amount of time to work with, though, as Damby tries to hold the corner here at tower. Wide swings out, Freeing able to shut it down, pull off of the defuse. Freeing just gonna maybe look to try to play time a little bit here, but Francis pushes forward. We have just enough to go ahead and pass this over. So now Rolling Thunder online as we go into this 4th round of the half.
Just a little bit off kilter. DRX there had to fall back because there was so much pressure from the ramp side. They just didn't have any util. Yeah, the guided salvos come back online, but at that point, there's just nothing else they have for that post plant. Trying to make the guns go. The flank angle dealt with, flashback down. Makes it so much easier. I mean, as good as freeing is right now, it's just too tall of a mountain for him to climb. Margaret gonna go for that judge as well. And he's also gonna be in the tower in DRX. Not quite the same setup. Mako's gonna be trying to keep Dambi at bay. His full A main control has been taken, so that allows you to slide over, but Hyunmin gets the kill with the paint shells.
They just sandwiched in. The paint shells had it, the wall bangs certainly would have. Pushing out, flashback, catching a glimpse, re-swings out of the smoke, and Persia goes bouncing forward. Freeing able to collect 2 before getting dropped here by Dambi. 3v2. Dambi just sat here within the smoke. Mako almost caught with util in hand, but once again, similar scenes of Lotus. Hyunmin is there with covering fire to keep Mako alive and well. Hyunmin will find the finisher, a 3K as DRX maintaining the lead, not allowing for Nongshim to come catching up.
That felt like it could be a pretty good round for Nongshim off the rip. Like, they had taken so much space, but they just kind of put a little too much pressure. They even have the Rolling Thunder. You know, Persia tries to make a gamble play off the back of it, gets caught doing it. And they just really never find that coordination that you'd be looking for. It's gonna be the pump shotgun for Dambi. Sheriff, Shorty, maybe? Yeah, for Margaret.
Gotta go.
And then patience now shown by DRX after that last round. I mean, Mako was kind of keeping track of it the whole time early on. Nongshim not really able to capitalize on some of that info and space they took very quickly, but DRX was just quick to pull the trigger as well. See what they can do. Great util combos available here. Could really make things annoying, but that shotgun not going to be too bothered by anything other than damage.
Couldn't leap forward. Stuns here. We're on the side. Oh, almost caught with util in hand, and he is! Francis as well! Unaware, but Dambi still here in the halls. Finds himself a second kill, equalizing his free and Hyunmin both can take it down. Swaps over to the Bucky, pushes up into the smoke, but Bane will be able to peel off the kill. 3v2, Persia recovers a Vandal. The door tapped, noted, and heard. Spike, however, still stuck on this side of the map. Unless they try to send him across the rope, otherwise flashback. Suddenly working his way over towards Dish, but Bane, gun barrel, has been spotted, as has his head. Persia tucks back, flashback, waiting here. Drops down. He manages to win that fight. The A site now opened up. Margaret, last one standing.
That was dicey there for DRX for a moment. I mean, with Dambi picking up 2 and then has that shotgun and goes diving in, you think maybe he can pick up more, but flashback wins a huge battle there, dropping down. Thought the timing might go in the favor of his opponent, but he's able to steady the aim, win that battle. That's huge for DRX. Could be a very different round we're looking at if he doesn't win that 1v1. Still a chance for Margaret.
The Vandal in hand, needs to try to separate, but has been now noted. Flashback up above, swings out and cannot find Mako. DRX reach double digits, 10 rounds secured. 3 away from closing out this series.
Oh boy. It's still just by the narrowest of margins sometimes that DRX gets away with these things. This is just ridiculous from Hyunmin. Great relay bolt there to force out the opponent. He got one stuck in the corner. That's an easy pickup with those lightning fingers. Okay. Starting to sort of stabilize a little bit, so it's a wise time to take a timeout. DRX doing pretty well, and then Nongshim. Some of the ideas are quite good, but again, these protocols, the practice looks really solid from DRX. The trades are generally pretty good. Their awareness generally pretty good. You know, sometimes a little bit off there. I think it was Bane who got caught around the corner of that barrel out. Got blasted down. Yeah, little things like that, but it's hard because the pace of play is so damn quick. when you're going up against Nongshim, like, it's all about instinct and reaction sometimes. And that's where the preparation and all that stuff really matters, because you're really not wanting to think in those moments anyway. The better you can react, the more that you practiced it, the more you're going to respond properly and do better. And generally, that's something that we've seen pretty good here for the most part from DRX, at least on the first map and now this map. Pearl is a different affair. Now you've got a bunch of alts too. Showstopper, Lockdown, Armageddon. Things looking pretty nice for DRX, but...
One away from that orbital.
Yep.
Stealth drone to start. As I'm wandering across, nothing going to be noted there.
You should run.
As here comes the lockdown.
Smokes down.
There's delaying, setting up some smokes. Trying to slow up the approach as much as possible.
Oh, this catch.
Margaret swinging out. Ends up getting taken down. Had he been able to break through somehow. Been poised to have his own lockdown available for that retake here on the site, but we'll have to wait for a future round. Spike now in play. Relay bolt's going to be sent out. Showstopper at Dambi's feet, and he gets absolutely obliterated. He hasn't been able to find the kill. Persian noted over towards Canteen. Ivy here at site stairs just gets a headshot there onto Hyunmin, but as he pushes out of the smoke, flashback is there tucked into the corner. It's an easy takedown. Bane at tower, looking to hold the line, finds the first. As Hugh the Aerosmith, here comes Armageddon. Crashing across, and as they swing out, flashback will find the third. DRX not allowing for the timeout call to find value. Now up to 11.
Such a brilliant setup with that lockdown. Got so many bases covered there. You've just got Margaret dead to rights, unless he makes just a crazy good outplay. And you put Nongshim back down onto an eco. So ready for this. Great timing on this showstopper, right as Dombi's kind of lost his momentum, lost his movement. Catch him out in the open. Great positioning there, hit it in the corner for flashback. Holds it down through the Armageddon. Ends that round. Guardian, Stinger, Sheriffs. She's going with a little bit of a different look this time.
Trying to really up the pace here, but Mako out in front, able to find one. Ivy will get Bane.
Ooh.
Mako comes up, taken down. He finds another. All the headshot there from Hyunmin though, and freeing with a covering fire. Just tears them limb from limb. Ivy gets the spot out, flashback. However, will get the headshot. Two players lost, but the crunch play cannot come to fruition. Match point now here in the hands of DRX.
Cool.
Yeah, they just do such a nice job there anticipating all of that. Yeah, some good util lands, good stun, connects onto Mako to at least find that kill onto him. He's just bouncing around trying to distract. And see if he can buy a little bit of extra time for the reinforcements to arrive. They do end up coming through in the long run. Nice plays, nice setups for DRX. Just slightly getting the better of things. Oh my God, we're going hot and heavy again.
We are. But Maka, I mean, he's got that orbital. There's a rolling thunder. DRX can answer back with aggression.
Well, that's the funny thing. Because it's a mirror matchup other than the duelists, you can answer right back with the same stuff.
Flashback, checking things out. Ooh. It's not ready for Dambi to be that far forward. A very solid kill here. Much needed for his Bloodbound.
That's good memory from the previous round from Nongshim, because that's where flashback went to. So they're clearing that position that they didn't before. Really nice.
Self-drone not spotting out anything here. Things are likely about to get very messy. Aftershocks thrown, fault line to the opposite side. The rolling thunder still here in the back pocket. Now going to be sent down, but Hyunmin's already going to be taken down. Dambi getting burned away and slides out across the rafter, and Mako is bound. Bane eliminated. And that is just going to be freeing left standing. Deadliest member here of the day, but this time it's Dambi who manages to get his pound of flesh. A 3K for him. Nongshim hold on by a thread. 4 more rounds to go to force out overtime.
Man, that was good coordination from Nongshim. Good recognition of a weak point in the previous round. Dambi deals with it, and then it's hightailing it over to set up this crunch in towards Sands, or in towards the rope and in towards the site. I mean, just shutting everything down there. The orbital strike to push him forward didn't really matter. I think he had him dead to rights anyway, but that was great movement. Great understanding.
Armageddon was sent as well in that previous one there from Ivy. From here on out, I mean, you can't really afford to just hold on to ultimates. If you got it, send it.
Yeah.
It means that you win the round.
And if you can get that orbital strike out, you know, in exchange, that might be worth it. With the lockdown, I mean.
Sure.
Quite a bit of util used across both ends in some ways, but Ivy should be getting those guided salvos back online eventually. Meanwhile, DRX going to go back to this B-site crunch. Going to leave freeing this time on the backside instead of Mako. Going to do a little bit of lurking. There's a ping through there. Some utility expended by freeing. That keeps an extra player planted for the side of Nongshim. So making sure you try to have the numbers advantage as best as possible. There you go.
Call coming out. Stun connecting there onto Margaret. Just easily enough backpedal in towards tower. Mako still going to try to sell this one, it would seem. It's smoked off, but yep, freeing. Calls for the push here into the A side. As Mako just buys their attention. The Siren on the shore, drawing them in towards that B site.
Now you got to have a plan for that lockdown. I like this. This gets you a free plant. Tons of util for this post plant.
In the site, can they get him to Sands at least?
I'm all out.
Freeing though. Salvo back online.
Initiated.
Lockdown gets invested. There goes the Rockets. There goes the lockdown. Perfect. Navi trying to lead the charge, able to do so. Finds one. Hyunmin taken out, freeing. Looking to try to hold the door. Eats a flash. Mako here with covering fire at the same time. Now Freya gonna be gone. All down to Persia.
One enemy remaining.
Finds them. Oh, finds them all. Okay. We're getting frazzled around a little bit here. Shouts to Prius, but Persia is able to go ahead and get her done.
Gotta do him dirty again, man.
Yeah.
Which
he knows it's from a place of love.
Yeah. God, I mean, that looks like it has DRX map win written all over it, and then Donby has other ideas.
Let me take a look back at this one.
A little bit whiffy. Great play at the door. Persia is just so good. Flashback has just been a little bit off today. Just hasn't seemed like his normal kind of crispy self, you know?
Just the hair. Well, they've successfully broken down the economy here of DRX a bit. Still some firepower, still some oomph here behind these weapons. But Nongshim now, 3 more chances to try to extend this into overtime.
They're going to be right on DRX's heels. So DRX, this is tough. The timing's going to be really tricky now. It's too late.
One bot, cleared out. Envy sliding forward, looking for a little bit more. Oh boy, pops that ult in a bit of a panic here, but it might not matter too much. Flashback is able to go ahead and shut him down with that Sheriff. Looks for a second, but Bane comes to the rescue as Hyunmin out of tower, peeks in, catches Persia off guard. Spike now being ushered across the way. North side approach. Hyunmin maybe gonna have to fight his way out of this position, but no, Margaret! Had he not heard the orb take? Hyunmin finds the kill, now he's got a showstopper. He calls for the rotation back. Ivy, he's already just shipping it. He's sending it through the attacker spawn towards A.
I thought this had another round for sure. I thought this was a great read, a great play call from Nongshim. I thought they had DRX just completely smothered out of this round.
Hyunmin hears the footsteps of Showstopper. Will likely show itself here. Remind Ops to just go ahead, keep it held. He swings in and Hyunmin finds the kill. DRX come out swinging here. The VCT Pacific 2025. And they will take a victory 2-1 over Nongshim Red Force.
And what an effort here for this retooled, re-geared DRX squad. They look solid. They could handle this aggressive, this rocket ship that is Nongshim Red Force. And what a performance from both teams, but Nongshim is so good, but this is their first loss in how long?
For a very, very long time.
A year?
And honestly, I think that might have been one of the motivations coming into the series for DRX.
Sure.
Because when you think about historical runs,
teams that have stopped there.
DRX, the Vision Strikers era, that 100+ win streak that they had. Nongshim were looking to go on their merry way and accrue one for themselves, but it is DRX, the force that was finally able to bring them to a halt.
This was such a fun match, and I like that In particular, you know, DRX can handle a lot of the different looks that Nongshim threw at them. In particular, the way that they were able to deal with some of those crunch plays on Fractured. That is so hard to do, especially with all that util that you have available, and that relay bolt kind of gives you a little bit of extra poof.
Well, oomph is what DRX clearly have in spades, a hell of a lot of firepower and great integration of, you know, player who is somebody who got re-added to this roster very recently. But anyway, so down to the stage for the interview.
다시 한번 축하드립니다. 2대1 승리를 가져간 DRX 프링 선수. 잠시 납치해 갈게요. 일로 오시죠. 무대 인터뷰를 위해서. Now, congratulations to DRX with their 2-1 hard-fought victory. I'm gonna snatch Fring up on the stage for our post-match interview. Now, Fring, everyone was playing lights out today. We have Hyunmin flying everywhere and Dambi running across everywhere. That was some high-quality Valorant from both teams. So talk to us about how today was against Nongshim Red Force. 승리 축하드리고요. 오늘 정말 수준 높은 경기가 두 팀 모두에게서 나왔던 것 같아요. 뭐 현민 선수 날아다니고 담비 선수 뛰어다니고 그랬는데 오늘 농심 레드포스 상대로 이렇게 승리를 가져간 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요.
사실 챌린저스 때부터 꼭 이기고 싶었던 팀인데 여기까지 크게 1부에서 이겨서 너무 기분 좋습니다.
Well, actually, Nongshim Red Force, they were the team that I wanted to beat for so long back in Challengers, and to be able to win against them here in Pacific, it feels really, really good. Now, Fring, you need to help us fact check because there are rumors going around that Mako actually asked Hermie to IGL once again. So tell us, who is IGLing for DRX at the moment? 약간의 그 루머가 돌고 있더라고요. 팩트 체크를 도와주시면 좀 좋을 것 같은데 마코 선수가 이제 터미 감독님에게 다시 IGL을 하고 싶다고 어필을 했다고 들었습니다. 그래서 현재 DRX의 오더는 누구인지 그리고 그 스토리의 배경에 대해서 좀 팩트 체크 부탁드릴게요.
현재 IGL은 마코가 하고 있고
네.
마코가 많이 답답했나 봐요. 뺏겼습니다.
괜찮아요?
저는 좋죠.
그래요?
네,
그래서 그런지
좋습니다.
에임이 또 매섭더라고요.
그럼요.
알겠습니다. Actually, yeah, Mako is indeed IGLing. I don't think he liked my IGLing, and for me, you know, it's good enough. I get to focus on my aim. Now, let's talk about Taeho because we saw him 3 maps in a row from DRX. A huge surprise, especially because Termi usually takes time when it comes to running a new agent. So does today kind of show how highly DRX think of the new agent Taeho, and what's it like playing him? And whose call was it actually to run him on all the maps that you guys played today? 태호에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데 사실 3연 태호를 했잖아요. 이게 좀 놀라운 게 터미 감독님이 사실 이 신챔 기용에 있어서 굉장히 신중하시기 때문에 그만큼 또 DRX가 태호를 고평가하고 있나라는 생각이 들어요. 그래서 어떻게 태호를 현 메타에서 평가하고 있는지, 누가 먼저 하자고 했는지, 하면 재밌는지 어떤지 궁금합니다.
일단 태호 스킬 구성이 일단 너무 좋기 때문에 팀 게임에서 일단 경쟁전에서는 잘 모르겠는데 경쟁전에서 잘 모르겠는데 일단 팀 게임에서는 태호 스킬 구성이 너무 좋기 때문에 좀 높게 평가하고 있고 아마도 선수들이 저희가 하자고 했던 것 같습니다.
재밌나요?
전 진짜 너무 재밌어요.
미사일
쏘고 진탕도 있고 스턴도 있고.
알겠습니다. Well, actually, yeah, I don't know about ranked games. I don't think he's that OP in ranked, but he has a really, really great kid when it comes to pro scene team plays, especially. And I think it was the DRX players ourselves that actually asked to run this agent. And personally, it's really, really cool. I mean, I love the missiles, I love the stuns and the concussions that he has. I love his kit, and I think he's really, really good for team plays and pro scene in general. Now, let's talk about the Bane effect too, because you guys have been playing the off-season events with Athan. So what does Bane bring to the table, and how does he influence the way you guys play the game? 베인 효과에 대해서도 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 사실 오프시즌 동안은 아탄 선수와 합을 맞췄잖아요. 베인 선수가 들어오고서 좀 팀에 어떤 변화가 있었는지도 궁금하네요.
일단 베인 선수가 굉장히 뭐라 해야 될까 좀 밝은 성격이어가지고
네네.
뭐 저희가 스크림을 줘도 뭐 이기든 일단 밝게 해주는 일단
네.
팀을 좀 뭐라 해야 될까
분위기 메이커.
분위기 메이커 진짜
네.
분위기 메이커인 것 같습니다.
네.
너무 좋습니다.
그러면 반응 잘 해주나요? 베인 선수가 왜 이렇게 해주나요?
그럼요.
네.
네.
다들 잘
그리고
해주는 거죠, 네.
약간 농담으로 베인 했다라고 하는 게 있는데
네.
이제 잘 못하거나 좀 어리버리 까거나 그러면 이제 베인했다 하거든요.
네.
이제 요즘 그렇게 하고 있습니다.
밈으로.
네.
알겠습니다. Yeah, definitely. Being the vibe merchant or the Korean Celsius he is, it definitely keeps the energy up whenever we're in a bad mood after losing a scrim or dropping a map when we practice. He's always there to pick us up, and we have this meme going on. We always say, "Oh, you just baned." I mean, he's become a verb now, and we usually use the term when we don't do well in games or in practices. But you know, we have that good little vibe going on, and thanks to Bane, the team energy is up all of the time. Now, thank you very much for your insights, Spring, and good luck with Taeho.
감사합니다.
네, 축하드려요.
감사합니다.
And for the fans here at the venue, Nongshim Red Force will be holding their fan meet and greet, so make sure you join them, catch them downstairs, first floor in the lobby. 그리고 이제 농심 레드포스가 팬미팅을 1층에서 진행한다고 하니까요, 여러분 많은 관심 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 프링 선수는 같이 퇴근하시죠. 퇴근하시죠.
네, 좋습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Nongshim may have been a force indeed, but DRX keeping their cool, staying calm in the face of a, you know, very active Dambi, very active Nongshim overall, and really showing that their set plays, everything, coaching, everything that they've learned, everything that they've prepared will pull through after all.
Yeah, I think Nongshim, at least so far in Pacific, has shown us some degree of shakiness. I think early on, particularly in Fracture, there were a couple of rounds that looked a little bit questionable, like the breach ult across A main and things like that. I even saw Dambi stun himself trying to slide into the site, and they still played a very, very tight game. So I didn't really feel like this was Nongshim playing their absolute A game, but DRX was undeniable today. They played a really, really good game, and they definitely are abusing the new meta with Teo on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I think DRX looked very stable this game. I think they still have room to improve as well, but Nongshim were just not on the level of DRX today, especially freeing on this Teo. I mean, he seemed unbelievable on it to me, very, very comfortable on it. It seemed like a very natural fit, so I didn't get that same impression from Ivy on this last map on the Teo either.
Yeah, there were these, you know, small mistakes, I guess, that Nongshim, like, you know, were doing that just accumulated. Is this that gap from tier 2 to tier 1?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well. Like, maybe they are making more mistakes on the stage, or maybe they were already making those mistakes. They were already at that level of play, and they just weren't punished for it as much in the tier 2 against some of the lesser quality teams. Now they're taking up the step into Pacific, and unfortunately, their massive win streak is over. They've played their first really high quality tier 1 team, even though it's DRX coming in with a couple of changes. A lot of people are rating this new DRX roster, and unfortunately they weren't able to pass the test.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite sad for Nongshim. I think a lot of people had them going very far in this tournament. Not to say that they can't, they still have the lower bracket, so that's a real chance to turn things around.
And they weren't substantially worse. This was still a very close series. They still played very, very well, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. And as well, it's a little uncharacteristic to see Francis doing so well to be really outstanding in terms of some of the individual form, and some of the regular faces that we would see really come through and win some of those post plants, win some of those clutches. I mean, you saw it there in the end of game scoreboard. You saw no clutches won for Nongshim, and they lost a lot of post plants, which, you know, you'd really be banking on them winning. But this man was their kryptonite today. Freeing was absolutely outstanding. He was back to that VCT CN Ascension form once again, and we were talking about maybe the burden of IGLing and swapping to an info init role in the off season has maybe impacted his performance compared to when he was on Rare Atom. He was straight back into it again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is some of the stuff they were doing with the Teo. I mean, pairing that Teo with the Breach gives so much control in A main. Both teams are sat on their iPads at the start of the round, and you can see they're just trading that util out in A main.
Yeah, you see the turret gets killed there on the top of the map, so Nongshim knows that they have a free A site. They know that it's a drop setup, and they're able to just kick off that A site execute straight away.
Yeah, you can just see with DRX here, they're just kind of trying to give that space after conditioning A main so hard all the time. They can then use that util and leave it and play for a big retake here on this round using that ultimate.
So you know how Nongshim is just going to bulldoze through that. right? Go ahead.
Yeah, you see the ults traded back and forth. Nongshim played around that retake perfectly from DRX. You saw DRX holding the ults. Nongshim knew that as soon as they tapped it, they were very, very, careful with how they wanted to approach that one. The ults came through. This is another example of Teo actually stopping the A main retake coming in. We didn't see the utility actually, but you saw the salvos really slowing down the retake attempt here in the pistol. This is the perfect example of it. You see the aftershock, you see salvos. It's impossible to get back into A main when you're attempting a lot of these retakes, and this is why you see Breach and Teo being meta on Fracture right now. The ability to be able to stop certain parts of the map, to be able to bombard those chokes makes it so difficult to be able to take map space or to be able to complete some of the retakes.
Yeah, and can we just have a moment of silence for all the Killjoy players? Can we have a moment of silence for those lockdowns?
I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much.
I mean, a huge reason to be choosing Killjoy over Cypher is that ultimate, because it's so powerful in general. You know, it's almost guaranteeing you a free sight or a free retake, but Teo's rechargeable ability is getting rid of it.
Yeah, but then you pick up the Cypher and you just get your trips killed by the missiles as well. Like, are we playing Sage at this point? Are we just wall planting again like the old meta on Fracture? Is that where we're going?
As a Killjoy main, this scares me so much. There were so many times where my heart was broken every time a lockdown broke. And it was just way too many times.
How many ult orbs is that, Mika? That's like 8 ult orbs, isn't it? And the
Too
man just,
many.
it's a free ability. He just goes on his
too
iPad. He's like,
many.
see you later. Nice
you
ult,
worked
bro.
so hard for that lockdown. Go on. But you know what? I do have to commend it to Free. I mean, this is such an amazing debut. You saw all of the Teos come out also. This definitely delivered. And it just goes to show why he is our MVP. He also revealed that, you know, hey, he is okay to step back for the IGLing a little bit. So we may see a tandem with him and Mako here.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him prove it in CN Ascension, and I'm a big believer that the players that perform in Ascension are the players that are tested the best for Pacific. Although, you have to give a big shout out to Hyunmin as well, because I haven't seen him test himself in Ascension the same way that Freeing has been tested, but he still performed fantastically for his first game in Pacific here.
Yeah, and this is looking really, really exciting for this new DRX roster. There's a new energy in it, and we can all feel it, right? That mixture combined with the coaching staff of DRX, this is looking very, very positive, and I'm excited to see what's next for them as they progress here in Kickoff, because, hey, they look like, you know, this DRX, this new page of DRX is looking like it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna stand the test of time, where it's gonna be very exciting going to Stage 1 and Stage 2. But that's it for this match. We have one more match coming up, and it's a very exciting one as well. We have PRX and T1, so don't go anywhere. VCT Pacific will be right back.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby. Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Your moment begins here. VCT Pacific 2025.
I came into this party to leave it with somebody. So tell me that you want me. Yeah, tell me that you want me, want me.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We have another match for you, and it's no big deal. It's just PRX versus T1. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of them, but no, PRX, this team that embodies that chaotic Pacific style, right? No roster changes, and now I believe they're the longest standing Pacific roster so far, but they are starting to change some parts of their playstyle. They are starting to, Pilski, they are starting to play safe.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know how successful it's been in the off-season. A lot of these off-season games look pretty shaky to me, but one thing's for sure, PRX at a minimum is going to be a top team here in Pacific. They are very consistent when it comes to these Pacific placements. Sometimes at those international events, that's where things can be a little bit more up and down, but you can guarantee these guys are going to make a deep run in the bracket.
Yeah, for me, PRX are the boogeyman of this league. Coming from experience, you speak to all the other players, PRX is the team that you simultaneously really want to play against and also really don't want to play against, because if you can test yourself against PRX, you cut your teeth on them. It's like it's just such a test because of how different they are. It just yeah, I think it excites a lot of players, the thought of playing against this different styles. So they really are the ones to beat in Pacific.
Everybody says that playing up against PRX is shocking. It's like
horrible.
You think you're prepared for it, and then you absolutely have not, right? But T1, they have gone up against PRX so many times, and we did see them up against Boom Esports, right? While it wasn't exactly the cleanest win, it was a win. And Pilski, you mentioned, you know, like calming down on the T1 Super Team stuff, and maybe that brought people back to earth down a little bit. But it was their first match. Yesterday we did talk about like that warm-up match versus coming in cold, right?
Yeah, I think people are over-exaggerating the super team thing for sure. I think this is just a good team with some players that would make it into a Korean super team, but like, you know, you've gotten Sylvan who's come off a little bit of a break, and he's been doing very well for himself. Izu as well was fantastic, and like the stage 2 of Pacific, one of the highest rated players. Stax had a rough run with the international edition of T1, but he's been pretty consistent in terms of placements in Pacific in particular with Korean rosters, so he should be totally fine. I think Buzz and Meteor are the real standout players alongside Izu, who's been very, very good last season. So you know, T1 is a very strong team right now. They've had a fantastic off-season in direct contrast to what you're seeing from PRX's off-season, but they've had a shaky map 1, and this is just top tier memes right here. The Meteor. That's the kind of like brain dead memes that Pacific needs, guys. That's the kind of brain dead memes and graphic design skills in tandem that you need. Like, whoever made that needs a raise immediately.
I want this over here on the right side to be like my desktop wallpaper.
Yeah.
You know? That's what you need. That's the kind of Pacific energy you need.
Yeah.
with T1 we can see head to head, it's definitely not looking great for them. But if T1 want to earn that right to be called a super team, they got to step up today. A win today really brings all that hype back, brings all their momentum back. Everyone will talk about it till the end of this event.
I mean, look, I think, again, it's a completely new T1 roster, so we can take that with a massive grain of salt because this is a completely different roster. Looking at the off-season data here, though, you can already see it from PRX, like, they're dropping a lot of maps, and this is not even against Tier 1 teams a lot of the time. They dropped a series to Wolves, who are already out of VCT CN, by the way. They're one of the first teams to be eliminated despite a really nice performance in some of those off-season events. Some of these maps that they won were a lot closer than they should have been. They were dropping maps to DFM, they were playing RRQ very close. That's not the kind of level that PRX is capable of and that we've become used to, and it's not the kind of level that's going to win them this kickoff event.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I said this is no big deal.
Yeah.
Right?
For me, I think today is the test where we get to see the real PRX. It wouldn't surprise. It's a very PRX thing, dude, to just troll around in the off season. They don't take it seriously.
They've been trolling us.
Like,
they were trolling us at the start of this game, right?
They can just rock up minimal scrims and just take it easy.
There you go. Bind's been picked by T1. They're going to back themselves.
Yeah.
They just lost to Boom yesterday on this map. They had a very nice streak in the off-season on it, and there you go. A lot of teams have been playing Veto Chicken with Fracture. Either it gets banned out in the second phase or it gets left as that decider, but PRX is going to go ahead and pick that.
Leave it to them to do that, actually, right? W Gaming, of course, they're like, what chicken with Fracture? No, we love that map.
And you know what? It hasn't actually changed that much since it was in rotation. Like, the core of the map is pretty similar. Like, if you go back to the last game that PRX played on Fracture, I'm pretty sure it was Breach, Brim, and Killjoy, and now we're just interchanging some of the other agents. I think they might have played a Sky, which you already saw Taeho be kind of a sub in that comp over on Lotus, where you send in the stealth drone in, and of course you don't have flashes and things like that, but there is some substitutability in terms of just running some of the same stuff.
Yeah. You know, looking at our predictions over here, we're seeing We're seeing a little deviation there, but it's okay. It's part of like that whole caster curse thing. But no, the reason why I feel like it's going to be PRX here is because I think a lot of people forget that, players aren't just, plug and play and it's going to be exactly like how you perform. There is still some adjustment that takes place. Even if you have players like Buzz, like Stax, like Meteor, they are still adjusting to each other.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of adjustment, and we need to see things click for this T1 roster. I do like that they picked Bind again. I think it shows confidence. It's very easy to just go, they'll have reviewed that game against Boom and gone, we can do better than that.
Ooh, we're neck and neck here, Morgan. Very, very close. So, look, Freeing's gotten you a lot of points there.
I'm surprised you didn't get more.
You don't, well, no, that's the thing. Actually, we're not neck and neck because I'm getting points for 3 players. You're getting points for 2 players. If that's correct, I think you're blowing me out of the water here. Is that what that means?
47% of you are very clever.
Is that the overall? I don't know how the score's tallied up, but if that's true, if that's three players of players points for me, and I'm still not winning, then that's probably bad news, Mika, no?
Potentially. Well, you have no idea, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, we could see something totally different as we step into that map.
Yeah, I think that's a very good thing about a PRX versus T1 game. There's 10 players that can pop off there.
Yeah, I think Bind, we know what we're going to get from T1 here. We've seen them play the same comp and even back themselves with that same comp against Boom. PRX has been the one that's changed around their comp a couple of times on this map already. They've been running Clove instead of Viper, Deadlock, things like that.
Big question mark is what you're saying, but we're about to find out as we send it to the stage for PRX versus T1.
VCT Pacific 2025.
2 of Pacific's finest now entering the stage, PRX and T1. We're looking at 2 teams that many have in their top 4, top 3, maybe even as the grand finals for Kickoff. Is this T1 the team to finally break that lose streak versus PRX? Or does this PRX come out on top once again, much like they usually do?
Yeah, the way a lot of people are rating this matchup, it might be a grand final prelude. I'm not necessarily sold, to be honest, on either of these teams. PRX, shaky off-season, T1, rock solid off-season, shaky first game. So, we don't know exactly what we're going to get from this matchup, but we have a lot of experienced players in the server who have not only finished very deep in Pacific, but also repped at international events with high placing. So this is going to be a fantastic game in terms of quality.
Yeah, absolutely. It's star-studded. It's also star-studded in the coaching staff. It's hard not to mention that. And I think, especially heading into this first map of Bind, with T1 having already played it, it's key to see what they've changed from when they played against Boom and how PRX are planning on countering it.
Not to mention, this first game from PRX, right? A lot of people are saying that the current map rotation favors them a lot. So they have to be feeling pretty confident as they step into Kickoff and the rest of the year.
Well, they agree with you. They've gone ahead and picked Fracture. It's a map that they used to play a fair bit. There's a lot of Raze maps going on, and a lot of people criticizing Jing for the inflexibility of his agent pool. Well, you need a lot less flexibility when you can just jam Raze every map. Split's a decider as well, by the way. Both of these teams playing very similar comps on Split, actually, from their last games. The only difference being the Jet for Meteor actually playing a chamber, but that was against EDG in the off-season, and especially against the double duelist style that PRX likes to run on Split. I wouldn't be surprised if Meteor's going to swap back out to a Cypher, or you see some kind of change up from T1.
Yeah, I think all three of these maps you're able to be a little bit more flexible with your agent compositions, but all three of them suit Raze really well, so I'm sure Jing is very happy with this Vita.
Izu as well, man. He's been destroying on the Raze.
And speaking of which, you're dealing with players in this match that are very, very familiar with each other.
Yeah.
You kind of look at the only player that has some kind of stopping power against PRX, and that's Meteor, and we're seeing him on the Vice.
There you go. So PRX is going to play that Clove composition with the Deadlock that they have played recently. They've been swapping around the comps a little bit in the off-season. What do we make of this T1 comp?
Yeah, so this is the same comp that they played against Boom. I thought it definitely had potential. I liked the Vice. I thought there was a lot of creativity that they were able to bring there, and I think KO Gecko is an incredibly strong initiator pairing on this map, but I think execution was missing in the Boom game. So I think while the comp is good, I need to see them actually bring it.
Well, guess what? You're actually going to see them bring it as we step into Bind. We're going to pass it on over to Achilles and Paperthin for PaperX versus T1, a banger match to end this day.
Thank you very much. A banger match to end the day. I mean, banger match to start the day, frankly. We are looking for 6 maps. I'm a simple man. I want to consume some Valorant. I want to maximize as much as humanly possible. So let's see this one go the distance as well, much like DRX versus Nongshim did.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, you are a simple man, and I do want to see this go to 3 maps. For sure, this is potentially a preview of the grand finals. I think a lot of us were expecting these 2 teams to maybe be the strongest, but after the first match with Boom, you do have some questions about T1. Things did look a little disjointed, especially on this map, especially on Bind. I mean, Boom came out of the gates and absolutely were smashing on their defender side. T1 had no ability to find any good setups, any kind of good purchase towards those sites like they normally wanted. Every time they had an ult, every time they had some kind of idea, it seemed like Boom was one step ahead. So for the side of T1 here, you're going to have, like the desk was talking about, better execution, better setups, better reads. But that being said, I think it might actually work out a little bit here because it's PaperX, because you expect them to be aggressive, because you expect this team to do W-Key gaming.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we weren't seeing on that Bind that we had from the the outset in the series was the impact from Meteor. Was very much falling off on that Bind play versus Boom with that Vice. We'll see here though if the Meteor will once again eradicate the dinosaurs on the opposite side of the stage as we get ready to go into this one. Barriers just 8 seconds away from dropping T1 first on the attack.
Of course, it should be noted, T1 has never beaten PaperX anywhere. 5 times in Pacific and 1 time in a third-party event. They have yet to find the ability to get that win, and this time it's just going to be mostly a Showers push. And
they're hearing this from behind, though. T1.
Oh, the
hearing
spot,
these
though.
Footsteps, surely. Oh, no, actually, we see it. Yeah. Actually, with all those trails. Now push up through the smoke, though, and instantly Meteor has come alive. 3 kills found as PaperX just kind of dive head first into the wood chipper.
Well, you asked for it, and it was immediately delivered. Ooh.
Something able to find 1, but Meteor with a 4K will get T1 the pistol win.
Well, there you go. That was just a really good read. I mean, to PaperX's credit, you got to feel pretty decent about that, especially when you get all that information from the tethers. Try to come through, but Izu and Meteor just waiting around the corner for you. Okay, you get 1, but that's a pretty nice start. Very different look for T1 on that pistol. Trying something quite a bit unorthodox in a way. That 4-man push towards Shower, leaving 1 towards the other side of the map, and now 3-man stack for PaperX, just playing maybe playing anti-flash, or just trying to get out, not sure.
Playing anti-teammate there.
Yeah, there you go. Not that it matters.
And okay, well, Stacks, a little bit of a window here off that smoke. He's able to go ahead and get the spot out, something taken down.
Wall's going to buy time for the rotations at the very least. Can they get more damage done is the big question.
Press onto 1. You do have the rest of PaperX, corralled here on the site. HL's out there ready for Jing as Divide trying to line up the shot. He and Meteor just kind of dancing around one another here. 2 pistol wielders taking the fight. Meteor does manage to find that 1. Now Izu comes up with 2. Forsaken Mind Freak both going to be taken out. Jing can't get anything else done. So in the end, a hell of a lot of damage dealt. Sylvan surviving at 4, but it's a flawless round victory here for T1.
Yeah, so far, T1 able to plant their feet when they need to. When PaperX just decides to make their move. Not that I don't mind what PRX has done, just the responses have been a little bit better. And certainly part of that might just be that, frankly, T1's a little more warmed up. They're a little more used to the stage. You know, they've already played an official match. This is the first one for PRX this year. And it looked like Devi was a little bit off kilter there. It could just be, you know, you need a few rounds to warm up here as PRX and then kind of get the ball rolling. A lot of rifles, 2 Guardians. T1 able to hang on that phenomenal anti-eco. So now they're going to slow down the pace a little bit. Still, it's this death ball style, keeping a lot of players together. So we have some of that deadlock utility up here. One and done.
Nice. I mean, he's able to find one Jing. Trying to go ahead and capitalize. Comes up with another as Meteor will get dropped. His first death suffered here. Still, the trade up is there. T1 maintain control, maintain the advantage.
I think trying to play off the Sonic sensor there was PRX, but there's just so many T1 players there. I don't think they're anticipating this sort of style that T1 has brought to the table. So clearly the change of call was teamwork. See what Mindfreak can do. He's an absolute world beater at times. He can shut these rounds down.
Last player standing.
Still a little bit off. Buzz able to go ahead and collect that now. Devi. The Sultan himself looking to see what he can make happen here. Already in a very committed position, especially if he goes for the drop down here. Seems like for now, just trying to fish around the outskirts of these smokes. See if he can spot out anything, find a kill, make this a little bit more costly for the side of T1. We'll go ahead and be able to send that over across onto Buzz, but just doesn't have the angle to actually be able to get the wallbang shots in. So it seems like in the end, it's going to have to be the save here for Devi. Drifting away back through his spawn. Stax, however, might be looking to go on a merry chase. Seems like he will. Whether or not he can catch up is going to be the question. Devi maybe hearing a footstep or two there. Swings back over. Stax wide swinging. Will end up falling. Devi able to go ahead and keep his life intact. Keep that weapon in hand. But cannot stop this round win from coming through.
I mean, all of these rounds have just come down to a brawl somewhere on the map. First round it was Showers. Then it was Garden. Now it's in Hookah. Paint Shell's coming in there as well. Just great cover from Buzz. Sylvan swings in. Nice Guardian shots through the wall. Great angle to find. I don't know what else to tell you, folks. That's kind of just the way the cookie's been crumbling so far. It's just T1 is really in sync with their teamwork, and now they're going to start to spread just a little bit more. They're going to leave Meteor out on his own. Stax as well to cover Showers. Use that Gecko util to try to clear through long. Gonna be an interesting battle without a Sky there to try to take control of that space for both teams. You know, Fade on one side, Gecko on the other. Instead, they're just using that util to send enough of a fake, and I mean, PRX was just gonna hold there anyway, but trying to work the map. Mindfreak over in Showers, and looks like it should be a relatively easy plant here for T1.
Yep, just pushing their way forward. Meteor. Uh-oh, thinking about to strike here against Mindfreak. Oh, spotting out each other. Call comes in. Buzz. Quick side turn there to the shower door. Mindfreak ends up getting caught. Buzz with a quick reposition. The ball into the corner. Not going to be connecting on him. Oh, never mind. Maybe it had. Either way, the paint shell will be able to go ahead and collect the elimination. You're going to be forced out. Long rotate back around across towards short for him. Sylvan, however, trying to just hold things down here. In Lamp, Showstopper now out at the ready, and Jing is able to find himself a third elimination. Still, though, 2 players to deal with. Meteor, Izu. Oh, now just the ladder, but he finds the first. The defuse being held to half. The spray across, looks for the readjust, swaps over to the classic, and Izu will get him with a right click. The Red Bull clutch as T1 are up 4-0.
Yeah, that's a nice attempt here from PRX. The way that they're working together now looks a little bit better. The good combo with the Clove utility into the paint shells to get Buzz down. Good crossfires here for T1. But Jing, wow, that is crazy. A crazy tight angle with that Stinger to get that kill. Follow up with the Showstopper. I mean, Stax just aimed right in the air, knew it was coming, but still nothing he could do about it. And Izu, nice sturdy hands. The end of it. A couple big ults here, though. Got the Steel Garden, got the Thrash for T1, and there you go. Thrash is already out. That's
will just be the call back for the quick recovery. Cycle it back around here. There's ult invested. Just try to take their weapons away. Their stopper sent just to try to slow things up on the approach. A little bit of damage going to be taken there by Izu, it would seem.
Hookah hasn't been cleared.
It's not, just cycling smokes on it for now. Wingman gets the plant. Crash back available, sent through elbow, not going to be able to get the stun across. Push forward though, and Buzz maybe biting up a little bit more than he can chew, but it doesn't matter because Izu is there to go ahead and trade it back up. 4v3. PRX. They have people in very committed angles here. Forsaken now, position known. Devi as well, drop down onto the site. They will both end up falling. It's going to be another buy round. Slipping away from them here. Whereas T1 keep it relatively clean.
It's just steady hands right now for T1. The shots look clean. The coordination is really, really on point. I mean, I think that the message from Autumn for this squad coming into this was teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. And it is certainly making the dream work. They are really on point. And
first one of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it was only a matter of time. That is one of those inevitabilities of Pacific. Texture not converting on an ace.
Yep.
Alex smashing things.
W keys being held.
Yeah. We're already starting to see that, yeah. Dombi with neon shenanigans with the shotguns.
Well, significant deficit to be at here. On bind off the rip. Plenty to try to work through on the side of PRX.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to at least kind of mess with the idea of getting a little bit more control of some of the parts of the map here, because PRX has been playing pretty well on the back foot for the most part. Other than taking some hookah control, they haven't really been able to establish control in garden or in showers, and that's something that Boom did a really great job of, is keeping T1 off balance, and then those pushes up like short, you know, from time to time when the ults were in play, just completely baffled T1. So maybe a little bit of showers control, a little bit deeper hookah control this time being at least shown.
Pour one out. Homie's gone, dude. There's absolutely nothing that he could have done other than not walk into showers.
That's annihilation right there. That's just a good read from T1. What else can you say? They look sharp. Everything that PRX has tried to do hasn't gone so good. So certainly you could see that this was probably a matchup that T1 had on, you know, marked on their calendar right away. They said, assuming we can get through Boom, we would finally like to take this win. You know, when you talk to T1 staff and players, this is something that pretty much gets mentioned every time. They haven't beat PRX yet. They really, really want to.
Buzz, showstopper pulled out, got a spot there, but cannot find the elimination. But Devi tries to swing out, tries to find some kind of punish. Ends up getting taken down. Meteor able to find something. So far, so good, but okay. Mind Freak Forsaken able to find one apiece. Mind Freak nearly getting another. Speaking of annihilation, there's a pop out. Sylvan plants his feet, gets out of the cocoon, and punishes Forsaken for using the ult. 6-0 start. So now we go into the next buy.
It's a nice idea at the secondary setup by PRX, but the firepower just too strong for T1. Again, the covering fire is so good, even when it looks like maybe a player's caught out of place. Maybe they're kind of a free kill. They're actually not. There's always somebody right there, locked in step, especially with Buzz. He's taking a lot of space. You know, we saw it on the other side of the map. We saw it in the elbow. We're seeing it over here where there's that confidence in Buzz to go ahead, do what you got to do. And then he's got the trust in the teammates behind him to make sure that even if he dies for the cause, there's going to be, at the very worst, a trade.
Aggro hit here. Orbital at the ready from Sylvan. What is the go button here for them? It's going to be, okay, over towards Lamps. Nobody at risk here on the side of PRX. Jake potentially able to go ahead and backfill that space once the ult is gone. Buzz is already wrapped around in towards Showers. Doing well to get that punish. 1-for-1 trade plant now in. Jing going right up here into the smoke. The Nightfall about to crash across. Sylvan just trying to buy some space here. Forsaken pushing forward. She can find the punish. Swings back out, down to 4 HP, but gets the kill on the stacks. Izu flush onto the corner. Eliminated Forsaken. Looking for that 4K. It's Buzz, the last one standing. Finds the first. Paint shell. Back up. Set. Keeps them off the plant for now, but just cannot get the bullets through. Divide will go ahead, find the kill, and PRX will get their first round win.
There you go. That's a really solid retake. Even though you lose Mind Freak and Showers, and it feels like, oh boy, this could go really, really poorly. The fact that Forsaken on his own wins out on a couple big trades in U-Haul, that is the difference maker. Love the execute, love the idea from T1. Those tethers there, giving it away as well. Making it a little bit easier. Couple assists going over to something. Been a little bit quiet, but Devi, steady hand. Seems like now PRX starting to shoot back, starting to hit some of their shots. See if they can keep it up.
Another Thrash cycled back through here from Izu. As Devi here within hookah. A couple shots out from Buzz, nothing connecting there quite just yet. Boombot, Wingman, everything cleared. Sending the whole zoo at him.
Speaking of, Prowler gets in on the party. Got the grab net ready here for Forsaken. I mean, unless you can get a good flash to go through or something.
Oh, just a double face swing out. Devi immediately going to be popping the ultimate here as they just backpedal away. But whoa, my God. Okay, Buzz and Meteor getting absolutely cooked. Like netted in for the assist. Double kill found. Devi needing the kill. T1 knowing it. They waited out suddenly into a 3v3. Stacks, however, going to try to open things up. It does something. A very uncharacteristic whiff there. Forsaken, another Annihilation going to be online. Can he even commit it here?
I mean, it's Forsaken, so I bet he tries. Oh, he got hit by the 0 point though, so never mind.
Able to use it now.
Yeah.
For the most part, can't afford another buy, but Cash is still not in any kind of a stable position here for PRX.
Want Stacks to take this fight.
If you can isolate it down, then maybe that ult could have come into play, but Izu has just been on it today. It's going to be 7-1.
All of T1 has been on it today. I mean, again, it just looks a little bit shaky. A great idea here from PRX. I mean, they just smother that. Phenomenal orbital strike combo. And you can see T1 was trying to figure out a way to get through hookah. It felt like they were taking that time to sort of try to dial up some kind of play with the Gecko utility or something, and it did cost them. However, good shooting prevails again. Gets them a couple key kills to get through to that A site. Thrash going to be available. Jing playing very far forward. Oh my God.
Finding Mind Freak over at backside. The flash forward, and Buzz just absolutely massacring them. Just no hope in hell. Forsaken and Divide just have to stay tucked back. Well, get comfy. We're waiting for this spike to explode. Not really going to be seeing anything else in this round.
It's just micro outplays for T1 that are really setting the stage. That being said, not so sure about that setup there with Jing and something. Just never had a chance to respond. It was just too fast. Meteor wins one battle, and then all of a sudden there's a flash in your face before you can even think about it. Boy, oh boy. This is a very different T1 than what we saw on day one. They are feeling it now. And this is kind of what you expected out of this team. The firepower should be good. Should be quite good. If the depth of strategy can be there as well, they're going to be a fearsome opponent throughout the year. Oh. Great angle, great flash. Yeah, I kind of feel you there. I was not happy with it either.
Yeah, and here we are again. Dire Straits. 8-1, 7-round stretch lead on the attacking start here on Bind. Right now, everything just out of sorts for PRX.
Yeah. Well, what more can you say at this point? I feel like the adjustments you made at some of the rounds have certainly looked better. You got a win, and you've made them a little more competitive. Sort of. But I I don't know where I'm going with this because
not many other places to go with it.
It's not going good. There's nothing that's gone right. I think we still have the Thrash, don't we? I don't think it got used.
Yeah.
Well, now you have a Showstopper and a No Command.
Another Steel Guardian nearly there for Meteor.
Yeah. Jing's almost got his ult, so we'll see. I'm not confident. This one, I'm not sure if they're going to try to go for something pacey.
Oh,
no, take their time. Use the Thrash to clear showers. It's at 0 point.
Ooh. Okay, well, Jing. The kind of start that they desperately need here. Showstopper up over the top, though, and Buzz basically just barrel stuffs it with a rocket. Something gone. Mind Freak still here at Heaven as explosives get exchanged on either side. Barrier mesh up and over the top. Showstopper here from Jing. Spots out easy, but Buzz trades it right back. 3-3. Sylvan trying to just go ahead, push up past his own Molly, catches the timing, catches Devi, completely unaware. Same here for Forsaken. Now so very low, and Buzz is able to find that final shot.
The way they're baiting for each other, they're so good. Saw the head. Mind Freak. Need one of those miraculous clutches, but I don't think he, yep. He knows. Money's bad, gotta get out. Man, oh man. Saw a creative little setup there for that Showstopper throwing the wall up and over the truck. Not that I think you needed it. I think it was Izu who got hit by that, was just dead anyway. Ooh, boy.
Now, it's 2 kills for Jing, but Showstopper expended, not able to lead to a round win. Still 3 players alive, so frankly, just not even quite that close in the round itself. It starts off so very well. Getting rid of half the flashes. But Buzz just Johnny on the spot here.
I will say this about T1. One of the things in the offseason was like their first match at every event they played was kind of shaky. And then they just sort of rolled everybody after that. Maybe that's just what they do.
Could be. Jing trying to escape. He's down to 1. He's down to 1. He's just tucked away. And if they even think they just send that paint shells towards him,
he's going to be having a bad time.
He's going to have to get into that teleporter faster than that explosion comes through.
Launching thorns.
You just kind of take your time on this, although I wouldn't mind seeing T1 kind of explore the map a little bit more, but with how well they've been playing, the confidence surely
Jump over the top. Jing does somehow come up with 2. Monstrous value for him, considering the health values. That's the man advantage. They're out of the 0 point.
Can't TP here. You have no idea what's going on the other side of the map. Be a huge
slow
gamble.
Down. If they make the gamble, it would be the correct one to make. Granted, you'd be running into Forsaken, who's pushing forward towards Showers with a judge in hand. Still very risky in the end.
I like this from Forsaken. Good awareness, good map awareness here. Understanding your weaponry in the
30
situation.
seconds left.
Devi just cycling these smokes here. Flash up over the top. Get a catch here onto Mind Freak. Something sending out that C's, looking for it. A hit. Stack's going to be put down onto the floor. Is going to be resable. It's something, just can't quite line it up. Meteor will find the kill. Devi here around the corner. Swings out, finds Izu. Let's interrupt the plant, but does not. Meteor now just backpedaling. Nearly forced back out into the open. There's the bleed out. The net comes through. Rose destroyed. Hasn't heard a tap yet. Forsaken holding the angle. Will be able to take him out. PRX. They find their 2nd round win.
Yeah. Okay. Good stuff. This time, cutting them off before they can really get anything started. That's more of what you're going to need. I mean, the fact that Jing gets 2 here is absolutely criminal. It do be what it do. And then you're able to use some of that fade utility to slow things up at the door, buy some time for Devi on the back end to use that clove in a really nice spot. Buy that too. Yeah, a little sigh of frustration there from Forsaken. Certainly PRX fans going to be feeling that too, but as T1 there, I think now you got to start this last round, show them something different. Work the map a little bit. Won't make it so easy, but they're just gonna run at you.
That they are. And Devi's gonna mow down too. Jing gets involved, finds another. TP gonna be taking Buzz, however, is still here, and he comes up with 3. And suddenly it's all on Mind Freak. Called on once again to try to work his magic.
Well, the timing here might be pretty good. He's so quick on this.
Yeah, very much just right on their heels. Right now, Stack's paying some attention towards the angle, but they drift back. Mind Freak now needing to assess. They cut towards showers as they go to the site. One quick glimpse in should tell him the answer.
Now he's got a decision to make. Try to hold the showers angle. He should pretty well know they're coming through here. Now he knows.
Here's the orb.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Buzz on the floor. The swing out, and Mind Freak will make it happen. The Red Bull clutch to bail out PRX, denying a 10-2, getting themselves a 3 and 9.5.
That round was pretty back and forth. Just push out for Divide. 2 phenomenal kills. Buzz answers right back with 3. Great anticipation of that angle that Forsaken was going to be taken out of the TP. Oh, I don't even know if Stack's fired a bullet there.
I don't believe so either way, though. PRX have their work cut out for them. The fans faithful going to be believing in curses here. See if they can cast one on T1, but we'll have to start from that pistol, which we saw T1 get pretty good in.
Yeah. Well, it is PRX and attackers sided Copium. That's all I got right now. It did not look phenomenal there. Now, they started to get it together towards the end, and you know, I will say, kind of classic PRX, when things are going real bad, a lot of times it's kind of like Devi or something.
Oh, that is excellent.
Oh, no.
That is a generational fan side right there.
Well done. Tip of the cap to whoever that is.
That got me good. Well then, glad we had something cheery at the end there of the halftime break. Now, we can get ready to get back to business.
It's pretty on point. Oh boy. Man, 16 and 7 for Buzz. He is just frying. Everybody having some pretty good stuff going for them for T1. Big push up. Izu there though, so he can, in theory, if he doesn't just get gunned down trying to jiggle, should be able to play a little bit of delay. Seems to have some kind of inkling about this. Stax is now making his rotation over. So it's going to come down to the timing here.
Full 5-member send. Smoke's coming through. Is he getting ready to come up over the top? And oh, the haunt not going to be cleared out. Izu's still going to be able to find one. Backpedal zone. Stax joining in on the site, gets taken down, and Izu is hounded. Damage abound here onto the players of PRX, but Buzz and Meteor just now make their way over towards the site.
Smoke's down.
NHL still available. With this wall up, nigh impossible. As Gunbarrel gets spotted out here on these little quick peeks here. And they can't even see the segments that they're shooting at, really. Finally have gotten rid of it. Smoke blooming, and something able to go ahead and get the headshot right through the smoke. You're swapping weapons to clear out, down to 18 HP. Swings, looks for anything at all, can't find it. PRX will win the pistol that they so desperately need.
They find a great setup with the smokes there. The Dizzy hits a couple, but they've got enough breathing room where there's not much that T1 can really do. Okay, that helps too. Just great utilization of their utility in this one. That extra layer when you have the Clove and the Brim allows you to sort of dissect these sites quite a bit better. You know, it used to be Viper Brim, right? It would be kind of the double controller ideas that you were seeing on this map. Not exactly the same, of course, but a similar thought process. That's what they're going to be working with. Buzz has the classic Buzz eco setup.
Shorty in hand.
Yep.
PRX should be very well aware of this.
You've got to know.
They're going to just send everything out of it. Oh my god, he still manages to run down Jing. Boombot Prowler, be damned. He wanted that kill and he got it. Oh, sensor set up, Stacks swinging, gets the headshot across, but cannot confirm the kill and interrupt the plant. Puts something down to 47, but it's good covering fire from Devi. His teammate safe. Izu swinging forward, trying to find the headshot, cannot make it happen. Sylvan this time does manage to clear the haunt, but Forsaken with some clean taps on that Ghost. Continues to help PaperX run this back. 4 rounds now, the deficit.
All right, if you can win the bonus here, PaperX, I will begin to believe again. I don't just. I love that.
Did what he had to.
I get it. It works. It's clean from Forsaken. There you go.
Can we win a round this round?
Yeah.
Who's improving?
Yep, you can hear the comms. They're starting to believe. He's a bit of a decent buy though. Still for them on this bonus. 3 rifles, a bulldog, and a stinger.
Hey, they hear this. They know how pacey this is looking to be.
Walls here this time though.
Chill out. A little bit of damage there. A touch on the Meteor. Just trying to stay tucked here within this smoke behind the box. Boombot checking over towards elbow side. The swing out coming in. Blast timing. Not quite connecting there onto Izu, but he still ends up falling. Meteor's going to be good for one as the buy will get dropped. Something finding Stacks, however.
So smart.
Now Meteor, yeah, the reposition. They both line up. Right into his line of fire. Something that last one alive. Buzz rotating around here on the flank. Something seemingly aware of it, cognizant of it for a brief little moment. Buzz just drifting in right behind him. Lines it up, takes the shot. And T1 not going to allow for a bonus conversion. They will get up to double digits instead.
That's so good from Meteor. The timing on that was brilliant. He knew another player had gotten through and had gotten up towards Hookah. And he said, well, there's only one spot for me that's potentially safe. And it's tucked in next to this smoke, and poor Mind Freak. He's trying to push out with his teammate, just got caught the barrel right next to his ear. Stellar. Stellar from Meteor.
Yep.
Man's interstellar.
18 at 9 and 2 here for Buzz.
Also a good player.
There he is. Oh, the net coming through, but Buzz comes away with that second kill. Jing, however, able to find one there from beyond the grave with the paint shell.
That grab net's so annoying.
Oh, even up numbers, but Stacks. Snappy with that headshot, finds Mind Freak. And once again, something. Last one alive. 47 health. The game's just not quite been going his way.
Yeah, he's having a rough go on Fade. That's for sure. Looking to maybe change his destiny.
What's the team call? Do you even remotely try for something here?
I wouldn't, but it's PaperX, so. And you still got devised smokes, so, you know, winnable.
As he gets through this first hurdle, turns back for a brief little moment, and that's more than enough. Sylvan will go ahead and collect it. 11-5. T1 so firmly in control.
Again, it's these off-angle positions that they have to support each other. This time it's Buzz. You know, you get the bait of the grab net. PaperX has got to be feeling great. And Stacks does that to you. Now Buzz is a showstopper. Something does his ult, but it's a weak buy. And they're investing everything in this, by the way, Achilleos. So going into that 12th round, they're not going to have any cash.
For a fast hit, just trying to wait out the Prowler here is Buzz, but we'll just go ahead and make his exit as the Nightfall goes across. Showstopper already drawn out, just waiting to see if he can spot anything, but it's going to be Stacks spotting out Jing over towards Lamps. Shallow uses here on this U-tilt. Forsaken scaling forward, able to find one, takes him down. Mind Freak just rushes in towards Lamps, finds one. Stacks is able to keep the team in with a slight little shout here. 5 HP apiece on Mind Freak and Forsaken.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. But now, just Izu. The wall here in his face.
Honestly, just save. Yeah. I wouldn't even mess with this.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be the call. I think Any other circumstance, given the HP values, you probably go for it. You know that you have cash behind to be able to get the buy, but any kill to either of them, and that's going to be either the Annihilation or the Orbital online.
Exactly. Even with them at 5 HP, it's so tempting, but as soon as you start clearing the wall, it's just probably dead to rights. I mean, there's just not much you can do there. It's PRX by the skin of their teeth, able to come through with a desperately needed round win, a round where they invested all of their economy into it, and it pays off. Put everything onto red. Came through. I mean, I like Deadlock on this map a lot because that wall is so annoying to deal with as defenders. It is so brutal. It can cut off so much of the map. You can trap people by the truck with it. It's actually just phenomenal on your attacker's side.
Buzz now, operator in hand, showstopper, drawn out instantly for Jing. Flash at the exit here of Hookah. Slows him up, Thorns as well. As Sylvan successfully has rotated over towards the side of the map. Orbital now online. Do they just send that? Do they try to save it here for a post plant? For now, it's going to be a molly over towards Garden.
Oh, Meteor, you're not going to get away with it again. Okay. Thought for a second he was going to duck in that same corner. Tries a different one. Slow up here. Meteor getting... Wow, getting good.
Prepare for hell. That elimination. Orbital strike now used here on the site. Tuck over to the side. Able to dodge that one out, and Izu actually finds a kill on the Mind Freak. Devise something, firing back. Come up with a couple eliminations. Izu still here on the site, but eventually will be taken out as he exits from Tube. Buzz and Stacks now their way across. The operator still in hand. Not a great choice of weapons here at all. Actually, no selection really available to Buzz unless he gets himself into the site itself.
He's got 2 blast packs.
There.
Shell as well.
Dive in with the shorty.
Shell's not going to be finding too much of anything, just checking that cubby. Time ticking. Team 1 get on the move, but Buzz easily solid with the shot. As the tension gets pulled, Stacks will strike. Headshot comes across, and T1 will get up the map point.
Yeah, because this takes so long for PRX, it allows Stacks to explore the map a little bit more, find that extra angle. Little things like that. Nice execute from the PRX squad. Finally something. Able to have a pretty solid round. God, goodness, Meteor.
Tap.
Ooh, through the smoke. This is crucial. Nice change up there too. Dealt with the wingman, but man, that was fast from Buzz. His opping since last year, dude, has gotten so good. He's so clean with that. You got to appreciate the work that he's put in to make sure that that is a steady part of his game. He's going to be watching short, but another aggressive 5-man push towards B. Grab net going to be dodged. No damage.
So he's taking that first contact. Going to backpedal here. Paint shells. Check close left side on the exit from Garden. Molly going to be sent out, just looking to try to delay, and something gets tagged up brutally. Down to 21.
That's going to stall things again, and now T1 is, because of the way the last couple of rounds have gone, they are going to overcommit to this defense momentarily because PRX hasn't really shown a lot of differentiation.
Sylvan catching a glimpse. Divide wanted to try to push this here. Sets out the vulnerable. Does get taken down, but has the not dead yet. Meteor able to find the shots there to try to go ahead and get the kill on the Jing. Trying with to try to delay. Divide, however, needing to hunt for the kill, but Forsaken actually takes it away from him. So he might still yet get bled out. And now he will get taken down. Stacks coming up with 2. Something down to 21. Mind Freak here alongside him to try to keep themselves alive. But the paint shell explodes and they both go down. Buzz brings this map to a swift conclusion. 13-6. T1 looking absolutely devastatingly good here on Mind.
That was brilliant from the get-go. They were just so ready for PRX. The early teamwork continued from beginning to end. A lot of just simple, back-to-basic stuff for T1. Some of the stuff that they may have felt like had been missing. They were able to really readily deal with this PRX squad, who is no slouch on Bind. They were looking pretty okay in the offseason, to be honest. So
sure,
This is a great bounce back for them, for T1.
Yeah, very, very good, but still that fracture on the horizon for them to get ready to deal with. We'll see though, because again, dataless basically.
I think it's going to be double duelists on both sides, man. I think
Very
we're
well
going to
could
see neons, raises.
Could even maybe have a Yoru in the mix there, of course. Izu,
Oh, God.
Meteor, either of them would be able to pick that up.
Forsaken too.
So, yeah, Forsaken as well. There's a lot of possibilities. I don't know what to expect, but I'm looking forward to it all the same. Even blind, I'm ready for that map to come through. But for PRX, question is, can they get themselves into the driver's seat? There's definitely some off-kilter and unexpected performances from them throughout this map.
Again, it started to, you can see at the end of some of these highlights, as it rolls on, shots started to hit, things started to kind of work out, but again, the depth of strategy just a little bit higher for T1.
Yeah, well, solid performance overall here from the side of T1. We're going to go ahead and pass things back over to the analysts to break down the action from Bind, and then we will come back and dive into Fracture.
Little sparks here and there for PRX. Unfortunately, not enough to ignite a fire. T1, though, blazing.
Yeah, way too slow of a start there for PRX. You're seeing some of that same complacency that you saw in some of the off-season games. T1 were playing like their off-season selves as well. Fantastic game from Buzz in particular. And even that last round, I mean, they talked about depth of strategy just at the end of the cast there. Sylvan fighting forward inside of Hookah, and then the KO ult and the Steel Garden together. You can't use abilities or use your primary guns, and Meteor scales back into the site, and it's like sitting ducks. He's like shooting fish in a barrel. They just have pistols, and that's it, and he's just headshotting everyone.
Absolutely. That's the T1 I wanted to see 2 days ago. This is what everybody was expecting to see from them, and they definitely looked a lot more settled today and a lot more comfortable. I'm really happy that they picked Bind again. This is sort of proving it to themselves in a way, going, no, our Bind is better than that. We promise we're going to take it to one of the best in Pacific, and we're going to absolutely roll them on it.
Yeah, it's important to show that level of confidence and to have that objectivity. It can be very easy to get smashed on a map, to get figured out a little bit by a certain team, and to lose all confidence. But the sign of a very good team is knowing when to back yourself. And man, Buzz was so good. So many multi-frags in that series, even pulling the op out at the end.
Yeah, and you know this guy is so deadly on the op. And just when you could feel the motivation in his eyes as well, right? You know he wanted that, especially against PRX, where he's like, I've been up against these guys so many times before.
Yeah. He was just honestly on fire this game. Like you say, so many multi-kills. He was leading from the front. He was just all over PRX. It just felt like they never had the answer to him. It felt like he could not lose a fight. He had God mode enabled.
Yeah, you see, I mean, he's winning a lot of those fights dry, but you even see a lot of effective flashes from Sax. We talk about the importance of a synergy between IGL, especially playing in a knit role, and a duelist. These guys have a lot of chemistry going back many, many years at this point, so being able to set up Buzz is very easy for Sax, and those utility combos in tandem are so juicy to watch.
I mean, you have 15 assists over on Stacks, and you have 4 first kills over on Buzz, right? So you can see that the tandem is working, and I can tell you're very, very happy to, have Buzz on your team, Pilsky.
Yeah, 100%. Picked him for a reason. He's just Mr. Consistent. Like, this is his 100%. But even his B game, that's the great thing about Buzz. Even Buzz's B game is consistently getting those entries and finding value no matter what. When he's taking over the whole server, he's going to win you the game, but at a minimum, he's going to find you at least an entry or at least a kill or 2 here. And that's where maybe somebody else like Meteor might be needed a little bit more to step up in some of those games.
Sure, and you can also tell that he was very comfortable with the players he was up against, right? There were some plays where you could tell he had that courage because he knew exactly what he was playing against.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to those, those set plays and all of the utilities that were in his face.
Yeah, this is definitely nice. This is some ideas that we can see PRX wanted to bring into this. That grab net might be my favorite bit of util in the whole game. You can see how they pair it up with the Brim ult. There's a lot of potential there, but this definitely felt to me like T1 were back on form. Look at this great flash into this wonderful 2 kills. Controlling long is the most important area of this map, and it felt like they were much more comfortable at doing it now than they were against Boom.
Yeah, and it felt
like every flash kind of hit me as well. You know, every flash that Stat had, like, I would be like, ah.
I turned them. I turned my head.
You did. They were like, whoa. Even at the talent room, we're like, whoa.
I think maybe you should be hopping in the coach slot for PRX or assistant coach slot at some point, because they might be needing a little bit of help. I mean, T1 were just running like their set plays. They had a great idea of what PRX wanted to do, and it felt like everything that they did worked, including those flash plays, but even the execs on the other side of the map. It felt like they were always coming out ahead out of every exchange.
I do want to ask though, you know, this is potentially PRX coming in cold. Is this, you know, is this comeback gonna, you know, come back on Fracture?
It has to. I mean, they are in the upper bracket, so they do have some room for error. I think T1 yesterday, they did already play Fracture, so there is at least some film on T1 that PRX could have seen. They did close out one half pretty concisely against Boom, and we saw yesterday T1 running the Neon on Buzz, and he was kind of more of a space creator for Izu, who was the one yesterday going ballistic on Raze rather than, or the day before yesterday rather, going ballistic on Raze rather than Buzz this time on Bind. So they've got so many players that can just be heavy hitters in terms of the fragging.
Yeah, absolutely. But having the tape for Bind didn't help PRX in this game. And this is exactly what I spoke about before, why sometimes having that advantage starting deeper down the bracket means you're cold. It looked like T1 had shaken off their issues and they looked good on Fracture anyway before. That was the map that they won against.
I think Boom lit a bit of a fire under their butt for this game, and you know, they got out some of that complacency weeded out a little bit in the opening game.
Yeah, I think if T1 are able to step up their Fracture as much as they've stepped up their Bind, PRX is going to have to play a great game to upset them.
Yeah, and I love the kind of like, you know what, that wasn't really it, let's play it again. You know, this unfinished business kind of thing. It really goes to show, like, you know, for this team that is made up of, you know, so many big names that have already won these amazing titles. You can just tell the championship mentality on this team, right? That's why they're a super team, Pilski, super team.
Yeah.
The hype is back.
Yeah, but PRX, it's the power of friendship, Mika, you know, and you and I are friends, so you should be a little bit nicer to me.
Okay. Okay, that's your excuse.
I'm on the hype train. Choo choo. Let's go.
Let's go. T1 Korean.
I know exactly. But well, I'm hyped for this match because like I did vote for PRX as well because I just feel like this is part of the roller coaster. And PRX fans, you feel me on this. It goes down first, and then it goes up, and then it goes upside down.
We all voted for PRX, and Paperthin's just sitting there, you know.
Yes. How comfy is he?
he's feeling good.
Smiling.
He's feeling real good right now.
Yeah, I think PRX have to turn it around between map 1 and map 2. They definitely got a little bit more informed towards the end of that game. It looked like they were settling in a little bit more because before that we saw so many uncharacteristic whiffs that we're not used to seeing from this squad. So they
uncharacteristic.
I don't think they whiff normally. I think they're pretty good.
Pretty sharp.
I think Alex
usually.
Might have something to say
true,
about that,
yeah.
maybe.
He might disagree.
Hey, look, before Valorant came out, I saw a lot of Alex whiffs, so I don't know who. To be honest, I'm just saying.
Whoa, well, I'm glad that came from you, not from me.
Hey, I used to cast him, so I've seen many Alex whiffs, and I'm sure he will say the same.
You go all the way back, but yeah, I mean, like, I think it's part of that, you know, that PRX roller coaster that we're all on. Going back to like something that the casters mentioned, you know, this potential double duelist on double duelist. Are we seeing that, especially from a team that just declared themselves all duelists at this point from the very beginning, by the way, which they were trolling us as well on the roles?
Yeah, I mean, this T1 comp, it kind of reminds me, you know, whenever you get this double duelist flavor with the Neon, you're creating a lot of chaos. You're doing some very up-tempo kind of gameplay, creating those retakes and even those pop site executes, that, you know, the equivalent of what you see over on Pearl when you run the Yoru and the Neon and you just like snap TP into site with the fast lane straight across. Those are the kind of plays that you're going to get from T1. The thing is, though, that you do have PRX picking this map. They should be very confident on it, and this team is a team that thrives in the chaos. And, you know, you're going to see T1 trying to create that chaos, and PRX, that should be, if they wake up a little bit, their comfort zone, really.
Yeah, I really want to see. I want to see double duelist from PRX here. So we didn't see the most of something on that fade, right? It definitely felt flat for me. He didn't look like he was his usual self. I want to see it. I don't see a reason why you can't be playing Jet Raze or at least Jet paired with another duelist. Something is good across the board. I want to see him be way more active, way more forward. He had to be far too supportive with the
PRX have just had this inherent role crisis for a long time where I think they've just played the same style for such a long time. They're trying to explore other options, and you know, it's the thing that all the pundits say about PRX is like, Can they actually have that flexibility in terms of the individual roles? And they feel like they can't. They have to play these different comps. That time, you know, blind comp, for example, is a bit more of a util combo kind of comp with the deadlock as well. You do see Forsaken being a very flexible player that can play pretty much anything, but there are other players that have already been criticized for role inflexibility. So it's kind of a rough situation that PRX have been in, but they're the team that has opted to not make roster changes, to try to explore different roles and give it another try. So I guess this Pacific season will be the test of whether it's going to come together or not.
Are you saying that, like, you know, maybe this comfort in their roles is their ace, and maybe they should just do what they've always been doing, or should they, you know, really just lean into, if you're going to follow the meta, then just go ahead and follow.
No, they should not follow the meta. That's not who PRX are. That's not how they've made their name. PRX kind of invented their own style of Valorant, and I really want them to stick with that. They shouldn't water themselves down. I don't think that first map was a true reflection. I mean, I didn't love the composition, but it's not for me to say, you know? I think they know more about their players than us, so I can see why they stick with it, but I really don't want them to water themselves down. I want something crazy.
You're inspiring me here. I shouldn't water myself down.
Absolutely.
You heard that. You heard that, everybody. Just be you. And here we are into our agent comps for Fracture. We're seeing Teo. That is right.
Yeah, Forsaken's going to be the one on that Teo, and something on the more supportive Breach in it, Flash in it. You're going to see T1 sticking to their guns. They're not playing the flavor of the month being the Teo, but PRX pretty much playing the agreed meta comp. We saw it as a mirror in just the previous series, so we'll see if Neon is going to be, you know, the crazy kind of chaos sowing agent that Buzz wants it to be, creating space for Izu last time around, or whether Teo will be once again fantastic value on Fracture.
Yeah, we saw how strong the Teo was, so it's about if that double duelist can break past him.
Yeah, we'll see indeed if they can break past all of these obstacles as we toss it on over to our casters for Fracture. Achilles, Paper Thin, take it away.
Don't mind if we do. Let's go ahead and get into this one. T1 first on that attack. Double duelist. As Izu moves over to the Rays. Buzz here with that Neon.
Yeah, last time around, this worked a treat for T1. Izu in particular was popping. He was plus 10 overall in the KD. Really just thriving, you know, being able to kind of go back to one of the roles that he really made a name for himself on. Certainly has to love to be given that opportunity again, and a fast hit for Buzz.
And it is. Stuns, however, going to be exchanged as paint shells go out. Buzz eating a bit of damage, and all of it, in fact, is going to be in as he gets taken down. Jing able to find that Mind Freak. Cleans up another, so solid start here on the defense. As now they're just running them down. Meteor desperately trying to get some shots through, but you know, sometimes you whiff. Sometimes your bullets don't connect.
It do be like that.
Yeah.
It did be like that. That was an attempt, and Paper X is no problems dealing with it. Great combo there on top of Buzz to get him down with the paint shells. And Meteor just, yeah. Yep. I mean, look, folks, saw that first map, you got to be thinking, oh boy, Paper X is cooked, it's over. No, this is Paper X. We've seen this way too many times. They are never cooked.
See, not only just that, but also, you know, first game back.
Right,
you know,
that's exactly it.
Even a team like Paper X, you know, you set high expectations. They can have some stumbles. I think Meteor has a Marshall and doesn't miss those.
He's just so good with that gun.
Target's destroyed.
It's unfair. Now you can't really mess with it.
Forsaken going to be picking up Marshall, carrying it forward. No, gets the hip fire, looking for the follow-up shot, but Izu with that Sheriff will be able to put him down. Jing at the same time, able to go ahead, come across with a kill, getting rid of Meteor. Bulldog in hand.
Spike planted.
Spike will get planted. We go to a 3v3 for Paper X. It's all about avoiding any additional damage. This is where the costly weapons really start to hurt. Izu tucked away behind the steel box here. Gets a spot up, gets the headshot. Jing taken down, looks for the other, gets him. As it's now something on his lonesome Guardian in hand, 24 HP.
Oh boy.
And it looks like the call is made to retain the Guardian to go for the save. T1 immediately equalize and tie things up 1-1. That is catastrophic.
This is one of those things that good teams do. They win ecos. They win rounds they shouldn't because they have players who are so good. those lower buy weaponries, whether it be Izu with the Sheriff, Meteor with the Marshal. Those things are difference makers. They're economy breakers. They're momentum swingers. And this shot right there, so clean. Okay, Forsaken. That's pretty nasty on the Buzz. And then Izu, so patient there. Waited for the players to get onto site. And he was never identified. He knew that he had that space clear because the other teammates were on the tower side of things. He knew that he could hide there and they weren't going to be able to get the spot on him. PRX is paying a hefty toll. Jing going to be getting one away from that showstopper though with that orb grab. He's able to utilize that utility nicely. T1, patience is the virtue right now. Knowing that, you know, you could see one of those PRX sort of combo plays, especially with the Tejo in effect. And of course, Forsaken has to continue his Agent World tour.
Yep. Comes out, gotta play it.
That's correct.
Playing new agents is, I don't know, like a Zoomer buying every generation of iPhone that comes out.
Sure.
Gotta have it. The megapixels.
It's like Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
That's the only reference I can pick out of that.
Well, already a good amount of damage taken here on the side of PRX. Jing, Divide, both down to 30-some HP. Something looking to join them in that metric. Stealth spot going to be sent forward. Buzz spotting one, something going to be taken down. Looks for a reposition. Divide with a nice peek out. Gets a headshot there on a Meteor, but Izu across the way, catches a glimpse, and Buzz will find a second.
One enemy remaining.
Looks like there's the closeout. Stacks able to go ahead and steady the spray. T1 now up 2-1.
Crossfire so good here. And so, a couple of the things that I had in my notes coming into this season for T1. First and foremost was they actually set up a lot of trap plays. You're not going to see it in this round. But the other thing was their teamwork and their post plans were so good in the offseason. Like those were the things that really weren't there against Boom as much. Eventually it started to feel like it, but on Bind and now again here on Fracture, you're starting to see more of that. You're starting to see that teamwork. You're starting to see those really annoying post plans. Same kind of setup. This time it's just a flirtation here. Maybe to bait out the showstopper.
And it worked a treat if that was the intention.
That was so good.
T1 got exactly what they wanted. So now you're looking to try to push their way forward onto the site and immediately Divide gets his head taken clean off. Sylvan, absolute beaming him down.
Spike planted.
It's so good, man.
Sylvan taking a shot, peels off some of the pressure here as they push in towards Stacks. Split himself though, will fall. Forsaken coming away with one. Jing jumping up over the top of the box, able to find the enemy breach, but Buzz just peeks out through that sewer and immediately counter rotates back around towards Arcade. Mind Freak, vulnerable dump.
Player standing.
Meteor finds one and Izu. Go ahead and pick apart Forsaken. The first rifle round goes the way of T1. PRX have their economy broken wide open.
It's just so good. The way that they play this. Sylvan. Disgusting stuff. Stacks holding the line. Please explain yourself on this one, Jing. God, that's so good. And everybody just knows their role, knows their job, and they're executing it to perfection. That's really what T1 needs to just keep doing. They're one away from a couple big ults. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, almost online.
Hero Bulldog here in the hands of Jing. Sheriffs across the board for everybody else. Buzz, oh, okay, just gonna get taken down as Jing mows down 3 players. Fault line from Stacks gets the connection. He would love to get the orb. But he needs Meteor to get in some kind of position, but okay, this is the most PRX round you could possibly ask for. Weapons upgraded, collected as they look for a flawless Thrifty to give themselves a second round win. Gonna stun out Meteor. Sildo commands respect. Finds the first. Looks for the second. Something with a quick little jiggle out flash. Turn from 3 players. Actually stacked up, but he cannot drag it across. There's the Thrifty confirmed off the back of Jing with a 4K. And Alex can breathe a sigh of relief alongside the PRX faithful.
This is just a great read from PRX. Somehow able to scrape together a Bulldog and put it to phenomenal use. I mean, they knew that somewhere on the map, T1 was going to want an orb, and they picked the correct one and just nailed it. Need the backup there with the breach util as well for Jing. And the hard read pays off. I mean, that's something that Boom was doing so well. Let's see if PRX can find a few more. This time around, it's going to be the showstopper, although I don't imagine this connects with anything.
You would think not.
Yeah, take that. Take that, stealth drone.
For the suppress there, can't find it. Stacks holding here over towards the rope at Sands. For the concuss out, push out of the smoke. Stacks is fully blinded up, still however able to find one, clears out that boom bot. Now Meteor swings back around to try to keep protected, but Forsaken comes up with both. A 3v3, the Armageddon available. So it goes across the site, the door opened up, Buzz able to find one Divide, trading back the other. He's eating quite a bit of damage and now will get taken down. Izu trying to hold his ground, brings it to a 1v1. The steady inch forward, something trying to go for the tap, but Buzz is at the ready. Finds the kill, and T1 will maintain a lead.
Yeah, I mean, PRX has to play the beginning of this round the way they do because the showstopper is available. This makes a ton of sense the way they begin this. And then again, the immediate backup from Meteor to help out Stacks. Yes, Forsaken, great double kill. But then they're just going to hold this door in numbers and win their trades. And then Buzz able to take the slightly unexpected position. I think there was about to be a tap there from something to try to suss out where Buzz was, but Buzz was already bussing. Here he goes again.
It's just basically same setup. Waits here, sends out the relay, tucks back. Swing onto the corner, Sylvan going to be taken down. Forsaken's finding one, but Stacks immediately keeps it traded. Ping reveals, Forsaken's just overwhelmed. Can't make anything happen there. Buzz to a roaring start here on the map. Izu joins the fray. By taken down, but Jing, snappy headshot, has that showstopper available once again as paint shells get rid of Stacks. He swung into it knowing that if he swung out into the open, he was going to be dead either way. Showstopper absolutely destroys, and Jing will continue to keep this competitive. One round separating.
And this right here, folks, is why you stick this guy on raids all the time. He does stuff that few others can on this agent. That is just tremendous. It looked like it was going to be another T1 round, and I was just getting so ready to compliment the way that they're showing little variations in the way that Buzz is attempting to take space on A Hall. It's, you know, in the pistol round, it was a full push out. Then it was the bait for the showstopper. This round, it's a short change up where they've got reinforcements there to try to make those trades, and they look so good, but then Jing shows up, finds the perfect timing on the paint shells to catch the plant, and then the showstopper to boot.
He's going for the last pack forward on top of the box. Classic setup there from Jing, but no one there to get caught by it. Izu trying to challenge here against Divide. Both of them taking quite a bit of damage here. Tries to escape back around the corner, but eventually Killjoy will get caught.
Now you've got Rolling Thunder, Lockdown, Orbital Strike.
Meteor, he is on a hell of a walkabout at the moment.
Yeah, well, this is so challenging right now for PRX.
Lob in on the paint shells, just keeping this rope access controlled. Meteor slowly, steadily encroaching on their position. Rolling Thunder crashing across, connecting on to absolutely everyone! Opens up with a spray, and Meteor somehow only going to be able to find one. Mind Freak does well to get the headshot, but it seems like that is more than enough for PRX to go ahead and call the retreat. No way else to try to play this one through. T1 will once again knock back PRX, maintain that 2-round advantage.
They're going to keep the Orbital Strike as well for Sylvan. Stacks searching for a gun upgrade. Gonna get it. They're gonna go hunting.
Oh,
Worth.
Man. Snappy from Stacks. Swaps back over. 2 weapons retained here for the side of PRX. An economy on both sides is not particularly strong. No one has any money. Gen Z America in here.
Aw.
Surely one day we'll all buy houses. But T1.
No, we won't.
Oof. Still having some critical ultimates available. PRX, I mean, deck is fairly stacked for them. Rolling Thunder, the Lockdown, Orbital Strike.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good. So you've got a lot of map control right now. As PRX should have a pretty good idea that either they're stacked up in tree or they're coming from the other side of the map. And oh, it's such a good dodge of this. Oh no, it caught him. So they exactly, all their attention should be turning towards Arcade or towards Dish. You know that it's almost certainly one of those.
Lockdown coming through. Massive approach here through Arcade. Lockdown, of course, cleared out by the tail. Izu, flash packing past here. It's all chaos here within the smokes, but it's chaos that T1 is driving in. 2 players lost. Orbital strike going to be sent out, but it doesn't find anyone.
Right there.
Spike planted.
There was a riot going on around Devi, and he's just strolling through there, walking the park. He's got 3 rifles, got the Rolling Thunder. Is this just another save?
And based on Jing's movements, unless he's really wary about a deep flank. But yeah, the call to save is going to have to be made in T1. And we'll get to 6 at least here on this attack now. Just continued dominance. And it looks like they're going to try to go on the hunt here, wanting to get these weapons out of hand, because now even their cache starting to get built up quite nicely. And otherwise, they just be a flawless unless they manage to cross paths here with something and lose out on a player.
Ooh, the timing there.
Comes back around the corner if he goes for a re-peek. Goes for it, finds it. Okay, flawless does get avoided. Still, the situation doesn't become much better here for PRX. It looks like maybe timeout at long last called.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been quite interesting. I think another thing that I would like to kind of mention is, you know, the storylines for T1 coming into this year is they are obviously star-studded. They are very talented individually. And in a match like this, where it gets scrappy, where it gets down in the mud, their individual mechanics are still just so good. They can square up right against a team like PRX. This is their wheelhouse. And, you know, you saw it last year with Gen G, who's just got so much firepower. They can fight their way through some bad situations. And still some good reads from T1, of course. But when they've been challenged, when PRX has tried to get tricky, tried to get creative, a lot of the time it's been thoroughly well handled because the coordination is there, because the teamwork is there. You've been able to shut a lot of the trickery down. This round, just same thing. So for PRX, you'd love to convert here because the cache is not so good. Once again, behind all of this, and now T1 has started to bank up an economy. I mean, there was a moment there it was kind of iffy for both sides. T1 is thriving. Sylvan still has his orbital strike. Here goes Jing. There you go. There's that box.
Attempt once again, but everybody's north side, unfortunately.
Gotta go.
T1 just playing away from any kind of potential crunch. Really having a decent idea of what PRX were going to be looking to try to pull, but that being said, they haven't scaled forward towards the site. Meteor waiting to try to go for yet another long lurk.
It's a pretty unorthodox setup.
Okay, well, Aftershock gets sent through. Buzz out ahead of this. Lockdown. Sent in, and Forsaken reads it well. Meteor going to be taken down. And this game plan here has completely been undone as Buzz as well gets found over in A main.
Oh, this is quite interesting. Didn't want to invest the orbital strike to clear the lockdown. Going to try the other side of the map, but PRX is well aware. Everybody is hustling to get to the other side. Now you got Forsaken up in tower with the Tejo.
Right to the rope. A couple shots there across onto Stacks. This is going out. Mindfreak finding one, and there's the cleanup. Something comes up with 2 quick kills. PRX, timeout call leading to a very necessary round victory. Gap just down to 2. Still an opportunity for them to make this a 6-6 and rescue this half.
Yeah.
Already, though, doing well to get to where they're at.
Taking control of the tunnels is going to be really key. Don't let Meteor live down there. You know, don't let him be the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You don't want to let them come out. Because Meteor's been down there a lot, and he's been causing problems, so that's pretty smart. Is that one? They're still turtles, right? Like, they still have some cartoons? Anyway.
I don't know. Oh, well, okay, if Ching had gotten away with that one. Would have been absolutely insane, but it's going to be Buzz and Easy finding one apiece here as Mindfreak stunned up, trying to push forward. Shorty in hand, and Buzz will be able to cut him down to size. Push for Divine. Able to get the kill here on the Meteor, but now Poor losing out on one of his teammates. Gets a second, but cannot try to drag them back into this. 3 players left standing as T1
Last round in the half.
get up 7-4, looking for an 8-4 half.
Yeah, this is just kind of a Jing special. He had this space completely open in the previous round, thought he could just get there for free, or maybe it'd just be, you know, Meteor out there like we saw with Forsaken challenging him out in that space. Instead, it's a lot of T1, and it don't go so good. But that's okay, because if they can get this round, honestly, it's a pretty fine half, I think, for PRX on this defender side.
Yeah, it certainly will look a lot better than it maybe has felt.
Yes.
Stinger in the hands here of Mind Freak. Currently playing over towards A, but everybody from T1 getting clustered up and ready to attack onto B. Alarm bot going to be cleared out. Showstopper at the ready. Izu trying to lead the charge, but Jing up over the top here, able to find both duelists. Izu Buzz absolutely get destroyed. Armageddon to try to slow up the rest of the approach here. Stax not quite ready for that peek into the smoke. Cannot find the punish. Meteor arriving now from tower, peeks out, finds one, but Stax is dead. The spike is stranded, as is Meteor. He will fall. 7-5 here at the half. PRX running it back.
Well, this is just what you love about PRX is the creativity. And yes, okay, the previous round didn't look that great from Jing, but this one looks amazing. And he has had some absolutely brilliant rounds. That is good. Oh my. But just the positioning alone is what really makes the difference. Something you don't really expect. The unorthodox setups that they are going to show you are going to catch you off guard sometimes. And they dial them up when they need them most. They really find a good read, and that situation right there was perfect. So over to the defender side for T1. Can they keep the momentum rolling? Or has PRX found their groove? Starting to look like maybe. And Jing in particular looked hot as heck on that raise. That's scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's been overall 2 solid maps here for him.
Yeah.
Lone attacker coming into this one. We'll see what Team 1 are able to do with this double duelist comp now pivoting over onto the defense. PRX. Good in these pistols so far. It's really, not being able to close out that anti-eco that leads to T1 having such a strong half here. They can get another pistol. Quite that tiny little mistake. And just maybe we'll be going over to split.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really a big key. This pistol round is super pivotal. Super pivotal. And T1 has been feeling it all day. Just a matter of, with their double duelist, something you would normally expect that the team on the other side of the coin is going to be rocking with. Quick push out for Buzz.
Ooh, yep,
nope.
Well, met with Flash. Nope. Have to try to back away, but Fault Line looks to try to lock them here in place. Relay Bolt going to be sent out as everybody just kind of stuns each other and then backs off.
A little bit of pushing and shoving there. But now you've got T1 kind of pinned. However, bit of an explore. Turret there will check if push continues. Just need to hold the line a little bit.
Up on the orbit. Okay, double push out from Izu and Sylvan, but they are about to meet the full fighting force here of PRX. We'll be able to find one, looking for a little bit more. Some solid damage dealt as Mind Freak falls down to 5, but cannot equalize the kill count. Quick rotations as Buzz tries to get into position.
Stealth drone. Isn't going to see him because of the smokes. Oh, it did.
No.
Oh, no, it did not.
Not getting the ping. Ooh, slides out. But
didn't matter.
Saken absolutely on it there. Finds the kill, and now is down to Meteor. As the smokes both get ready to dissipate simultaneously. Plant coming through. Forsaken taken down. And Jing will be the finisher. PRX close out the pistol. 3-1 in that regard. Now just 1 round away from tying things up.
Yeah, they're feeling it now. Calls are looking quite good. There was just too much going on that B side, and they make the call to change to the other side of the map, and it is 100% the right one. God, that is a good shot for Forsaken. Absolutely nasty. Jing continues to be very rock solid for them. 14-6 on the map. And they are looking to tie this one up. A little bit of A main control, maybe. Buzz is actually slow pushing this. Oh, just getting a little bit of info and saying, okay, quite a few members hustle on over. Wouldn't be too surprised if, in PaperX fashion, they just kind of make a go at this A site. Grab of the orb. Full control, just a matter, do they want to pull the trigger or not?
Something with the fault line at the ready. Buzz able to stay away from that. Paint shells go under. They both said to try and just delay here, but Sylvan dead. Pushing out of the smoke, unassisted. Gets his head taken off. As all of a sudden, everything just explodes here for T1. Picked apart one after the other. Meteor, last one alive. See if you can deal any kind of damage whatsoever. There's far too many angles to try to clear, but okay, solid opening shot. Stops it from being a flawless. Any more kills found, and then it'll be actual damage dealt. And he will not be able to find it. Forsaken another 3K back-to-back in that regard, and we are tied up at 7-7.
Huge, huge. Now we've got a real series on our hands. It's a little bit lacking there. Only a few half armors that I'm seeing in a regen armor. Nice shots by Forsaken. I think all headshots here. Yep, all three sheriff shots are headshots. Disgusting. Starting to come together. A couple bulldogs for PaperX. Full rifles.
Because of all those kills, Armageddon there for Forsaken.
Yeah. That's scary. It's going to clear a lot of space on this map. A little bit of a push out. 4-1 split. Info garnered. But no resistance over towards A hall. And now we're starting to see the rotations.
Breaks up this setup here from the Killjoy.
That's nice.
Burnt down one of the nanos, or maybe the alarm bot there on the entry to the site. Gone. Jake, blast back and forth. Sylvan caught with the iPad open. Meteor, however, still lingering within the smoke. Swings out, looks for the second, nearly finds it, but can't quite confirm the kill.
Spike planted.
3v4, but Buzz and Stacks immediately finding two quick kills. Fine on the peek out. Gets a spray across, but the paint shell lands right at his feet. And Stacks will find Jing. 2 players left standing overall. A very solid anti-bonus, or rather a solid bonus attempt, I should say, from the side of PaperX. They do some good damage to the anti-bonus here from T1. T1 will just narrowly regain the lead.
This, I thought, for a moment was cooked. I thought PaperX had the bonus in the bag. This entry catches Sylvan. And then, okay, Meteor's there, but there's a good cover by something to make sure that Meteor can't do any follow-up damage. However, they spread the map a little bit. Stacks and Buzz working together nicely. Again, covering for each other, and then Stacks repositions, finds that off angle. Open things up for his teammate. They're able to seal the deal. Something with an operator, attack side. Shouldn't shock anybody. He do be like that. And they're just gonna slow the pace up a little bit. Buzz, the double duelist, on a bit of a walkabout. What does Devi have to say?
10-1. Anticipating it, and he absolutely shuts it down.
Smoke's down, stim beacon down.
Huge cleanup from Devi. Stacks his sights down, needing to be set on that side of the map. Meanwhile, the attack and the spike brought forward here in towards A, but Stacks finds that kill. Less of concern now about that flank. As the Aftershock will display something. Needing to reassess that plant spot now. Stealth drone being sent, Meteor at the same time. Wrapping around from behind, but Mind Freak reads it, but can't quite get the punish. Meteor now brings it back into a 3v3. Jing, however, has that showstopper in the back pocket.
Right there.
This is so tough.
Oh!
Oh, the timing.
For the moment, but wants to try to go ahead and get that salvo out. And some damage not found. Showstopper held. T1 forced back here. Held at bay. Oh, now gone. Op shot gets the leg hit, but cannot find the kill. But Forsaken will be able to do so back over in Halls. Meteor going to be taken down. Sylvan able to find Jing. 66 health between the two of them. The time just not on their side. T1 will have to call off the attack, and PaperX will tie things up.
It just, again, so many of these rounds, going even all the way back to Bind, come down to just individual micro plays or, you know, these kind of scrappy team fights, but in this case, it's just Divide. Just knocks down 2 instantly. Mr. Reliable. Safe, steady pair of hands. Sure, Stacks and Meteor are able to win a couple flanks on the fights on the flank, but problem becomes is that
they walked into my crosshair.
They walked into my crosshair.
They absolutely did.
You are not wrong. Great crosshair placement, but that showstopper there made things so difficult in the long run. That's truly a big problem. Got to do what you can to keep this operator off balance.
They know that it's still in play. Buzz is trying to get on a little bit more of a forward angle, and it's enough to go ahead and find the kill. Relay Bolt going to be sent forward, and Buzz collects a second. Pushes up past that paint shell, but Forsaken covering fire, able to go ahead, find a little bit of peel as Jang comes up with 2! He's down to 10 HP. Sure, a stiff breeze will take him down, but Meteor, okay, there you go. Speaking of, Meteor is that stiff breeze. But Divide, once again, lurking forward. It's a bit of damage, but we'll be able to find the kill and keeps PRX in a very winnable position. Push forward from Sylvan, wrapping around Adipals, will be able to recover a weapon. Can he clutch this out?
Gee, a difference maker right now. That looked like it had T1 written all over it. That's such a good read.
Alarm bot is there. Oh, no. They recalled. Nanoswarms set up here on the entryway. By watching the angle, sends it. Sylvan is already up in front of it, but is not able to cross that first hurdle. Forsaken will go ahead and pick him off. He and Divide now just 1 away from their respective ultimates, and PRX are in the lead.
This is just another individual outplay. The setup here is so good. They hold that angle, they follow in. Buzz makes the right read here to push ahead of that nade to try to take Jing down, and Jing just counter swings. Comes right back with a 2K of his own. Setup's looking really good right now for PRX. The responses are starting to come together, and a well-needed timeout here for T1 to try to slow down this PRX momentum, because, yeah, the rust has been completely removed. They are back to polished form.
First timeout from T1 in the series. Coming in here at a critical juncture. Can they bring this back to parity where PRX start being able to streak forward? We'll take a look at the economy here in a moment.
Yeah, I think this is a toughie, because some of my ideas are kind of what we saw in that previous round. Just, you know, try to cut PRX off at the point of attack. Maybe you got to find a way to slow Jing down now. Okay, I don't know if PRX is enough for another operator. Doesn't seem so. But they're so close to some ults, they might be playing for orbs. And it looks like kind of T1 had a similar idea to what we saw in the previous half, where PRX came through and went to dish, shut down the orb grab from T1.
Maybe attempted a crunch play here on the Divide. As, yep, just takes the rope out towards safety. Punish not found. Shots just kind of dancing in after him, but not finding any kind of contact.
He didn't have any other movement, so the call was to just go right back to B. That was the anticipated move. They are 100% correct. Now you're getting the read off the util as well.
It's lockdown. Nothing really that you're going to be able to do other than match it, so ult for ult will go through. Buzz already anticipating the wrap back around towards that A site. Tip Meteor back as well, allowing for that KJ setup to come back into play, but ultimately PRX are just waiting this out. Now the Stim Beacon coming through, and everybody is ready to rush their way back through. 2 Detain actually did come in as well. Either way, no one going to be getting punished quite just yet, but it's going to be a full 5v5 in the post plant.
It's going to come down to kind of outmaneuver who here. Mindfreak trying to find another angle. Buzz will be coming from the north.
Aftershock across over towards Canteen, holding them back for the moment. Forsaken has been tagged up.
Go ahead.
45 health coming through as there's the Armageddon. Players from T1 widely get up in front of this one. Full flash connecting there onto the Divide, but it doesn't matter. Covering fire immediately comes through from PRX. They absolutely destroy T1. Stacks the last one standing, but not for very long. Jing rushes forward into the fray, finds the kill, and PRX now have a 2-round lead.
They're just on top of things, and that attempted retake just gets shut right down. A great flash from Something. Really does a good job kind of shutting down Izu. Yeah, he gets taken out quick, but the crossfires are all there. Everybody's so prepared. Good hold. Not a bad read, but the 2 lockdowns there didn't really make too much of a difference. T1 was never able to really stall or stymie the attempted plant, and they didn't have any ults other than the lockdown that they used previously. Try to do anything about it. Now they've got some ults. Now they've got a showstopper. Now they got a rolling thunder.
Well, they don't have any weapons.
Yeah.
2 sheriffs, a stinger, a ghost.
Buzz has got his ult, so.
True.
Could be a difference maker.
Well, once again, T1, you can kind of see not quite getting a read here. Stacks left on its lonesome here on the B site with just a classic in hand. Everybody now on that approach. And here's the bad news. Spots out the Vi site. Here for the taking for PRX.
See what they want to do. It doesn't seem like Buzz is keen to.
Oh, Meteor.
Meteor. Hello.
A little bit of a timing. Pushes out of the smoke. Does manage to find 1. Shots through Divide. Does get flushed out. Sylvan doing well to find the 1 before getting taken out, but Jing is still just so damn clean. Looks for a little bit more. There will be Something coming away with the kill, but PRX now just 2 away from taking this map and taking us over to Split.
I'm still wondering why the overdrive wasn't popped. Whatever.
I don't have an answer for you.
Yep.
I think maybe just, I don't know, the setup, the smokes that were placed here. It's just too hard to try to push out of it with that. I don't know.
Still, it's might as well try. Yeah, but I mean, still though, Jing is freaking dialed in. He is.
That's only 110-1.
Destroying. I mean, him and Forsaken both, but goodness.
Oh, showstopper for showstopper. Izu hits the other blast pack. Meteor is able to find the kill here on the Jing. Meanwhile, Stacks trying to just stave off some pressure. Showstopper not going to find much here from Izu. Paint shell up over the top as Meteor is tucked in alongside the rope. Sylvan sends the orbital strike. A monstrous, crazy, chaotic crashing here. Oh, the course is spun, but Forsaken! He thrives in this! Mo's down 4, and my God, I need to see a replay because what the hell just happened?
What is going on?
So, okay, yeah, this one, it gets a little weird.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
made some damage.
Yeah.
And okay.
Oh. Oh, no.
Oh, that damn smile. Unreal from Forsaken. Takes the kill lead. Takes PRX up to map point. Buzz down to 4 HP. Divine going to be pressured out. Gets taken up, but Mind Freak is able to find 2. And suddenly it's just Stacks and Meteor left alive. Stacks desperately trying to fight here against Forsaken, but he will be struck down. Armageddon sent Meteor already. Shifting away from that position, gets himself set up on B, knows that he needs to do absolutely everything. Self-bot leads in towards Canteen. Ping does not get the reveal. Meteor eats the full flash. Gets the spot out here onto Jing, finds the headshot.
Spike planted.
Something in the corner, plant down Meteor. Looking for the clutch. 9 bullets left. Something cheats his way up in towards tower.
Turn out.
Still a bit of time to work with. Gets the
turret confirms the position.
Oh, I thought maybe he was going to keep going backwards, but he thinks it.
Can set up the now, try to deny the peek coming through, taps it, but no, it's been destroyed. He gets a smattering of damage in, but now he's down to just 2 bullets. Now none. Swaps over to the Classic, knows that he needs to try to go ahead and take this fight, but Something is not going to give him the opportunity at all. Retaps it, Meteor finds it, but he knows that it's over. There's nothing more to be done. 13-8, the spike goes off, and PRX take us to Split. We are not done yet.
Well, PRX kept trying to drag him into the mud, and finally, T1 is starting to drown. Even when it looks like T1 has a great play lined up with the ult combo, Forsaken just says no. A 302 ACS for Forsaken on the Taeho. Absolutely phenomenal for PaperX. And with the quote-unquote meta comp that we're seeing on Fracture, they look stellar. They look just so hard to break, especially when they get those spikes down. T1 just, the retakes could never come to fruition. And I mean, obviously that Izu play felt like maybe that was going to be a difference maker, but then Jing does this. That 3K with the Bulldog starts spiraling things out of control for T1. I think it's 5 or 6 in a row at the end there for PaperX. Just absolutely run away with it.
Like you said, in the end, it looks like the rust has been shaken off that, or maybe bind to something that still needs some work. Either way, PaperX showing up here in a big way on Fracture. Take us the distance. They give us exactly what we were asking for here, Paper Thin, and that is a full 6 maps of play here today.
That's
Series
what we wanted.
Ramping up, yeah. That's all we wanted, and that is what we are going to get. So not going home anytime soon, it would seem. Split on the horizon, and who in the hell knows what's going to happen over there. I cannot wait to find out. But wait, we shall for just a little bit longer as we get ready to send it back over to the analyst as to break down all of the chaos from Fracture. Mika, take it away.
Absolutely not. Nobody is going home yet. You guys stay right there. You're not leaving because we are getting a map 3. We are going into Split, but just to understate this map, this was a very calm map. Don't you agree?
Definitely not. This is chaos. I mean, you had the thrifties, you had multiple big plays, clutches, you know, pistols going back and forth. I think for PaperX, this was kind of the chaotic start to the game that maybe they didn't necessarily want, getting ecoed in round 2, but then getting their own thrifty later on. You had some vintage Jing raise plays. I think something was a lot more convincing on that init roll this time around. I mean, I know he doesn't have a crazy amount of ACS or anything like that, but the reactive utility from something this game, particularly on their attacking side to shut down those aggressive plays from the double duelists of T1 was very effective. And then again, another Taeho goes ballistic on Fracture here.
Yeah, I much prefer some things Brutes to his Fade, but we're seeing Taeho everywhere now on this map, and I think it will get more and more popular as we go through. Forsaken played that agent really, really well. It was a joy to watch.
I am not surprised at all that it's Forsaken that happens to pick up this agent.
You can play anything.
I know, every time there's something, you know, there's a new agent. Forsaken's always like, I'm probably gonna pick that up. I mean, he's pretty much played every agent at this point.
Completed Valorant.
Yeah.
He's finished the game.
Exactly. The credits roll when he loads the game, you know?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's looking to finish this series off, as our PaperX. Very slow start on Bind, looked a little bit disjointed. I think shaking off the rust is a very, very good way to put it, because even though the first half was back and forth and T1 was showing us this double duelist style, beating a lot of the Taeho utility and forcing their way out sound early on, getting some momentum on the attacking side, PaperX stuck with it, and they, particularly on their attacking side, really turned the game around.
Yeah, this in the first half was the defining fact for me, that PRX tried to take a main control and T1 were able to go fast past it every time. I was really convinced by how T1 played this double duelist versus the KO. It looked very strong, but then as we got towards the second half, things definitely slowed down for them.
Yeah, I mean, our sand plays time and time again seemed like it was finding success. This was a really nice set round in the bonus. You get the stealth drone straight through Arcade, the Armageddon straight through Tower. You get the salvos as well to break the Killjoy utility on the opposite side of the map, where you see the rest of PaperX are preparing to burst through the smoke.
Yeah, this was a lovely little play, and even though they didn't win this round, they managed to kill 3, which is very, very good on your bonus. It makes the buy for T1 much worse into the next round, and obviously they're able to win the round after that and snowball momentum. So on your bonus, any damage is good, but these kind of kills, these kind of rounds are what you're really after on your bonus.
Now, it looks incredibly messy, of course, as you enter those first few seconds into the round. What is it like? Break it down for us as what we're seeing. If, say, point of view of PaperX, what are we dealing with as we enter T1 site?
Oh, in terms of going onto that particular bomb site and that execute?
Yeah.
I mean, for Jing, he's probably getting set up by something in Underpass with the breach utility, and his whole objective is just to be able to create chaos, get inside of that Jenny smoke, and maybe catch somebody who's trying to flood back into the site there, or even cut off rotates, and then they're going to try to segment the site from there. And the Armageddon flushes straight through Tower, so there's only so many spots that they can play on the site itself.
Yeah, and you see this barrage of utility, but I love that you see also T1 kind of just hanging back and you can kind of feel the Autumn saying like, wait, don't, not yet. Let them go. This is PaperX you're dealing with. And that is a testament, of course, to the veteranship that is on this team, right? But it's just that PaperX is just, it's as we were talking about earlier, they're just a completely different animal.
Yeah, this is the PaperX people love to see, right? This is why they're so popular. So I'm glad that we saw them take up form. I thought they were much sharper this map. Number one, I didn't feel the whiffs at all compared to map one. It felt like they were able to win that aim fights. And now as we go towards Split, what are you expecting to see?
I mean, this is just the quintessential PaperX comp. They've literally been playing this same style for a long time. Maybe even throw another duelist in there. Like 2 is sometimes not enough for PaperX on this map in the past. But look, this Sky double duelist comp is something they've been playing forever. I think, honestly, they had some pretty close losses in the offseason to teams that you'd back them to beat. Loss against Wolves, I think the FM, even the new Gen G that maybe they've dropped some maps against, if I remember correctly. But for T1, they also smashed a team in the offseason on this map, playing the Chamber on Meteor, if I remember correctly. But I really would, and a very similar comp I might mention as well to what PRX is doing, just subbing the Jet for a Chamber. But I really wouldn't be surprised if you see T1 play something different. I would be surprised if they pulled the Chamber out against PRX in this particular game. I think Vice or Cypher, something like that on Meteor is probably more likely.
Yeah. I'm thinking that maybe the Vice, because Meteor, we have seen him on that agent, and just because like it suits him so well, and you can just imagine Vice being such a menace on this map.
Yeah, personally, I'd like to see them stay on the Chamber, to be honest. If you
really?
Against the double duelist?
Yeah, exactly. If you know you're going to go up against double duelist, I feel like the Sky can get you off your angles, and your Paranoia can. But the Chamber's able to take advantage of a lot more off angles, so you're able to just be in these different positions than people are used to using Util in. I think it can work definitely.
I totally disagree. I think the Cypher is way too good, especially getting a lot of like the fast set plays with the Jet Dash and the Rays. You can do all these little trap trips. You can have the like retake setups with the cage where you flood out onto the site. I think the Chamber's super risky. Unless Meteor's really hitting his shots, he could be pretty much useless, whereas the Cypher just has universal value, is a lot more consistent for me.
It does, but into the Rays as well, you feel like the
It can,
Rays
yeah, they can definitely break the trips, but that's where I really feel like the retake, like flood setups with the cages, or you do the deep trips, like where you still hold elbow control and things like that, can really pay off.
Are we even sure that it may be on Meteor though? Because we did see just like an agent switch earlier, right? When we saw like Buzz and Izu switch up on the Neon. Maybe it's not even Meteor.
If Meteor's not on Sentinel, I'm not sure why it's on the team at that point. He's just like amazing on Sentinel. Like I think you're borderline trolling if you're not putting Meteor on some kind of Sentinel.
Yeah, but maybe he's not on the Chamber.
Not on the Chamber?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lot of good answers. Like I say, the Cypher can work. In my opinion, the Chamber is good. But also, like you mentioned, I think Vice is very good on Split. Vice is another tight map. The wall gets a lot of value. The Razor Wire gets a lot of value. Even the ult, because the sites are so small, it makes the ult a little bit better, where the ult is normally kind of weak. So I think they have a lot of options. I'd like to see where they're going to take it compared to what they were doing in the offseason.
Not to mention, you now have both teams that, don't need those little, time to warm up. Now both teams are coming in very hot into map number 3. And on the PRX roller coaster, hey, we went down, we went up. Where are we going this time around is my question.
I think they're just going to stick to what they know. Like, I really associate this comp on Split with PaperX. It's what they're comfortable doing. I think that they leaned into something they're a little bit more comfortable doing, especially with Jing being back on the Rays. A lot of people were saying this is PaperX season because Rays maps are definitely a thing in this current pool. So well, look, we'll see if they just stick to that and maybe put something back on a Jet. I'm sure he's itching to play a duelist. He's just been sitting there. He's just been throwing dogs. He's just been holding out the stun all series long. Like, bro, get me in the game. He's just screaming at Alex, put me in the game, coach, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I quite like Breach. I think it's fun, but compared to playing Jet, I mean, I feel like most players would rather be on the Jet than on the Breach.
He's itching. His fingers are like twitching just a little bit, right? And you can kind of feel it. But yeah, I mean, Jing, he's all warmed up. We saw so many great plays from him last time. I feel like we're going to see exactly the same as we step here into Split, and we're going to take a look at our agent comps here. Really curious to see what T1 have in store. As we mentioned, we're expecting them not to stick with what they showed us in the offseason, but they are.
Yeah, they're going to stick with it. Chamber for Meteor, and there's the change-up from PaperX, actually. Devi is going to be in on that Sage, so that's a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, absolutely. I say, for me, I'm glad they stuck with this Chamber. I do think it has answers to that double duelist, but the Sage is definitely an interesting PRX. So we have to talk about that.
They were running the Viper, I think, right, previously, so a little bit more info denial double controller, if I remember correctly, as opposed to now they're going back for the flavor of the Sage, and we know PRX love their Sage on off-meta maps. I mean, it used to be the flavor of the month on Split back in the day.
Yeah, I really like this and how it fits with that double duelist. Viper is slower, you're looking to default, but Sage gives you a lot more power to hit with.
Well, we're gonna see indeed the Battle Sage coming out from Uncle Devi as we send it back to your casters, Achilles and Paper Thin, to take us through Split.
That we shall, to the best of our ability. Things have been very chaotic throughout this series thus far, but all that matters is that we are all tied up 1-1. This split to settle it all. Let's see which team is going to be sticking around in that upper bracket, which one is going to have to fight through the lowers if they want to get themselves over to Masters Bangkok.
This is quite fascinating. T1, you know, they debuted this comp against EDG at the Gwangju Esports Series during the offseason. Now that was against a Kong and Smoggy-less EDG. They smashed the other players from EDG with this comp, but PRX a very different beast, and with the Sage in there, quite fascinating. Defender side here, quite important against this double duelist.
Smoke off here on the Buzz, up at Habit. Sylvan just kind of duking it out here alongside something inside of the smoke. Does manage to win that one out, but Jing quickly trades it back. Spattering of heals there from Forsaken keeps everybody topped up.
Sky Flash and a Paint Shell's available for T1 to try to make this retake go. Tucked in position for Mind Freak to be wary of.
6 bullets in that Headhunter here from Meteor. It's a spot out there on the Jing. Oh, Mind Freak in a bit of a rough position here, but Forsaken is able to go ahead and peel off some additional pressure. Meteor going to be taken down. That Headhunter no longer a concern as Izu's just trying to break through the wall. Segment now going to be destroyed, but time is ticking. They're running out of it. Devi on the swing is clean with it. PRX, another pistol win, 4-1, I believe, in that regard here across the series.
That Sage wall so annoying on pistol rounds on this map, one way or another. Kind of an awkward fight there. Good recognition by T1 that somebody could be tucked into that corner, comboing some of their util, but yeah, this is just Devi back on Sage. Used to be on Sunset. He was a nightmare because of those TikTok walls he would come up with and all that crazy stuff, but he's just steady here. Smart placement. Cuts everything apart. T1 tries to go for that retake. Cannot get it going.
Moving forward over by Vence, has that shorty in hand once again. Stacks into the corner, sends out the flash, but it's already too late for him. Something strikes, finds the kill. Devi up in heaven. Guns down Izu. As Jing may be slightly at risk here, or no, maybe Devi. Never mind. Finds the headshot, shorty nullified. And even the heal used just to make this all the more impossible for Sylvan. Flawless fashion. PRX get themselves a nice, solid win here in this anti-eco.
Just choose really nicely. Try to make the push up towards Mail. And Stax is caught just flat-footed enough. That's great flash there. He tries to pop his own, but something had just seen him in time. Exactly where to put that crosshair. Devi, it's a nice angle against that shorty. Cuts the wall in half so that not all the shorty bullets are able to connect. There you go. PRX off to a hot start again. Have been winning quite a few rounds in a row now. They still have pretty decent weaponry. A couple Vandals, a couple Bulldogs, and a Spectre coming into this. Viper there, kind of thwarting any attempted info gain by both sides. Dog comes through though. No info gathered here at all for T1, but they're just kind of holding, allowing Izu to try to delay on his own. It's a bit risky for T1. They're still a little bit wary of what's going on towards A side, but so far PRX actually kind of slowing the pace down, re-exploring parts of the map, re-clearing mid, trying to figure out if they can open up a little bit more space to try to make this crunch hit potentially towards B.
Swing out. Meteor going to be forced to rendezvous away. Approach now, getting ready to come through. Trademark around the corner to try to slow up. We noted, meanwhile, something dashing forward there in the face of Izu. Stacks on the flank, however, has covering fire, is able to go ahead and peel one off. But eventually will get found to buy. Still doing well, finding one, but Stacks, as well as Buzz, coming up big. 3K here for the Sky. Meteor gets involved and on the board. And T1, the pretty clean anti-bonus, will get themselves online.
Yeah, a lot of info there for T1 throughout. And then once there's a little bit of pressure towards Meteor in mid, he's able to TP through, set himself up on the rafters, winning this big fight there against something. Stacks swings out at a great time, bails Izu out, even though he gets taken down by Divide. Stacks, beautiful 3K. Pull that Phantom down. That's a really good fighting retreat there for T1. Able to hold the line when push came to shove. Sylvan tucked in this corner. This seemingly had a little bit of pace to it, but stopped up momentarily.
Chills out, something slowed up here. Ring around the rosy at the screen, but I don't think he necessarily noted. Sylvan now will be able to do so. Mows him down, Rez coming through, Forsaken right back into the mix. Is Jing gonna be shut down, trying to approach here onto elbow. Stacks finding another 3K here for him. As Forsaken's position now known and dealt with. Another solid follow-up round here from the side of T1 as they tie it up at 2-2.
God, Stacks just working off of the sound cues and other things so well. Here's Jing blast packing, was thinking about going for something because of that judge potentially at range. You feel like you have a bit of an advantage. You could have scooped up the gun, but gets the first, second, expecting the push around the corner, even pre-fired it. Phenomenal from Stacks these last couple of rounds. And now you're onto a weak buy. Bucky for Jing, couple Sheriffs, Guardian, Bulldog. Gonna be the buy up. Meteor with an Outlaw. And he gets it to connect. Nice opening shot.
A very solid one. Something on the ground of Meteor.
Oh boy.
Ooh, wanting to go for the re-peek. Spots out Jing. Does not get the follow-up hit. Divide will be able to go ahead and get rid of that pesky little chamber.
Good news is everybody has full armor. Let's take a headshot from Divide. Ooh. Ooh.
Okay. This is where the round starts getting a little bit suspect.
Izu is a bit off balance. Forsaken clears the Seekers. Oh, Stacks.
It's forward here in Garage, but everybody now drifting over towards Buzz.
Oh, that flash, I don't think connected with anything.
Divide slow creeping forward, but Buzz goes ahead, finds the pick. And that's going to split apart. Players here from PRX, and yet Stacks all the way lurked forward, has the spike dropped. Mind Freak still a world away.
Great info.
30 seconds.
So overall, really well played these last 3 rounds from Stacks. Mind Freak has anything to say about it, but this should be pretty challenging. Tagged up. Mind Freak taken down. Buzz cleans up the round. But what looked like it might get a little bit dicey for T1 is kind of results in some good push outs on the extremities. You know, Buzz going out from long B. Stacks tucks himself behind that box in the smoke and then is able to navigate himself past the flash that Device sends on the backside to try to sell that they're still over on the B side. It's just really well thought out, but frankly, these last 3 rounds have been like Stacks kind of stepping up for T1.
Yeah, no kidding. 7-2-0 at the moment.
Operator for Meteor. King with a judge. That is scary for anybody who's in mailer events. That's a clear on the dog, so a little bit of info.
Well, for now, it's Buzz that's in that position. Blast Pack chasing forward. A little bit of self-damage taken there from the paint shell, but for the most part, shrugged off.
It's a showstopper.
Slow drift across there from something. Wrapping around a ramp. Rest of the team now getting ready to come up through the vent. Seeker's going to be let loose. Showstopper from Buzz at the ready. Spots one, sends it, but Jing gets on top. And Wiley, showstopper damage has been eluded. Shot from Meteor out at screen, still going to be good. Stacks pushing forward, thinking maybe he's going to have the advantage given the trademark slow. Just cannot make it happen.
Oh my God!
Gets him a Meteor! Gets that off shot. Peeks out of the smoke. Gets the headshot, the swap to the head under. It's gorgeous! Divide with the wall, however, locks off screens. We're down to a 2v2. Izu drawing out the weapon of Forsaken, just not ready for him to be that close. It all comes down to Divide to try to clutch it out. Sees the kneecap. The slow poke and prod. Izu on the swing, dead, but Sylvan bails them out. Op should be recoverable as well as the defuse comes in. T1 taking the lead now, up 4-2.
Please show me that second shot from Meteor. The third one was nuts. The second one, I don't know how he flicked down.
Not just all of them.
Just show all of it.
Oh boy.
This is so good from Jing. Again, that movement so beautiful. I thought Stax did get the headshot.
Oh, an adjustment, but nasty stuff there from Meteor. I mean, the desk was talking about it. Happy to see him stick on the chamber. I, for one, am right there with them. Always a treat.
I am after that.
It's basically the agent that he got himself to his first international with when he was back over on North Eption.
At the Jet. And the Marshall.
Now, potential four-man approach up the ramp here from the side of PRX.
Dogs say hello.
They do.
Here.
It's Izu. He's walled off here for the moment.
Here's Elvis.
And he does. Showstopper at the ready, but Buzz here anchoring the side. Finds two, looks for the third, can't quite make it happen. But Sylvan is there to pick up the pieces. The three remainers go his way. T1 very swiftly cast aside PRX.
And this is so crucial here for T1 that they're able to really stall out this double duelist comp on the attacker side as much as possible. And yeah, I think absolutely we're going to see a timeout, but crispy from Buzz. And then Sylvan looking for him to show up. And they are, wow, they are fired up. T1 is absolutely bringing the vibes.
I mean, you mentioned it. They've never beaten PRX as an organization. Granted, the team very different from the past iterations.
No doubt.
But even so, these players looking for that victory.
It's so on their minds that even when we saw Joe Marsh here the other day, it was one of the first things he mentioned. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
But I get it. You know, you want to get these monkeys off your back. It's so important to get that confidence, especially for this team with what you've put together here, with what you've invested as an organization, as T1, as this, you know, the bulwark of Korean esports. And if you can also not just be dominant in one, be dominant in multiple esports here, then you will continue to just, you know, garner more fans, garner more interest. And so far on Split, it's looking okay. Judge for Buzz.
It's going to be a knife pop here from something. Stingers across the rest of the team. And a near full send in towards A. Spot out onto at least two players. Slightly more on that final little jump around the corner.
Stax has got to make a decision here. Just get out or...
Up and over and in they go, and Jing will be able to collect. Not too much damage going to be taken at the same time as there's the wall up onto the screens. Res even available. They want to go ahead and commit that here. Buzz just for now. They try to steadily break down these wall segments. Meteor tries to get some kind of sight line. Blindly fishing for any kind of contact he can get off these bullets, but it's going to be Izu taken down. Something able to find one. Sylvan still alive and well. Finds one, but now all of a sudden Meteor's the last man standing, and he can't quite get the shots across. Timeout call into a Thrifty. Fantastically done here from PRX, bringing the deficit down to just 2.
Yeah, I mean, as good as Stax has been on this map, I'm not so sure I like his idea to stick around. A little bit too long, overstayed his welcome. Thought maybe he could catch him off guard. Instead, he gets taken down for free, and that's a huge piece of the retake puzzle missing for the side of T1. That's no flashes, really, other than Sylvan's paranoia. You really need that on the retake. So let's see what the adjustments are going to be. In fact, Sylvan and Buzz over on A
Tour de force popped for Meteor in mid.
See if he gets the duke it out against Divide with that op on the attack side.
Be sick.
Well, for now, mid very much being avoided. It's going to be Izu once again, the lone anchor here on B. Rendezvous takes Meteor across in towards heaven. For now, he's not really being heard at all. Trying to fake maybe the attack coming through. Cloudburst going to be sent, but nothing pursuing behind it.
He's got the Viper's Pit too. Is he ever going to feel comfortable enough in that position to really put it down?
Good smoke cycled in here from Sylvan. Bite at the ready, just waiting for any kind of information. Jing, ooh, tagged up quite a bit. Flash goes out, Stacks eats the full one, but Izu just go ahead and find that kill. Breaks the TP. Looks to try to flush him out of backside. Something he is able to do so, but cannot steady himself. Stack strikes, finds the kill. Sylvan now just dropping down. 2 players left. The res going to be committed to here, bringing Forsaken back into the fight. The blind spray, nothing found. Meteor dead. Tour de force going to be nullified, and Forsaken is able to find Sylvan.
30 seconds left.
The wall's still there. Buzz on the flank. Not quite noted. Forsaken tries to go for the ult orb and ends up getting taken down. 20 seconds remaining. Spike not yet planted. Buzz jumping up over the top of the wall here, sending out the blast pack. Tap of this plant here, and Mind Freak is able to find it. Plants his feet, stops the dance. Comes away with 3 in the round. PRX 1 away from tying it up.
Again, it's this wall from Divide that gives them so much safety and comfort towards the other side of the site. And just a narrow miss there for Meteor. Mind Freak all over the place. 3 kills. Huge, huge, huge. And having that res available is such a difference maker. And there was nothing that T1 could really do about it at that point. Still have enough to get the operator back in Meteor's hands because of the tour de force. Jing gets a little bit of info off the bot. Something with a solo push up towards mid. And what looked like maybe it was going to be T1 stomping their way through their defender side. Great timeout from PRX has them with a very good game plan. Going to work the map a little bit more. With just a free push through vents for something. He has all the information in the world. He could even sell a bit of a fake towards A. Dog as well.
Oh, missing the timing there on the Jing. Now there's an op on the angle, but at least it seems like Sylvan, very good idea of this. The smoke comes up on the mail. He's gonna look to try to push back through, and something just pushes out of the smoke, and it's so damn snappy. Takes him out. Wall now raised, cutting off stairs. Divide eats a bit of damage, and Izu on the follow-up is able to go ahead and find the kill.
Get 3 dinks in there.
Yeah, the jet now dead. For a second, oh my god! Jump scare!
1 enemy remaining.
As the swings to the corner, changes, immediately gets taken out.
30 seconds left.
I feel like we're playing Five Nights at Freddy's there.
I was going to say that. Okay. Left the door open. Doesn't check the cams. Forsaken does well to go ahead and find a kill onto Buzz, but Stacks will bring it to a conclusion, and T1 will get themselves up to 6-round wins and a half.
Okay, that not only have the game's been insane today, but that's just the cherry on top.
Peak comedy.
That is peak.
Sad it didn't make it into the highlight reel, the replay package.
It deserves its own replay.
Oh man.
The analyst destiny sees to take that moment, break it down for us.
Jing showing up to ask you about your extended warranty.
And showing up to try to sell you some vacuums.
Mm.
Oh my god.
5-man approach. Successfully avoiding the pit off the rip as that's placed towards garage. Bounces to the back and Buzz just seemingly not even ready or aware of that one. Stacks setting up the pop flash, not even get the full blind there on the Mind Freak, but still is able to find the kill. Chase forward onto the Seekers, and something nearly ground down to a pulp. The heals immediately start streaming through from Forsaken though. Pushing him back up, but that is undone as Sylvan finds a headshot.
You've got all this utility for Stacks to really figure this out. Dog comes through, you still have 1 more flash available. Needs to be a good one.
By playing elbow, everybody clustered up here from PRX. Needing to stave off the hordes here. Yes, Sylvan gonna get taken down, but Meteor Stacks finding 1 apiece. The shot going wide. The headhunter bullet will fly straight and true. T1 Get the defuse, they get the 7.
Again, a lot of these rounds come down to, can Stax stay alive and can he win some of these important battles that he's forced to fight? It was a good flash over in A main. Make sure that he could win. Against, I think it was Mindfreak who had TP'd up onto that ledge. This right here, that's the key moment in this round. That gives so much more opportunity for T1. It gives them an extra angle. It gives them the utility they need to make sure that they can convert this, and they do nicely. Very well thought out.
Last round of the half now. 2 regens, 3 half armors here for the side of PRX. Still a pesky operator to try to deal with. Some spray out onto the corner, orb being taken. Meteor just staying quiet for the moment. Looks like PRX got what they wanted. Showstopper online. Now they're going to look to pivot across towards that A site.
Look at this setup on A. The double high-low setup. Sylvan and Buzz, very unorthodox. Have the toxic screen in front of that as well. But I like the PRX working the map a little bit. They've been showing some different looks, using some of their utility to try to sell fakes. T1's been doing a good job of holding the line, though. Okay, now they're not going to hold that anymore. Now it's just to maybe clear utility or clear a Jing entry.
Smoke cycled here. As Buzz repositions, gets himself set up here in front of sight. ProTraver gets ready to come through at the ramp. Orb getting grabbed. Seekers at the ready. Gonna be sent out. It's Jing now going for the blast pack entry. Spots one up over the top. Izu gonna be taken down by Buzz. Able to strike and finds it, but something peeks out from heaven.
30 seconds
catching him
left.
unawares. 3v4. Sylvan tries to go for the shots, tries to go for the kill, but cannot make it happen. Something falls to 5. Now it all comes down to Stax and Meteor, who's able to find the first 2.
Player standing.
Giving his teammate here a chance. His heel just now getting pushed out across onto something. The peek in, the double take. Meteor not quite expecting him to be there. He will fall. Something with a huge round. Makes it a 7-5 scoreline at the half.
That's really interesting. Is that good enough for T1 on their defender side? You know, certainly with the double duelist, it can be a little bit shakier because your information game and some of your stall isn't quite as strong. But the way PRX is shooting right now might not matter. That being said, T1 is firing right back. I mean, everybody looks good right now. This whole first half was phenomenal.
Yeah,
to say the least. I think we have another OT on split banger coming up. Yeah?
Why not?
Let's do it.
I don't have anywhere to be. I don't have an internet talk show to go on later.
Yeah, screw them.
No, it's all good. I think everybody here, you know, no matter which side of the fandom you're on, if you're on either of them, likely feeling frustration, stress, but also entertained.
I mean, it wouldn't be a PRX game without tons of stress.
Very true. 7-5 here at the half. T1 shifting over to the attack. PRX double duelist for the defense. Critically have that Sage. We saw how much of a pain it was for them trying to fight against it once Devi was able to get into the sights.
By the way, is Devi trying to take over the mullet game? Since Forsaken cut his, Devi's was getting a little long in the backside there.
Can only be one.
I appreciate it. As a hockey fan, got to respect the mullets. All right, pistol round, very, very crucial for both of these teams. You know, if you could get this attack side pistol for T1, just like PRX was able to do, you'd be able to really set yourself apart, but PRX could just be tying it up if you can find the win here. Jing with a frenzy.
Pistols continue to be a bit of a pain point here as Forsaken just blindly spraying through. There's the paint shell into the corner. Izu doing well to actually come away with that kill as Mindfreak gets caught by that flash and Sylvan's able to capitalize on the kill. Meteor leading the charge, gets ahead. Hunter shot across. Forsaken's dead. And I don't know what the hell is happening.
It was madness.
Push forward, should be an easy one there. Devi able to find that. Pops the heal onto himself. Spike now planted. Stacks into the corner. Sending out the Trailblazer. Devi trying to get ahead of it, but gets dazed, and it makes for all the easier of a kill there for Izu. Something down to 22.
Like that from Sylvan. Don't overcommit.
Have to be absolutely immaculate shots. Maybe a wall bang to start there if you could suss it out. But Izu's behind the screen. The way just going to be the slow drop down. And Sylvan with the finisher at range. T1 will find another pistol round victory. They move up to 8 to start off the half.
Scrappy again, but a timely flash from Stax. For my money on this map so far, he's been the MVP. To bail Izu out there. Izu, I thought for a moment, might just be dead to the paint shells, but had enough space tucked into the wall that he was able to dodge it. Really smart stuff by Sylvan. Got the dink, knew he was against a Sheriff. Didn't overcommit, knew he had the teammates on the other side to help him out. Smart play. And it's a Marshall for something, a Marshall for Meteor.
They're about to clash here potentially, but something ends up eating that full flash, and now Peeker's advantage. No, just holding the angle there. Meteor takes him down. Solid start, Forsaken. Marshall in hand for him now as Buzz just desperately saying, I just want the orb. Manages to grab it and backs away.
Very nice start. Able to get a lot going. Gonna leave the spike down in Ramen. Using the smoke with the Prowler. An exploration of vents. Nothing found, male or vents. So you've got some room to work with in mid. Mindfreak's gonna try to tuck himself in. Is he just gonna swing out? No.
Just saying,
oof.
Sat there. Oh, now spotted here in male. Devi off screen, able to find one. Izu on the lurk. Could be caught outside of A main. That leaves the B site completely open though.
Yeah, the only player you don't know where they are is Jing. You have an idea though. Get this plant down. It's just about avoiding any more damage to this Marshall.
Buzz just going for a quick little reposition, tucked in behind the box here. Goes for the peek and shot just a hair off. Jing now completely and utterly noted. Paint shell going to be sent his way here. He's trying to pressure Sylvan out of this position, but won't be able to do so. One player lost. Anti-Eco goes the way of T1.
My burden never ends.
A very interesting round ahead. I think we saw an Outlaw being purchased by Meteor. God, he's so good with this gun. Devi, though, that's a good shot. Good shot. Buzz there. Got an ear piercing off of that shot. Something with the judge. Otherwise, a couple Phantoms, a Bulldog, and a Guardian. So a smorgasbord of weaponry for T1 to try to convert this bonus.
And I mean, Meteor knows the economic game here. He knows that there's going to be so many half armors because of the previous investments. So it's fairly wisely read. Now it's really just about getting into position to put that Outlaw to good use. Mindfreak looking like he's going to set up for a smoke here on mid. Sends that across. Does get noted. Paranoia used. Rendezvous gone. As, oh, Stax getting a little overwhelmed, pushing out, maybe thinking he was going to just catch one player off guard, but Jing is there. Sky now on the floor.
Well, that might have been enough to at least keep a couple off of A.
It's something in position now.
Yeah. And you...
Do they expect this at all?
Yeah, are you going to use the bot or the Paranoia to clear this?
Right now, given the push-up from Buzz, looks like the answer's going to be no. And nearly leads to two kills found. Izu does manage to go ahead and pick that one off, but Jing just jumps up over the top of the wall, takes down Meteor. Plant now coming through, but not much more pressure here on Sylvan's shoulders. To try to get them back into this round. Paranoia going to be sent across, hits onto Jing. Jumps up on top of the box. Wrap around still slowly and steadily coming through from Mindfreak. For now, a 2v3.
Very doable, actually, if they can get this lurking player.
Sylvan right now is not watching for Mindfreak at all in this position, but he snaps over and finds him. Jing, however, will be able to flush him out, mitigating the rest of the damage dealt. Now it is all just on Izu. Opens up with one, but doesn't quite know where Devi is going to swing in from. So two players surviving, PRX. They stop T1 from getting a bonus conversion. Bring it back to 3 rounds separating.
A few little kind of interesting decisions from T1 there. I think Stax' solo push-up mid-top was... You know what, it's the bonus, so...
It was a thing.
It's a thing. Sylvan playing pretty well on the Omen on this map. Meteor also tried to make a solo push-up mid and paid the price. I mean, you got to know that somebody can get up on top of that wall.
Casual readjust from Sylvan.
He's quite good. He's at his best. Right now on this map, 13-9. Certainly performing very, very well. Trying again to take control of Garage with Meteor.
High-low setup.
Oh, this is so annoying.
Yep.
Couldn't even TP out.
Yep, the annoyance confirmed. Meteor immediately shut down. There's Mind Freak, just quick little jiggle. There's a tap. Something trying to hold here in mid. Someone on the opposite side, backpedaling. Gets himself into the corner. As the pressure needs to be pushed. Divide. Ooh, looking for a little bit more, but Hill comes in. Rez is not available. Still 2 charges off. There is Divide, so something's just out of the equation for now.
Essentially a 1-for-1. Not bad at all. Oh, Divide.
Challenging in for more. Now suddenly the Rez is available, and then some. Just absolutely massacres them. And for the sake of the economy, honestly, could just go ahead and send it, but right now, with the round win looking confirmed here, seems like he will just go ahead and save this for the time being. Forsaken tries to go for the kill, but he's basically set him up for it. Izu down to 11, Will falls, Jing swoops out towards their spawn. PRX continuing to fight back.
I mean, 3 players there, and Divide just able to take them all down, 17-9. Like Mika said, the Battle Sage showing up. It's a great shot by Stax. Oh my God, dude. God, Divide. It's just, that might be one of those moments, like so many times in the history of this team, that we look back on and say Divide showed up and turned the game around. One of those big multi-kills. It sets the stage for the PRX comeback. T1 gonna take their first time out. Try to see if they can find a way through. I mean, I think some of the spreading of the map that they're doing here, trying to take these isolated duels. I get it, you have a chamber with Meteor, fine. The rest of it, no. You've got double duelist out there. You've got a little bit of kind of extra oomph. Try to put it to good use. You got that Viper to give you a little bit more space control. Try to put some pressure on A. Try to use that Viper's toxic screen to get heaven control, get some sight control. Rely on Meteor to kind of be that lurker. Make sure that Garage and mid are sort of somewhat dealt with. You know, that wall's going to be annoying no matter what in mid-top, but something going to grab an outlaw of his own. A few full armors. Is this going to be like... This is intriguing to me.
Meteor.
A couple away from the Tour de Force.
With the headhunter, so might have too much as split second off that kill.
He's a showstopper too.
Yeah, he does have it. They're good to scatter into the site quickly here.
Go get him.
There's Boombot on the hunt. Gets the spot out. 2 bullets having to be committed to that as Jing will get shot in the leg. He out over towards the sewer. Now Showstopper up over the top, and Izu destroyed. Plants his feet, looks for the kill, but Buzz at range. Will be able to find one, but there's the Res Divide. Brings the Raze back into the fight. Sylvan finds a punish on the 1, looks for the 2nd. Gets the headshot kill, and Jing is taken down. Stacks now, last one standing.
I'm out of stuff.
Spots him out, but he doesn't know. Hasn't confirmed something's position, I don't believe. Should know now, avoids the paranoia. Something does not, but it does not matter. Hounds him down, shorty in hand. As they just delay a little bit to make sure they can scoop up whatever weapons. And PRX with the defuse. And now just 1 round away from tying us up.
Probably best to play as a
I mean, I
team.
like the idea out of the timeout. Much more from T1. Sylvan, 2 big stinger kills, but the long-range weaponry, so valuable there. Sylvan left trying to figure out exactly where the next opponent was going to be coming from. Oh my God.
Let's go, boys.
Sometimes a muzzle flash is all you need to track him down.
Crazy.
Meteor, operator in hand, going to try to look to get a punish here off this peak. Something seeming like he might go for it. Trailblazer leading the way, and oh, he does end up getting headshot. Heals can come through. So we'll just be armorless. Forsaken jiggling Meteor, trying to get on a slightly wider angle and misses the flick. Something, however, does not. Jing will get traded at the same time. Izu finds some top box there at ramp.
Still, you've had a lot of contact over here at A. You haven't made too much noise other than clearing the wall.
Smoke dissipating. Something is just out in the open. Completely caught off guard. Dog gets the spot. Showstopper flies straight and true, and that's Forsaken taken down as Devi. Tries to get himself out on the rafters, looking for a timing, and will be good to find one, but Mind Freak now on his lonesome. We'll see what he can get done here.
Spike planted.
Spots at the first. Fake on the TP, Paranoia in towards elbow. Pushes out, just trying to bait anybody to go for this peek, but T1 right now playing wisely, playing patiently. Not wanting to give over any inches here.
Oh, Stacks.
Down in the corner, Mind Freak finding the first.
Sylvan there. Let a shot ring out.
Cover going out. It is Mind Freak after all. Have to be so very cautious here. The push forward, the tap onto the spike, down to 45 HP. The time starting to dwindle. Looks for the shot, and Stacks will deny it away. A 3K from the IGL. T1 recover the op and get the double digits.
Yeah, it's a little bit fortunate. Something just overstays his welcome. God, that's a good shot. Then he's just right there, and there's so much of T1. They weren't anticipating that they had stuck around that long. And he's just out in the open, easy pickings. And then T1's able to work their way through, get that plant down, set up for a nice crossfire, even though Sylvan almost blows it a little bit. Good patience from Izu and Stacks. Make sure that they don't give anything else away. Flashes, nothing really off the back of it. This time they're going to leave Izu over on A with the toxic screen to try to keep those members occupied. Meteor taking a little bit of garage control again with the op. Has to be careful about mid. They don't really have too much info about that part of the map. Love to get one of those free picks with that operator. Have the Seekers for Forsaken. Bladestorm to back up something's op, but he's clear on the B site right now. So far though, Spike in Sylvan's hands. Seekers confirm the presence of a few players.
Decent value.
I've got your trail.
Their own Seekers now in play, sent from that east side of the map, but they just instantly get cleared out from Mind Freak, so it's not much going to be gained there from Stacks. Slowly pushing up, but it's the timing there to be able to spot out Jing. Tiny amount of damage taken. Looking for a bit of a timing here, and he strikes. Swinging from behind, able to find two. Something at the same time, catching Meteor. Devi with that third and final.
30 seconds left.
Looking for the fourth and final. Not going to be snappy enough to cut across, so Stacks does manage to find that kill. Now he's going to try to hightail it over towards the A site, but Mind Freak already matching.
Blinding.
Paranoia sent, not quite. Oh, nope, does connect. And with 14 seconds remaining, Stacks doubles back in towards Heaven, needing to win the fight, needing to get to the site. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it happen. Something encroaching on the position. He's going to have to just try to plant his feet. Gets around the corner, just enough time. Half a second left to spare. Something has the knives he can pop. Stacks cheating closer. Here's the drift! And immediately turns back. The 4K into the clutch. Stacks bails them out of a devastating round of the hand of Devi.
That is classic Stacks. The IGL, the veteran, one of the most decorated players in Pacific. When you need someone to come through, it's just a fist pump. Whew. Oh my.
Hard stopper.
Yes. That was masterful from Stacks. I mean, I thought he did a great job over on the A side, buying a ton of attention. He bought an extra player to come over towards him. But there's that judge there that ruined things at the top of B Tower. And so just a great follow-through setup for PaperX. They had a great idea in that round. Okay, well, if we can overcommit to the Sky utility, even if it is a fake, we have a judge there to shut it down. Works a treat, except Stacks survives, finds a big kill on Devi, grabs the spike, and then wins a battle against Mind Freak when he had to win it at that exact moment, so he had enough time to get to safety to get the plant. It's crazy.
Unreal. 23, 9, and 6. Stacks now lobby leader. far as the frags are concerned, T1 once again knocking down this economy from PRX. They force out that final timeout. Let's see
You want to play?
what they have up their sleeve. Tour de force going to be popped here from Meteor. The slow creep forward. Eyes on Sewer from something, and he's seen enough. The headshot to the box. Meteor destroyed. Buzz looking for the entry. Paint Shell's out around the corner. Flushes out Mind Freak, looks for a bit more, catches a kill on the Jing. Paint Shell's once again built up. Just clear that right side pillar. Flash flies forward, Divide, catching them both. Everybody completely and utterly blinded up. It's now just Izu. Try to pull off a clutch of his own. Spike has been recovered. Time is on his side. Can he get T1 up to match point? It's like a similar play, similar strat. Cut across. But does he just try to wrap around behind in towards heaven? Does he take the vent across into B? Either way, there's going to be eyes on it. And he cannot find the first. Forsaken will put him down. 9 rounds now accrued for PRX. 2 more to go to try to get this back under control.
Yeah, it's been pretty shocking. Meteor. Oh, the footstep out, the jiggle, gave it away. What a shot from something. The Meteor's been losing a lot of these 1v1s that you need him to be winning as the chamber.
Yeah, Victorian crime from Meteor, just shows a little bit too much leg.
The ankles. Ooh. Can't have that.
Nope.
Now the buy a little bit scuffed. T1. Stinger and a Judge. Couple Guardians though, so once again, what are you doing, Sylvan?
Just going for the TP play, not realizing, not reading that he was in position as something. Just Goomba stops Buzz out of oblivion. Mind Freak up over the top, Divide once again delivering.
Spike down A.
Finds Stacks and Izu. Once more, Bat and I finds himself in a 1v2, but this time he's pinned into a corner. Not worth going for the pit. Will just simply end up dying. But PRX now in control. The economy from T1 broken down, and it's 1 round separating these 2 teams.
Curious, we have 1 more timeout from T1 still available. Maybe the moment. Sylvan there just trying to go on a timing, but everybody else was so far behind. If there's any player back in screens, you're screwed. That's exactly what happened. Not sure if something got stalled on the execute. A little bit more than they anticipated. It was a set play for sure. Stacks now back over trying to buy some attention on the other side of the map. 4-man push with this weaker buy. Stacks is the one with a Judge this time. Not even putting it in Buzz's hands, who's so close to that showstopper.
But do they anticipate this at all? There has been no conditioning for somebody to be playing just outside of garage here.
No, this is something very new. Mind Freak's just gonna try to bait this as best as he can.
Trailblazer might be able to get a spot. Either way, showstopper goes out. Buzz does not look back, and that costs him dearly. Jing finds the kill. Paint Shell now going to be lobbed in. And as Meteor forced to take that rendezvous out towards safety. Little heals they can offer up. Get pushed across.
This stall, this pause, bought them just a little bit of extra breathing room. Mind Freak is just holding in the back corner.
Another smoke cycled out here onto the site. 3 players nearby with Forsaken getting ready to join in. The pit immediately nullified. Sylvan does well to find the shot there on the Mind Freak, but Divide is up in heaven, and he is sending T1 to hell. 2 kills for him. Forsaken has the last, and we are tied up 11-11.
What a comeback here for PRX. Looked like maybe T1 was just good enough on this map. Stacks with one of the best clutches you'll see. PRX is right back in it with some trickery. Some unique setups, and Mind Freak there just so patient, just waiting. They thought they had just enough room to get that pit through. They were dead wrong, and that's a huge ultimate wasted for T1 coming into the final couple rounds. Yeah,
Showstopper nullified into the pit, gone. Last time out, unless we get to OT. As both teams are now neck and neck. And this map, this split is certainly culminating into what we had anticipated from this series overall.
Oh, for sure. as good as it gets. Everything you could have hoped for and more. 3 maps, the final one. Looking like it might go OT. Stax is letting him know what he thinks here. Gotta find a way to break through. The pace has been picked up a little bit, and when it has, it's been playing into PRX's favor a little bit. They've been able to cut down a lot of these executes. So you need to use these Seekers potentially. Devi has another res, because he's been otherworldly. 26 kills and 15 deaths. Stupendous. Him on Sage is just such a treat to watch.
Blinded.
Flash for a confirm of presence. Doesn't tell you too much else just yet. This is tough to read for PRX because the conditioning has been that Stax will send out his utility early and it isn't actually the real brunt of the attack. PRX changes directions again. Devi thinking about the wall if there was an attempted attack. This is new. Izu, yeah, he anticipated that right away.
He has to break the segment to try to keep some interest here, but that judge earlier will have been heard. You hear the judge, you see the wall, you should be able to put 1 and 2 together that something is on the opposite side of this thing.
Certainly hope so.
Let's see if they can or not.
They don't have any more of Stax's util other than the Seekers.
Seekers go through, will have to be cleared out. Buzz just bouncing across over towards ramp, something quick with the exit. It's a tailwind out, rotations now coming through. Buzz not sticking around, not gonna try to find the catch, but Meteor does, and Forsaken ends up on the floor. Res is available from Devi if he can get over to that court. So Buzz is gonna try to go ahead and fill that position, but Meteor has a spray down into elbow. Jing, something both gonna be taken out. Devi, the res now coming through. Last time he used it, it was on the Forsaken. They were immediately able to find some value, but this time they are at a disadvantage. Spike planted, Izu here in the corner, holding with that judge in hand. Spray through the screen, Forsaken just fishing for any kind of damage he can get. Izu holding the corner, finding one, swapping to the classic. Mindfreak getting a little bit lost, turns back around, it's the 5-3, but Meteor finds 5! The ace to get T1 up to match point.
Match point.
Finally, you needed Meteor to step up, and he does in a big way when the pressure is at its highest, and he's got a tour de force. Gonna buy up to the rifle, but maybe not. My word, Meteor. The blast pack out, the attempted swing on the back of that, the combo from the duelist for PRX, not good enough. And Meteor is massive. Oh boy. Vibes are good, but dueling operators, one through the ultimate for Meteor, a stinger to back it up, a Bucky for Forsaken to make sure that they could get a buy for everybody else. There's no trickery here. T1 is just gonna square up on A. Not giving them anything. They know they can't let that tour de force do any damage.
Flash sent, not gonna be confirming too much here for them. Quick repeat here with that tour de force, but everybody on the side of PRX stagnant, not looking to peak, not looking to give over any information, but T1 now starts upping the ante. Jing here, up on the Raptor, taken down. Buzz with the kill. Meteor doesn't get eliminated. Devi continuing to deliver where possible, drops down, spots out multiple, and Izu will be able to cull him. Forsaken finds one with the Bucky, but now it is all down to Mindfreak and something. The operator still in hand.
Spike planted.
The majority of the weapons here on the floor, an armory and elbow.
Oh, there's a shorty behind this.
Can he find the shot? Drifts down. Nothing spotted, paranoia. Decent value, connects, but no one really able to push up. Take forward space, they check out on the corners, Izu. Lingering here within the poison orb. The time is just really not there. They need to get going. They need to get going right now. Mindfreak is able to find one. Stack's going to be taken down. Izu playing ring around the Rosie. He's now all on his lonesome. He plays it patiently, and he gets the Red Bull clutch. 13-11. T1 get it done. The first time ever they take out PRX, and they stay in the upper bracket.
They have exorcised their demons, and the Korean super team is living up to expectations here in Pacific. A tremendous back and forth across 3 different maps. And Buzz gives a kiss to the sky and says thank you for this one. Finally, T1 has done it. Oh my. I was shaking at the end of that. That was crazy.
Absolutely unbelievable map to close out this set. The only thing that we missed was the overtime.
Yeah.
And I was crossing my fingers that we would be able to get there. But T1 had other ideas. What an incredible performance across the board. A great recovery from PRX after a very one-sided start in this series. It looked like it was going to be a 2-0, an absolute blowout. But in the end, very solid run back, but PRX will find themselves in that lower bracket. T1, however, still keeping themselves afloat, still looking strong. We're going to get ready to hear from one of our winners down on stage with Jen Lee for the interview here. I'll get ready to send it her way, but what a day it has been. 6 action-packed maps of VALORANT here today between TRX and Nongshim to start. And then these 2 squads, T1 and PRX, and who knows, maybe
네,
they'll be facing off again.
PRX전 첫 승리입니다. 버즈 선수 모시겠습니다. 예, 일로 와주세요. 네, T1's first win against PRX at last. I'm gonna steal Buzz on stage for a post-match interview. There you go. 먼저 숨 참으면서 봤거든요. 함께 숨을 쉬어볼까요?
네, 저도 지금 숨이 안 나와가지고 다행이네요. 네.
Now I give him time to catch some breath because we were all holding our breath. What a breathtaking match. Now T1's first win against PRX. How great does that feel? I mean, I saw Autumn smiling, Carpe and Izu high-fiving all the time. So talk to me about how great this feels. 이주 선수도 카르페 선수도 그렇고 뭐 버즈 선수도 막 이렇게 세리머니 하고 어떤 감독님도 진짜 안아주시더라고요. 오늘 PRX전 승리 기분이 어떤가요?
일단은 PRX가 가장 큰 벽이라고 생각했어가지고 일단 이겨서 너무 기쁘고요. 일단 T1 구단 역사상 PRX를 이긴 적이 없더라고요. 다 0대2로 졌더라고요. 근데 저희가 이제 다시 백투백으로 2대0 승리를 가져오게 돼서 더 의미 깊은 것 같습니다. 2대1입니다. 네. 2대1이요. 2대1.
Honestly, it's so great finally to be able to get that first win for T1 Org against PRX. I mean, historically, we lost to them 2-0, and Buzz kind of confused how today's game went down, and he said, we 2-0'd them as a revenge, but then they let him know that it was 2-1. But, you know, great game indeed, and honestly, it means a lot for the team because T1 thought PRX would be the highest mountain to climb for them this kickoff and also this upcoming season, so it definitely feels great. 그리고 보니까 경기력이 확실히 첫 번째 경기보다 좋아진 것 같았거든요. 어떤 피드백이 있었는지 그리고 첫 경기에 비해서 어떤 부분들이 고쳐졌는지 말씀 부탁드리도록 할게요. And it looks like everyone's performing way better compared to the boom game. So what do you think changed? What were the feedbacks?
일단은 퍼시픽에서 저희가 첫 경기였어가지고 조금 준비가 잘 안 됐던 것 같고 뭐 긴장한 선수들도 있었던 것 같고 그리고 저희가 플레이적으로도 저희가 스크림 때랑 다르게 놓치고 있었던 부분들도 있어가지고 그런 것도 잘 얘기해가지고 이번 경기에 나섰더니 결과가 잘 나온 것 같습니다.
Well, I guess it was our first day back in the Boom series, so you know, stage jitters for some of the players, and also I don't think we were as well prepped as we were today. And we were able to spot some holes in our plays, some things that we didn't do in scrims, so we were able to tighten things up with the extra day that we had, and I'm pretty satisfied with how today went down. Now, Buzz, tell me about what it's like to play for T1. I mean, you have Stacks from DRX playing together again, Meteor from Genji, Izu, Carpe, and Sylvan. So, you know, mixture of different Korean team cultures and styles. So, what is it like playing for T1? T1에 이제 합류하게 되면서 스택스 선수가 다시 만나게 됐고 메테오 선수는 젠지에서 왔고 카르페 선수, 이주 선수도 있고 또 실반 선수까지 함께하게 됐잖아요. 좀 스타일이 다른 한국 팀들의 집합체라고 볼 수도 있는데 T1 좀 어떤 분위기고 또 스타일은 어떤지 궁금합니다.
일단은 굉장히 잘하는 선수들 5명이 모여가지고 여러분들이 기대가 크신 건 아는데 저희가 그 5명이 너무 다 잘하는 만큼 또 이렇게 하나로 뭉치기가 좀 많이 힘들었었거든요. 근데 아직도 엄청 하나로 뭉친 것 같은 느낌은 안 드는데 그래도 이렇게 하나하나 이기면서 잘 이겨나가고 있는 것 같습니다.
Well, we had high expectations from the fans because we have 5 talented players, and it was definitely not an easy task to get everyone on the same page. And we still do need to work on the team chemistry, you know, playing as one unit and playing as one team. But I think winning these matches one by one, that will definitely help us along the way. And someday we'll get the teamwork nailed down. Now, I want to ask you about the double duelist comp that you guys are running because Izu takes over the race and you get the Neon when you guys are opting for that double duelist. So how did you guys split the roles and how, you know, did you guys decide who plays what? 이제 투타격 조합을 꺼낼 때는 이주 선수가 레이즈를 하고 버즈 선수가 네온 선수를 하게 됐잖아요. 어떤 식으로 분배했는지도 들어보고 싶네요.
일단은 뭐 간단하게 이주 선수는 뭐 그 전에도 그렇고 뭐 챌린저스에 있을 때도 그렇고 듀얼리스트를 한 경험이 있고 또 레이즈는 어느 정도 작년에도 그렇고 검증이 돼 있었고 저는 이제 그래도 네온에 대한 경험이 있었어가지고 그렇게 해서 뭐 쉽게 결정하게 됐습니다.
It wasn't a hard decision because honestly, Izu has plenty of experience and also proved himself last year playing that duelist role. And for me, I have more experience on that Neon. So, you know, it was an easy task for us to decide who gets to play what. Now, lastly, you mentioned PRX was your highest mountain to climb. You got that done. So, you know, predictions for the kickoff. Who's going to Masters Bangkok? 일단 가장 큰 벽이 PRX라고 얘기를 했는데 넘었잖아요. 그럼 이제 킥오프 방콕 누가 가게 될까요?
T1하고 제가 보면 페이퍼렉스가 다시 올라오지 않을까.
아 그래요?
네.
그렇게 둘이?
네.
I think in the grand finals and eventually T1 and PRX will make it to Masters Bangkok. Well, thank you very much, Buzz, for your insights. And we have the T1 meet and greet for the fans in the venue, so make sure you join them. Chance to get to see the superstar. So good night, everybody. And that's all from us on stage. 이제 T1의 팬미팅도 1층에서 준비가 돼 있으니까요. 버즈 선수와 함께 T1의 슈퍼스타들 만나보시고요. 팬미팅 하러 가시죠.
갑시다.
네,
바이바이.
갑시다. 감사합니다.
What a map, what a series, what a match to end the first week of VCT Pacific Kickoff. We saw just how good all of these players are. I mean, there's nothing else, there's no way else to describe it just because we saw so many amazing moments and also the best of the best coming out of each of these players. Stacks, the clutch machine coming at it again, and so many amazing W gaming moments.
Absolutely, yeah. If this is going to be a grand final prelude, then we are in for a treat, especially if Buzz is right and both of these teams head over to Masters Bangkok. That is going to be VCT Pacific well represented, to say the least. I think this match really delivered. Stacks, even Devi, you know, he had his moments where he was really stepping up for PRX. I really felt like there was some individual players that were really going the extra mile for their teams here, as well as some good macro plays. But as always, a game where PRX is playing gets very, very messy. And T1, they were able to just scrape it across the line with a couple of big plays from the individuals. I mean, you saw Stacks' clutch, you saw some big plays from Meteor, and then Izu as well. Really impressive to see him rounded out because he played 3 different roles across the series on 3 different maps. He's just so diverse as a player.
Yeah, incredibly flexible. He looks to be fitting into this team really nicely. I'm just so happy that this game lived up to the hype, right? We got all 3 maps, it went the distance, which is exactly what we want to see when these 2 Goliaths go at each other. But this last map especially, I think, was really, really well played by both teams. Honestly, this one could have gone either way, and I think T1 just edged it with a couple of those really big clutch moments, and it feels like, for me, they grabbed victory from the jaws of defeat.
Now you see with the pressure that we have to live up to as talents, you suddenly hype something up and it's
Absolutely.
like, oh no, what if it doesn't live up? But this definitely does, and it always does when it's PaperX versus T1, right? And I feel like this is the T1 roster that really can live up to that legacy and that name. They certainly look it, especially with, you know, again, I'm gonna echo Paperthin here, the super team. We're gonna get back on the T1 hype train here, Pilski.
You gonna apologize?
I mean, I'm willing to apologize. I'm sorry for my fraudulent analysis, everyone. I mean, that is a well-rounded super team if I've seen one. 200 ACS on everyone. This was no Meteor carry. This was Stax, you know, doing what he does when he's feeling himself. You know, sometimes people can criticize Stax if he has an off game, and he can definitely get lost in the sauce with, you know, throwing the util and IGL duties as any player can in those kind of roles. But even before Valorant came out, you could tell that Stax positionally, when he was feeling himself, was an amazing player to watch. And you saw that skill set in the clutch on Split that we'll get to watch again in a little bit. He's just able to read the game when he's feeling himself so well. And if he was always on form, no one would ever beat Stax.
Yeah, absolutely. He just has the sauce. That's the best way I can describe it. He has that extra special quantity to him, and we saw it in this game, right? It played out massively, no?
Yeah, 100%. He made a lot of big plays. Some of the other boys helping him out a fair bit as well. So, you know, look, honestly, I think Defy also had the source this game, and PRX, in classic PRX fashion, it has to be said, you know, had a couple of situations where they found a lot of opening kills, and in some situations, I mean, this is the Stax clutch that we were talking about before that really gave T1 a lot of momentum and put them over the top. And after this, I think, is the Meteor ace as well. When the game is this close and your players are stepping up this hard, you know that you have a star-studded roster.
Yeah, it won them the series, right? Because 13-11 win, you win that 1v3 clutch. The Meteor ace here as well, absolutely massive. I just want to echo what you said. Those individuals are really able to get this team over the line. So if Buzz thinks they have more in the tank and they can still be a more cohesive team, if their individuals are able to win them games, you add really effective team play on top of that when they're further down the line, a little bit more practiced, then we might be able to use the word super team, no?
Oh yeah, you mentioned it in the interview that they are quite far from what they envisioned themselves to be.
Yeah.
So this is just the beginning, and hey, if this is the starting point for T1 for 2025, aren't you excited to see this team evolve over the year? I mean, there's just so many amazing plays here, and as well as a masterclass, I guess, in what Pacific has to offer from its best players.
Yeah, I mean, this highlight in particular, this is exactly why I liked that chamber into the double duelist. If you're on double duelist, you don't have a lot of util to take the space, so you have to not be afraid to contact places, and Chamber is exceptional at stopping this. Not to help that Meteor just had a fantastic game, he was hitting all his shots, which helps, but this is why I wanted them to stay on that chamber.
He's really good on those pistol whips, like when he misses the shot, immediately pulling out the Headhunter. Found a lot of opening kills for T1 and kind of disrupting PRX. Over on this side of things, though, this is the contrasting argument for sure. PRX, they want to play this bursty style where they're playing off of the Skydog. They're exploding into the sites with updraft dash and the satchels, things like that. When you have a Sky playing retake instead of maybe a Cypher with flood cages or some kill trips and things like that, you can definitely find yourself a little bit behind the 8 ball. You find a player getting picked, and then you have no hope at retaking that site because your Sky's already dead and you don't have the utility to re-clear the space that PRX have taken from you.
Yeah,
because of that, you get the T1 win finally over PaperX, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say there's a little bit of a guessing game there with the Chamber where, like we saw in that round, if your Chamber's on the other side and he has to retake, it's like, oh no. But obviously, Cypher can be across the map a little bit better. But yeah, I think I'm happy with that they went with the Chamber in the end.
Yeah. I mean, Meteor made some massive plays. PRX, in true PRX fashion, I mean, they won a lot of opening duels. They got a little lost in the sauce, maybe threw away those man advantages here or there. And in some rounds, maybe kept rolling and getting more and more picks. But that's PRX. They live by the sword. They die by the sword, unfortunately.
I mean, that you do expect these kind of things when you watch a PRX match, right? You do expect it to come very close, which it did. But I actually wonder if it was because you're dealing with players now that have so much experience going up against PaperX. Did all of those losses previously lead them up to this point of victory?
Yeah, I mean, all these players have played against PaperX before, right?
Exactly.
I mean, PaperX are surprising to play against. They'll always try and catch you out, but there are ways you can try and, you know, approach preparing for it. Something we would always do is you sit everybody down and then the anti-strat, you go, they will swing you. Please They will keep going. They will swing you. Please be ready for it. It seems like T1 had a little bit of that pep talk today.
Some of the time they were definitely punishing those aggressive plays. Rightly so. Yeah. Stax voted the MVP there. Absolutely. I mean, he had a massive game to close things out, but also don't underrate his contribution in the first 2 maps. He called an excellent game on some of those attacking sides, and we even saw plenty of highlights where he's setting up Buzz for success when Buzz was popping off with that supportive utility. Really nice KO flashes, great breach util on Fracture as well. And in the 3rd map, it was a fragging masterclass with some beautiful clutches to boot.
And speaking of contribution, I'm actually very happy to see, right next to Autumn in that coach's slot, you have Carpe, and he was very, very active in a lot of the timeouts, right? You can see this also come through when, they had that victory moment. Carpe went in and hugged everybody, and he was so happy. You can see his, his investment and what he has to offer in this team.
Yeah, for sure. He has a lot of experience competing in these kind of pressure moments as well, even outside of Valorant. So he's someone that can definitely offer them a lot of words of wisdom, and being so involved in playing the game actively so little time ago, I'm sure he has a lot of valuable perspectives to offer the team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, being a 6-man is a hard job, and it's nice to see him being engaged and obviously supporting the guys when they get the win.
Oh, definitely. But you know what? Our MVP was Stax. Neither of you put Stax on your team. You do have Buzz over there, though, and you do have a Meteor. But as we're seeing right now, this was not as close as I imagined.
Oh, yeah,
but
there we go.
Congratulations to you, big time. It looks as though, you're...
Well done.
That's all freeing, to be fair. I think I have to shout him out.
The MVP points for freeing.
He got me across the line there.
You get that additional 10 points just for having the one of the MVPs on your team, right? But yeah, I mean, these are both very strong teams, but it looks as though for today, big time.
I expect 53% of the people who voted to DM me on Twitter, apologize, say you were right.
And for me, I'm going to do what, most gamers do. I'm going to make excuses. I didn't know that freeing was off the IGL, to be fair, and Marco was back on. If I knew that the beast was out of the cage, I definitely would have picked him.
Sure. And let's take a look at how Achilles and Paperthin did for this one. I'm also very curious.
Ooh, did Paperthin beat you? That's very close between you and Paperthin there.
It is.
That is
very close.
What is the difference? What was the difference again?
Honestly, I can't remember my score. I just saw it was higher than his, and I was happy.
Hey, but congratulations to you. Not bad, Paperthin. I mean, he did have a few on there. Yeah,
I like that he picked Jing as well. I think a lot of people have got eyes on Jing coming into this season and playing the Rays. And today, he was definitely a bit of a standout for PRX. We didn't mention him too much in the wrap-up there, but he definitely had his moments on the Rays going forward, and he's going to be a key player for PRX going through this lower bracket run. Probably not something that they're too used to.
Oh yeah, and make no mistake, this PRX is still very, very deadly. You have to have the caliber of players that is on T1 right now to be able to, push PRX to this level.
Yes, absolutely. You need that level of caliber. I think PRX as well is not playing to their full potential either, to be honest. This might be like PRX's B game as far as I'm concerned, and there's still a lot more in the tank that they have to figure out. But this kind of loss, especially in close fashion, where maybe it's a couple of rounds or a slow start on the first map in particular, is going to be what they need to re-motivate them to lock in over the rest of the kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think map 1 is where they'll be most disappointed. They just didn't get themselves into that game. They won map 2 and they could have won map 3, so they'll be a bit gutted that they started so slow.
There's going to be huge motivation for them to try to qualify for Bangkok. I mean, that's a SCA tournament for PRX. You cannot be missing that.
Oh yeah. And especially with their history and, with how they've been such a constant at these international events, right? We're seeing right now T1 and DRX continuing their upper bracket streak. And in the meantime, we have PRX and we have Nongshim down in the lower bracket. Nongshim going up against Boom. Hey, where have we seen that before?
Absolutely. It's going to be Ascension Grand Final rematch, which I hope whoever's casting that is ready for that, because I lost my voice the last time those two teams played each other. The Gen G RRQ game is very tantalizing to say the least as well, and Talon get to play. They are fighting for a spot at home international event themselves after qualifying for champs last year. They are definitely going to be wanting to kick things off on the right foot. And I think, to be honest, if you see the new GE as your first round opponent, you think that's going to be a pretty good warm-up for you, most likely.
Yeah, I don't think... I think everybody's kind of happy with this bracket, no more so than the viewer.
Yeah, and just so our audience knows, as we move on further in our bracket for matches 17 and 18, the upper seats have been swapped, so you will see a little bit of schedule changes over there. Stay tuned to our social media to make sure that you are watching the right teams. There is a bit of a mix-up there, so just be aware, stay tuned, and keep your tabs on VCT Pacific.
It's just a change of whoever comes down from the lower bracket goes into a different seat in the lower bracket, correct?
Yes. Most likely it won't be that big of a change, but hopefully for ticket holders, for those who want to watch their favorite teams in person, perhaps there may be a little bit of a change. So double check that. Just make sure you're watching the same team. Or hey, root for them all, as we are here as talents, right?
Yeah, I'm just happy to see some fantastic games. That game certainly delivered. We've seen a lot of very, very close ones. Not only these top-level, high-caliber games that, PRX T1 was hotly anticipated and delivered, but even the middle of the pack right now has been fantastic. Like that GE Secret game was great to watch, RRQ DFM. We've had some really, really good games.
We're not a boring series yet. I really hope it makes my job much easier when all the Valorant is exciting and fun.
Of course, and now you're feeling it as talents. It's like, ooh, we have so much to talk about, and we definitely will have a lot to talk about with our next matches. We have Talent versus GE, and we have Gen G versus RRQ, because what is Pacific without a Gen G versus RRQ matchup? It has to happen every time.
It's rigged. There's no, you can't convince me there's not script writers when these two teams have to play each other
writers,
so much.
There is an agreement that there must be somewhere in the script the Gen G versus RRQ match. Did you not read the memo?
Well,
I know you're new here, but you have to be updated with these things.
T1 just broke that PRX curse, so we might be doing that again next week.
What are you leaking here? What are you insinuating here?
I don't know. I like Ewok. I gotta be the Ewok bias.
Oh my gosh! Oh yeah, can we just say that you have John and you have Ewok now collecting receipts. The R in RRQ stands for receipts there. Yeah. We're sweating here as talents over here. It's getting kind of personal, but hey. We love it all the same. Those are exciting matchups, and yes, these matchups do accumulate over time, right? We're seeing something that they're building towards all the way until the very, very end, because hey, those points do stack up. So stay tuned. More exciting matches to come for VCT Pacific when we return in a few days. For now, that is it from us here on the desk. We'll see you next time.
They do not read this at all. Back to Cross finds the shot, but eventually, no! Gets bailed out for a period of time. He hasn't been coming up with three.
Yeah, Hunmin, come over. These kills are for you. Another challenge here at long A. Wow, that is so much.
And it is. I mean, we're just repeating the previous round, but this time it starts off well here for the side of Noctimus Francis. Far too much work to be done for one player. 13-6.
A lot of the rest of that team that follows up off of him. That is so clean.
Yeah, he just pushed up the north side. Okay, flashback somehow not being able to win out a fight there, but Mako! No paint shell, but bomb sent, freeing with the salvo, able to find it, takes the fight! TRX, and they will take a victory 2-1. Footsteps, surely. Oh no, actually, yeah. Actually, with all those trails. Now push up through the smoke though, and instantly Meteor has come alive.
And it was immediately delivered. Ooh.
T1 looking absolutely devastatingly good. Tucked in alongside the rope, Silvatenzi orbital strike. A monstrous, crazy, chaotic crashing here. Oh, the spawn, but Forsaken! Real from Forsaken takes the kill lead. Just walled off here for the moment. Goes up at the ready, but Buzz here anchoring the side. Finds two, looks for the third, can't quite make it happen. Sylvan is there to pick up the pieces.
Show up.
Buzz not sticking around, not going to try to find the catch, but Meteor does, and Forsaken. So Buzz is going to try to go ahead and fill that position, but Meteor holding the corner, finding one, swapping to the classic. Mind Freak gets a little bit lost, turns back around, managed the 5-3, but Meteor finds 5. 13-11, T1, get it done.
Drop the I hear the rain. I know the end is coming soon. I'm wide awake. I hear the voice of rage and ruin like a moth to the flame. I'm repeating mistakes. I can't tell that you keep playing your games. I know your love pulls me in, and I'm not here to win. There's a red moon on the rise. Yeah, I can see the signs. It's a fool's paradise, but I'm willing to pay the price.
You are now watching VCT Pacific 2025.
Take me home, home, home and lock the door. Take me home, home, home where I belong. I need your love for the very last time. Lying with you in the arms of the night. Take me home, home, home where I belong. Take me home where I belong. You're not here to stay.